Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well. Let's get it started. Let's have some fun. So today it is the new season of Total Tavern. The previous season has concluded, and we're going to be having the championship relatively soon, in the next 2 or 3 weeks probably. Going to be scheduling with some of the players. So this is a fresh season. So the winner of today's tournament is technically going to be number 1 on the leaderboard. And yes, we did roll a very unfortunate lot in round 1. A 40-person tournament, I think, today. We're going to be playing against Inticity, but this time he's on Slaanesh. So I'm like, oh god, we're cooked. Him on Slaanesh is pretty forbidden, because obviously it's a new season. This man wants the number 1 spot on the leaderboard, right? So yeah, that is going to be what we're dealing with here. Okay, let's get all this going, get our characters all set up, and have some fun. Yeah, it's a strong tiebreaker. Hey, we did win last time, but to be fair, he was playing Tzeentch. Now he is on his main, and he is out for blood. All right, so let's get 2 of you guys. Do a little bit of this and this. Yes, this is fine. It'll be good. Don't worry about it, guys. Strong tiebreaker. You see, I love the optimism we're getting from you guys. You know, really leaning into it. It's great. The Chowies are here. They are, man. No, we're playing the dreaded Dowie Czar. He's bringing the sweat today, which I respect, man. It's a new season. He's got to make sure that he's the boss hog, you know? He's got to make sure. Now, I did win this matchup against a pretty good Slaanesh player a couple seasons ago, so I'm going to try and replicate that build. I can't quite remember what I brought, but it was something a little bit scary. Hashut! Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs for me today. I know I played them recently, but I just had such a good time that we're going to be running it back and playing some more Dwarfs. All right, aside from this, we want to get you, and then do we want to get 2 of those? Are we going to have enough? Is there a way to afford that? I don't think so. I do not think so. Okay. So 975, and then for our last disappearing act, that's going to put us up at 1100, give or take. Really awkward amount of money to spend here. And we will set you guys up, but Slaanesh Furies are just so good in this matchup. Old man strength turn. Old man strength turn. Yeah, it's like arm wrestling your dad, you know? He's still got a little bit of bite left in him. I know. All right, let me see what he's saying here. Making sure we're all good. Nope, we're all set. Tournament started. Everybody should be getting their opponents. Great. Big old tourney today. Always fun to start a new season. By the way, Frost, I don't know if you're hanging out in chat, but we're going to start inviting some folks to the season finals. So we'll be getting that all squared away here relatively soon. And Slaanesh, yes. So what evil schemes will Slaanesh have? I mean, everything on their roster has armor piercing, so it's just kind of pain dealing with those. Yes, yes. And we're going to want you, and yeah, so we'll get one of you in there. That's going to be 150 to get that going. Okay, and then we're going to mix you in. I think I'm starting to like this build a little bit. It's coming into fruition here. Okay, get one of these homies. And aside from that, what else is problematic for us? I'm trying to think about what units are going to be hard to deal with. Probably 2 of those. And then we're going to need to cut you guys and get some baseline infantry. Just trying to decide which ones are going to be best. It's Anton Slaanesh. Well, it's the first. This is the launch tournament for the new season, so I mean he's out for blood today. I can assure you. He wants to win and get the number 1 spot. We have to gatekeep. We have to make sure he's worthy of it. You know, we can't just let him have it. All right. Yeah, that actually might be kind of a cool tech. I don't hate that. Then get you guys in the mix. Yeah. I think this is good. I like this build actually. I think it's kind of cool. Anything else we want to mix in? Killing fire. Whenever you cast a spell, does a little bit of damage. Kind of interesting. All right. GLHF. Yeah. GLH to the F. All right. Let's see what we got. Hey, we had to play him. We had to play him last time in the first round too. Last tournament we played him on when he was on Tzeentch, which is a much easier matchup for the Chaos Dwarves. I actually don't know about this matchup. Let me look. So Chaos Dwarves versus Slaanesh. I don't think anybody has a good matchup versus Slaanesh, but Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know the build, so we will see. We will see. Best of luck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. The Dowie Czar cometh. How does one gatekeep Slaanesh? You don't. That's the secret, Captain. They get in. Was there a new patch? No, nothing new. No. We just had a season going for a very long time. So this is going to be a very fast season. This one is going to be like a flash season, this one we have right now, where it's going to go up until we get the new stuff. And then from there, it's going to advance. All right, so we got double magmas. They're really good against Slaanesh. At least they used to be. I don't know about nowadays. We got Astro Chad, and then we do have a little gremlin as well as a Fireborn back here as well. So they'll be there, and then we have the Demon Train too. All right, here we go. I like the build. I think it's got most of the elements that are pretty good against the Heretics of Slaanesh. He's going to have all his Marauder Horsemen coming up, and hopefully I can lay into him with the Magma Cannons. Granted, with his micro, he probably will be able to just dodge them. You know, first game, yeah, first game of the day. All right, well, let me get this going here. Everybody in the tournament is like playing their mains today, you know? It's pretty fun. It's pretty cool to see. Let's get you guys up. Let's get the Pain Train going up here. We have an Exalted Keeper of Secrets, and yeah, I mean, it's a pretty scary fighter. We're going to need to keep it in check here. And the Magma Cannons can scoot up a tiny bit. So he's going to loop all the way around the back, probably with the Exalted Keeper, I would imagine. Let's get you guys over there, do a little bit of this. Take the Pain Train there as well, and yeah, we should be chilling. I mean, the Magma Cannons are going to lay into his infantry. Yeah, the Fiends, of course, so that's why we're going to have the Bull Centaur Renders. They're going to be coming. Okay, so you guys can just go sit down at this point and hold that. Then we need to just hold the second point here, basically. So let's move you guys right here and you guys right here. I think that's going to be the way to do it. And does he have Pavane? No, he doesn't. Okay, no Pavane. It's Pit of Shades to deal with some of the other threats that I have. Okay, all good in the neighborhood. So we're just repositioning our cannons away from his flank. And yeah, now we just kind of watch him as he creeps through the woods right here. Keep these guys nearby with the Pain Trains, and we save up our points. Those guys are going to run away here and here. Awesome. So far, so good. I think we're in all right shape. He does have the Seductive Glory, which means he could rampage me if I'm not careful. So we're going to put a little bit of firepower down into you. Start shooting here and start shooting here with these guys. And we're going to go ahead and pull you back. Keep the Fireborn there, I think, is going to be necessary. And the Pain Train can go ahead and roll through here, but we got to be careful not to get rampaged. All right, first Magma Cannon shots are going. We are expecting to lose that objective to him, obviously. Let's get the Bull Centaur Renders to come out. They can come down here. And we just kind of keep working on these gremlins. In the meantime, you guys can move in there, and Astro Chad can come over here. We just need to get the Bull Centaur Renders and the Kadai ready to go, essentially. Yeah, and see if we could really tear up his army here. All right, so far so good. Astrogoth is going to get hit. We do have the Bull Centaur Renders. Let's get those guys coming here. Run away from the Seductive Glory if we can. Let's get the Kadai coming right there. And now we do get afflicted by the Seductive Glory, but what we need to do is basically put all our firepower down onto this bad boy right here. And hopefully Astro Chad can just endure. We'll see. All right, so we're going to move in there. Astro Chad is battling. You know, he's doing his thing, and we do see some sneakiness in the back here. So we're going to get a couple of you guys there. You guys shoot there and do this. And the Bull Centaur Renders are going pretty hard in the paint. All right, so the Bull Centaurs can pull back. The Eternal Entourage is in the backfield, causing a lot of havoc. We're going to go ahead and drop a Flamestorm back here in a minute. So far, though, the Greater Demon has been kept at bay for the most part. And we do get a Flamestorm, and we both kind of exchange AoE spells against each other, which is pretty fun. Let's go here. Let's get the Bull Centaurs to come over there. And the Eternal Entourage did get Karate Chop pretty good, which is great. All right, so you guys can move back over there. Let's keep the Iron Demon moving that way across the map. And we're probably going to need to call in a little bit more mobility here, I would wager. Yeah, I would think that's going to be the case. All right, Kadai Fireborn coming back this way. And Astro Chad is going to boink down the enemy Lord. And we have another Flamestorm active. Let's go ahead and drop it on these guys and just kind of keep pulling you guys back to party. All right, so how's the Demon Train going? It's going all right. It's going. We do melt those Furies, and both of our Magma Cannons manage to stay online. His Lord is kind of low, but we're going to need to stabilize here if we can. We can call in some Gits here to try and fight these guys and see if we can keep our Magma Cannons functional. He's doing a very aggressive dive here for sure. Very, very aggressive. But we do see the Eternal Entourage getting folded up, which is outstanding. The Bull Centaurs still fighting the good fight. You guys are going to lurk around this way, and we'll keep our skirmishers going. Let's going to be hard to peel him fully out of here. I mean, he's just all in diving us, basically. Let's shoot the enemy lord here. Let's get you going after the lord a little bit. And we're going to try and keep these damn magmas alive, but I don't know. Easier said than done, that's for sure. Enemy lord, though, takes a hammering. We do get it pretty damn low. The pain train, we really, really need it in our backfield, but I also don't want to lure those big boys to my backfield as well. That's going to be tough to deal with. Okay, so still retreating here. The magma cannons are both still online. Let's get you guys back. I'm going to run you this way, and just going to do my best to stabilize this. So Astro Chad has some opportunities, but I am triple capped right now. So that's the tricky part about Slaanesh, you know? That is the tricky part. We will have another cav unit here in a second. Get you guys down there. They can actually come here. Let's do this and get the pain train coming down that way too. All right, so can we stabilize on the point here? That is going to be the question. We do have a Flamestorm and some Kadai still going there. I mean, if I can kill his lord, then that's going to be pretty brutal. We're going to drop a little something, something right here, and it looks like that is a fiend of some sort. Yeah, he's just Hellstrider spamming it. We do get a good Flamestorm, clean up those guys. Our magmas are still very much alive. And yeah, that was actually a really nice one, man. Okay, so the pain train needs to keep zipping around the map. We're going to keep calling in probably Speedy Boys, because I think it's our best bet. Astro Chad is getting the Exalted Keeper of Secrets very, very low. If I can finish that thing off, that's going to be pretty big. So we're going to go ahead and summon in another Speedy Boy right here, shoot you guys. And Astro Chad, I almost have his Lord down, so he's not happy about that. Okay, so if I can finish off that Lord, I'm going to be feeling pretty confident that we have a chance to win this. Otherwise, it's going to be hard, that is for sure. So the Magma Cannon, let's take a shot into you if we can. Keep running this way. And the other Magma Cannon can start ripping shots into you as well. Astro Chad's going to chase, but he's trying to get me with a Pit of Shades there. It's pretty cute. Kadai Fireborn, how are we looking? Yeah, we still have a lot in the backfield here. So we're going to bring you guys in. The Magma Cannons are shooting. And we need to just try and break his back here. But we have time, not too much, but we do have a little bit of time. We have a little bit of time there. Gonna hit him with that. We're being hunted pretty heavily here by Fiends and Hellstriders, so I don't think our skirmishers are gonna get away. One pain train does just go down, which is what it is. Nothing we can really do about that. All right, so let's come back here. Do we have anything we want to call in? We can call in some Kadai. Those guys can roll, and let's see if we can blitzkrieg bop the enemy lord down. I don't think we're gonna be able to. Oh, we actually do get a direct hit right there. That is pretty nice. All right, you guys come over. Fireborn are doing their thing. You guys keep running. His lord is out of the picture, but still could be a variable going forward into the game. All right, so the enemy lord is low. We need to keep these magma cannons functional. We do rip a shot right there into you guys. Here, that fight's going well, so we're going to need to advance up and start playing the point soon. Otherwise, we're going to run out of time. But no, it's not the worst start in the world, honestly. It's really, really not. All right, so let's get you guys. Intercept here. The Kadai are cleaning up the backfield, and let's get you guys to roll over here and shut this shit down. And we're going to go ahead and do a little Flamestorm right there on those guys to cook them up. Although probably saving the WOM is going to be better. All right, let's charge there. Go intercept. We do manage to get his Hellstriders here, but we don't have a lot of capture weight. That is one weakness of my build, is I don't have a lot of stuff I can really send up. Let's get the Magma Cannon to start shooting at the Eternal Entourage again. We might just get stuffed back. That's my concern here, based on what I'm seeing, is we're having trouble moving up. You know, our build probably indexed a little bit too heavily into the defense. All right, he's going to come for me here, which is going to do a lot of damage, but once he piles in, we can go ahead and do a little Flamestorm and see if he's paying attention. All right, most likely will be, but yeah, both Magma Cannons go down right there. That's really not good. That kind of takes away our agency that we had, because we had a little bit of momentum there, but I don't know. We might be able to get like one objective back, but it's going to be tough. All right, so let's get you. Shoot the Magma Cannon right there. Arguably, like maybe like a Fireborn-centric build would be a little bit better. Oh, his lord is so close to dying too. Let's see if we can blast that thing in the face and get lucky. All right, and we can go ahead and call in more mobility if we want to. Run these guys down. Magma Cannon. Oh, he did get Astrogoth. He ended up getting Astro. Okay, so you guys move there. We're going to get you back here. Okay, nothing to defend anymore, so we just move up with everything, basically. I think it's GG. I think you got us. Really, actually kind of a close game. I mean, I know it wasn't points-wise, but if we get his lord, it could be a different story, right? Fireborn are tough to break, too. Very, very resilient. Very tough to break. All right, so you Wolf Riders can do this, and we're going to call in another one of you guys to intercept there. Fight you guys, little gremlins that could. Let's get them to keep moving and see if the Fireborn can do their job. They're decent against Fiends and some of the Demonic Cavalry. They definitely don't do terribly. Yeah, not the worst trade in the world. It's a new season. So basically, we run competitive seasons of Total War here, and this is a new season, so it's a fresh one. We're cooked, I think. Slaanesh is so hard to beat, man. I think I have an idea. I think 1 magma cannon, 2 was too much. We lacked too much agency to get out, but you know, the dive was good for a while, but we couldn't defend both magmas, so we didn't have enough cheap units. Like all I had was elite stuff, and I just was so overwhelmed I couldn't, you know, call all of them back in. GG, well played. Really nice game by him. Let's say GG here, dog. GG, dog. Well played. Report score. All right. So what would we do if we were to switch up the build? The Kadai did fine. The Demon Train was actually not good, considering how much Fiends and Hellstriders are on the battlefield. I think the Demon Train, you could cut it. Yeah, the Fireborn were okay. The Magma Cannons were all right. I'm almost thinking a Deathstreaker might just be better. Just like a single Deathstreaker. Although the Magmas are really good against the Demonic Cavalry if they're able to shoot, but they weren't able to shoot much. But a Deathstreaker would have been able to at least get a Lord kill and keep the Lord at bay. So I think honestly we go into Deathstreakers. We cut this. We get maybe one of these. I mean, you could also go 2 of these and then use that money you have just to form ranks with some cheapo units. So something like that. The Ironsworn are okay. Yeah, the train is too weak to Fiends, I think. I think that's what we learned about that matchup there. Let's see how the tournament's looking. We should have a little bit of time before the next round. Yeah, I've won that matchup that way before. It was against Boss Toss. I remember beating his Slaanesh, and that was when Slaanesh was super OP. Even worse than now. With that like very similar build, the double magma cannons. But I don't think he dove me like that. I think he was a little bit more cagey on the points. Fireglaves get killed by Furies way too easily. So it's not something that you want to mess with. Yeah. It's not something you want to mess with. Okay. 1 Deathstreaker I think is adequate, and then maybe a second Fireborn. I really did like the Fireborn. They trade pretty well into the Seekers. That's for sure. You could also just go Bull Centaur. You could like start with the Bull Centaur render. Because they're one of the few things on the roster that will do well against the... yeah, but you do need some anti-infantry stuff. Yeah, something like this seems pretty good. And then we got 2 renders in reserve, plus the Demon Train, which I think we can get rid of. Probably going to need just some cheapo bodies in there, like some basic Chorf Warriors. Armor usually isn't too effective, though. You could just spam Hobgoblins. Because Slaanesh is so good against armor. Big monsters, no. No, the Rocket will be good on the enemy Lord. I think it's just something to put pressure on them. If they have like any sort of a big SE Lord like they did. Hey, thank you, Lucas, for becoming a new channel member. Appreciate you, boss. Astrogoth was very good, though. He's hard to kill. Granted, you could go for a Falmer Transmutation character. The Goblin Spears, they don't have anti-large on this roster. So they're still a good buffer. But yeah, I would throw one in right there. Yeah, maybe something like this. You could do 1 Fireglaive, but they just get run over so badly by Seekers and Furies. It's a really horrific trade. Arguably, Hashid Stark Ravagers could be kind of nice. These guys are really good. They can massacre infantry and do well enough into big targets too. Let's see. Because Fiends are just such a good counter against your train, so I don't think you want to do that. Hey, Frost, thank you for the resubscribe, man. Hell yeah, brother. 1 Blasting Charge, Blazing Beard of Basharit could be a good choice too, I think. I think one of those bad boys. And, do we do 1 more Sneaky Get? Their little missile attacks aren't terrible, actually. All right. Something like this, I think, could be a little bit better. It's a more well-rounded build, a little bit less easy to dive, because you actually have 2 big boys defending you and some infantry and whatnot. Yeah, I like this build. I think it's pretty good. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Man, we got his Lord really close to death. I don't know if we would have won even if we killed it, to be honest. I think we still lose. Holy Father needs his buy-round point. Okay. Holy Father. So now we just need to go win the next 4 games, which I think is possible for sure. And we do have a top-tier tiebreaker, at least. So he's gonna give us... Well, frontline against Slaanesh is dodgy. They can really pick you apart. You could do a traditional like armor push, but then Fiends and Seekers are going to rip it up pretty bad. It's something to think about. So let's explore that style as well. If we were going to go like frontline push, We go Astro Chad. Flamestorm is very good, although arguably a Sorcerer Prophet of Death could be really good with Buna. Because then we just get fat Bunas on top of the... yeah, we just got to make sure we don't Rampage. We get a Lamasu. I don't hate that, actually. A Lamasu Lord, like a cheap Spirit Leech Lamasu man, could be good. The Destroyer carries here. It does, Pwn. It does. All right. By the way, guys, going to be playing the new Anno, the Roman Anno game. I think it's Anno Pax 117, Pax Romana. We're going to be playing that when we get the chance, so pumped to share that with you guys. Okay. So the Horse Archers were very good. Yeah, Fate of Boring is really good. We could just go super wide with a lot of like trash infantry. Like something like that is a pretty thick build. Pretty hyped about that game. Yeah, yeah, Frost, you into it? Okay. I didn't know you were into that series. Burning Head is okay versus Slanesh, but it's useless against Fiends, whereas a player with good micro can dodge those sometimes, but Buna cannot be dodged. So against somebody of Anticity's caliber, I think it's pretty decent. We go ahead and get a Bull Centaur, or do we get like a single artillery? I think like one Death Shrieker just to send a message is good. I actually don't hate this style. I do not hate this style. This seems like it could actually catch somebody, a Slanesh player, off guard maybe, because it's very different. It's not using trains or any of the really traditionally strong stuff. Yeah. Because so in the Anno games, you could do like PvP. So you could have like 4 players in a game and squabble over like a province, and I think that'd be really fun. I know the PvP games can take like 5 to 6 hours, from what I understand, but that's totally fine. I mean, if we play on like a higher game speed and we're just shooting the shit for a couple hours, yeah, there's like army building and yeah, all sorts of stuff. There isn't land warfare. Yeah, from what I understand in the Roman one, Anno 117, there is land warfare. You could build like, you know, legionnaires and slingers and archers and chariot or cavalry and naval warfare too. So you could like invade people's lands and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, a wide Chorf build like this against Slanesh might get picked apart, but you do have a Death Shrieker generating you perpetual value. You could even switch it for a Magma, but I think this is fine. All right, cool. GG. Well played, Dent Man. It's good. You know, that's how you learn. T2. And we should be getting into our next game here. Do this. Okay, still waiting. Our game was pretty quick, but it wasn't the quickest. That was pretty quick, actually. Games against Slanesh are usually quick, even if you win. It's like their army either takes a pounding and they lose, or, you know. Deacon, we will be getting that. Yeah, we will. But I'm excited to play some PvP in that. We're going to invade Professor Pone's island, dude. Just raid his farms. Would Soul of Damnation be good against Slanesh? No, probably not. A single entity artillery is a little better against Slanesh because it's easier to protect. The crew doesn't get killed by like cav charges and things like that. So Slanesh is just mono red. It really is. Yeah, Slanesh is like the mono red of card decks here. All right, so as we look at the tournament, we can see Anticity Navigator defeated Joni. Anticity won his match versus myself. Fallon won. Impep won. Martin won. Ranataki, Riz, Kartoffel, and Bostos were all able to win their matches. So now it is time for us to submarine our way through. We still have a handful of games here wrapping up, but not too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the matches have yet to finish. And we will go from there. Nuke Bones Fleet with Creek Fire. We'll do some fun stuff, man. But yeah, I'm excited for it. It's going to be some good times. Really want to get into the multiplayer. Oh, so some of you guys said that Deacon, there's other people who have access to the new Anno game. Are they playing multiplayer on it, or is it only single player right now? Yeah, let me know. Regardless, we have a new season. So as we look at the leaderboard, we can go back to the front page of the website. I haven't updated it. It's season 12, technically. I got to change this little icon. But you could see, how does Impep have 3 wins already? What? Oh, I think somebody... Oh, I know what happened. I know it freaking happened. Okay. I need to fix that real quick. All right. So let's do this. 1 second, guys. And I have some dreaded admin stuff I need to take care of. Yes. Yes. Only single player. Darren Total War's playing. Is that the guy who used to work at CA? I think a long time ago. Yeah, can't recall. All right, so tourney here. Fixing this, and we're gonna go here and do that. That is an old name. There's a new Spartacus TV series in December. Are you talking about like the haggard, like the old Spartacus show? Are we thinking of the same thing? Oh man, I think Italian Spartacus TV series. Yeah. All right. Oh, is that the one with like Crixus? It had that the champion of Gaul, and it was basically like softcore adult stuff. I remember watching that in college. The House of Asher. Oh, so it's a spin-off of the character Asher. Okay, I remember that. Yeah. I do remember watching that show back in the day. It was a long time ago. Professor Pone reached a 3-stream streak. This is a major milestone for me, and I have many people to thank. Oh my God, Pone's out of control today. All right, that should fix the scoreboard issue, and then we'll be good to go. The original Spartacus show was fun. I remember the actor who played Spartacus in the first season unfortunately had passed away. He had some serious illness, and they replaced him. And I actually didn't mind the gentleman they replaced him with. Sparty, Italian Spartacus in the Spartacus show. But Spartacus was, he was Thracian, right? Yeah, so I don't know if Italian Spartacus, that's more just of a name for old Sparty there. Do you have any build save for Nurgle against High Elves? That's actually a decent matchup for Nurgle, Lucas. It's a decent one. All right, so that should fix that. Let me refresh this. All right, there we go. All right, the tourney's looking good now, and we should be cooking. Any people here wanting to get... Oh, Hattie, you can just post that in the Discord. People are going to join. All right, so you want Nurgle versus High Elves. This is a matchup I've won pretty consistently, even against some of the best High Elf players. Something like this. So it's very straightforward. You run 2 Exalted heroes of Nurgle on Rot Beast with a Rot Beast Lord with Rancid and Fleshy. Or Stream is fine too. So these 3 heroes kill the enemy dragons and monsters. The Noxbringer shoots their archers and skirmishers and drains their ammo. And once you've done that, you call in Pestigors to clean up some of the infantry with the Exalted heroes and whatnot. There are some modifications to the build, like you can cut the Bile Trolls, get some Chaos Warriors. You have the Rotting Riders to help fight the Fireborn. A couple things like that. Hey, 7-1, thank you for being a member. Appreciate it, boss. Yeah, so this is the build that I use against High Elves. It's pretty effective. Okay, and we're just waiting for the last game here. It is Penguin versus Pancake. Okay, and Penguin. Let me know when done, dog. Let me know when done. The replacement actor looks really similar. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Spartacus was a fun show. It was very campy, over the top, stylized. Kind of had that. It had a lot of early 2000s energy. Like the 300. Who was the director of that? Was it Zack Snyder who did the original 300 movie? Like that kind of stylized slow-mo, like yelling, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Waiting for Pancake and Penguin, and then we should be advancing to the next round. Some people's games can go very long and sweaty. You never know. But round dose is here. So how you guys been, by the way, man? These are not the finals today. No, this is the launch. It's the Total Tavern launch tournament. So this means this is a new season launching. The leaderboard is reset on the website, completely reset. And it's a time for fresh brackets and whatnot. So this season is going to be kind of short. It's going to go up until we get the new DLC. And when that happens, we're going to have another season finals after that. And I'm going to try and have it so maybe we can play the next season finals on some sort of a CA build and do something fun with that. We'll see. We will see. All right. Cool. How are we looking here? Still waiting on Penguin and Pancake. And there we go. All right. That's the guy. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, having... Yeah, Gannicus was the blonde guy, right? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Yeah. I think the best show that kind of takes place in Rome is the HBO Rome show. It's so freaking good. With Titus Pulo. And I forget the name of the main character. The last time I watched it was like early 2000s, but it was so freaking fun. The cast was great. The story was fun. I'm sure you guys have seen that, right? Sigmar bless this new season. Hey, 7-1, thank you for the 10. Lucius Verenius, yeah. Yeah, you guys remember that, right? True bread for true Romans, yeah. Oh, now you guys are making me want to rewatch the show. HBO Rome. Oh, man, HBO killed it on the shows in the early 2000s. We had friggin' that and Band of Brothers coming out. Oh, dude. Yeah, it was amazing. So fresh. These guys are still going at it, man. Jeez Louise. No New Balance stuff today. We just started a new season because the other season had been going for 5,000 years, and starting a new season is good. It gets people hyped up and gets the people going once again. Yeah. Yeah, Ray Stevens. Oh, that's right. He played Titus Pulo. God, he was so good. Am I hyped for the new Torments units? I haven't tried them yet, but look, I'm always excited for new stuff, although I'm a little bit nervous because Slanesh is already kind of overpowered and they're going to get more shit. I'm like, oh. Yeah. Oh, and Sopranos from HBO too. Sopranos is a great show, yeah. Sopranos was a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. Are these guys AFK? Are they playing their game? Death Pancake. Let me know when done. Lucius Verenius actor was also VA for... Oh, okay. Wonder what he's done since then. What is the best Warhammer? What do you mean? Like game-wise or army and tabletop? It's a bit of a broad question. Do let me know. Yeah, Sons of Anarchy was fun. I never watched the spin-off show. The Mayans, I think is what it was called. Never watched that one. Elves will be OP. Okay, look, High Elves could become OP if their flying Scourge Hunter chariots are overpowered. Then that could change the game because chariots are one of the big weaknesses of chariots is getting caught on the ground. But if they can cycle charge from the skies, do consistent damage, and also shoot you from the skies. Also, I think in tabletop you can take them as mounts for your casters. Those flying chariots. I think you can have like a mage on that. So there's some room for cheese with those. I can't recall, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Flying Scourge Runner Chariot of Doom. Okay, so they just finished. Sky Cutters, yes. All right, team. Time for round 2. Advancing the Swiss, let's go. Eric, it'd be hard to put you in the tournament now. Round 1's already completely done. So you'll probably have to just wait for the next one, boss. Okay. And where's my round 2? There it is. And we have Joni. Okay. So let's do it to it. So round 2 is here. Round 2. Good luck, have fun. All right. So the fires of industry are about to be rekindled. I know we had a rough start, but it was Slanesh against the #1 ranked player in the world. So totally fine. Joni. Okay. Yo. We're up, G. Let us do it to it. Let's see what they got. So Joni's going to be coming in. We will play them. And the maps around Dos are going to be Norskin Rise, Eastern Isle Colony, and Glade of the Everqueen. Chorf's here. All right. Yeah, obviously the most popular, if you're talking about tabletop games, the most popular tabletop game is 40K. He's on Lizardmen. Okay, I haven't played this matchup in a hot minute, but I think I have an idea of how to play it. Okay. So now we just need to do the maps and see who's going to be going first here. Let's get sent down to the pits today, guys. Joni is going to ban first. You ban first. 40k tabletop. I loved 8th edition. I loved it. Hey, waited on. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch, man. Appreciate you. I loved 8th edition Warhammer. 9th edition was fun at times too, but 10th edition has not done it for me too much. I feel like the game is really simplified. So yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's probably more balanced, but I like love the 8th edition and the customization you could do. That was always a good time. I feel like in this edition, I don't know, a little bit more rigid in that way. This is a single faction tournament, yes. This is a single faction tournament. So waiting on my opponent here. Maps for you. There we go. It's adminning time. Let's give him his Byron point. 10th feels like they killed a lot of the flavor. Oh. Yeah, I mean, some of the recent changes were cool to the Death Guard. That's army I played, I remember. But yeah, I'm waiting for 11th edition. 11th edition should be hopefully a bit of a reset. Have they said anything about that? Any of you 40k enjoyers? Do we have any whispers of 11th edition 40k? Do let me know. I'm curious. Okay. So they are going to ban Norskin Rise, and we'll play Eastern Isle Colony. I feel like have fun. All right, so we got the dinosaurs on Eastern Isle Colony, which is a kind of a small map. Some funny business can go down there. Let's do this and get our army blocker up now. Where is it? Where is James Hetfield? There he is. Okay. So choices here. We got some choices to make. We definitely want our unpaid interns to take the beating for us. That's going to be incredibly relevant. We'll get that. And that. Is that too ambitious? That is the question. Yeah, 2 of these guys, 2 of those guys. We're going to get you. Great. All right. So it's all coming together. And we're going to want some elite infantry here. I don't know how well the Ironsworn will actually hold up. I'm not sure. Okay. So that looks like a fine starting army. We're going to want riders. Bull Centaur renders are pretty necessary. In terms of anti-infantry, the demon trains are totally viable options. You can also go with the Kadai Fireborn if you want to. Jackal says, my wife says Wookiee looks like Agra from the Dark Crystal. Oh! Yeah, I've heard that he looked like a Dark Crystal creature before. I know they had a remake of that recently as well. They had was it a animated show? I can't remember. The 80s practical effects were just so creepy, you know. They really had that creepy energy going. Okay, so could I Fireborn, or we could do, Hashed Stark Ravagers to clear out infantry is kind of an interesting idea. They also have throwing weapons against big monstrous targets. You gotta watch out for Croxies. Croxigors can be a pain in the butt. Okay, so we are going to want some more infantry. Here we are. Could I Fireborn maybe? What do the Fireborn really bring to the table here? Probably not a lot, to be honest. Cut you guys, and then we can get the Demon Train. The Iron Demon is really good at terror routing skinks and gremlin units like that, so probably still prune it. Yeah, and that gives it perfect vigor and that as well. Okay, let's do this and this. Lizardmen do have pretty good answers against it, but still think it's a good idea. All right. GLHF, I'm ready. We'll see if my opponent is ready. And let's party. Let's have some fun. Yeah, Wookiee was a pretty gremlin-like creature. He had a deformity. So when we rescued him, he had a massive spinal deformity. So when he walked, he kind of his spine was very it was like a bridge, basically. So it gave him this kind of creature-like walk. It was great. All right, we're playing the dreaded skinks. We are. All right, James Hetfield has done his job blocking for us. Good luck to Joni, part of the mighty Rat Clan. And am I being pinged for something? Let's see what. Thank you, Lahoot. And new season is upon us. I think that's going to be what we do going forward, is having shorter seasons. This last season was very, very long. I think we're going to kind of consolidate them into like 2 months, 3 months in that time frame. So lizardmen is a weird matchup. They can go mass infantry or they can do big cheese dinos. It could be any number of threats. So you got to prepare for both, which is a little bit hard. It stretches you a bit thin. But we'll see what Joni is going to be up to here. We will see. Oh, God, guys, we really need to get Dawn of War 4 already. I'm so excited for that game. Delay of Torment. I know. God, it's been a year. Yeah, it was a year. Just about a year. Didn't we get Thrones of Decay last December, was it? Was it around then or November? Yeah, because I used to do a format where it was a season per DLC, which made sense. It'd be like 3 or 4 months, and yeah. The season is so long, I basically stopped playing 5 months ago and stayed in the top 16. Yeah, it was a long season. Well, you also got a lot of tournament wins, though, Max. To be fair, you won like between 5 to 8 tournaments, which is a big accomplishment. So, of course, you're going to keep a spot. That's a very hard thing to do. There were people trying that, but very few can do that. It was December, yeah. All right, so now it's an excuse to use my favorite unit, the Infernal Chad Fireglaive. We're going to take some unpaid interns up to that objective as well. So we have Astro Chad. You guys can be in... Actually, let's put you here. Put you guys in 1. The Blazing Beards of Basharak are going to go over here with their unpaid interns, which we have 2 of. 2. We're going to do a Fireglaive in group 2, and then we can do 1 over here as well. And then 3 and 4. So Deathreakers are pretty ubiquitously good against lizards. They're good against the big targets, good against the small targets. What's not to love? All right. I've started collecting 40k Orcs army yesterday. That's my 3rd army. Can't wait. Yeah. Orcs are pretty easy to paint too. There's a lot of good contrast paints you can use. Like if you just get like a good green Orc flesh contrast paint and then dry brush it with like a lighter hue, your models will look pretty good. All right, good luck, have fun to my opponent. He only has 5 units. I'm extremely happy I went with double Deathstreaker. God damn. In Fireglaves, like I feel like I'm ready for large stuff, so we will see. Halberds with guns, yeah, but they have a low model count. They're really bad at clearing out chaff too, so Fireglaves get wrecked by chaff units. I don't know, he's taken a long time to set up his 5 units right now. We've been ready for a while. We're going to spectate games. Yeah, if we don't make top 4, we're going to be spectating other people's games as well. So, yes. Okay, Dog Beast, yes. And we see, okay, he's straight up going for Monster City here. So we're going to get our guns over here, And, I mean, I am about as prepared as you can get for Monster Mash. We need to get some freaking Bull Centaur renders out. The Deathshriekers are going to move up. And now we're going to start unleashing Rockets of Doom. Astro Chad can go there if he wants to. And he's literally got 5 units, guys. Holy shit. All right. Is he coming for it or is he running? Oh, he's going. He's making the charge, the miracle charge here. So Fireglaive and Fireglaive. We have the little skirmishers that can come this way. And now we're just going to start rocket launching into the Dreadsaurian, I guess. Try and take that bad boy down. In the meantime, let's just set you up in the woods here, set you up to cover the woods, and we're going to keep rocket launching. We'll see where he decides to go. All right, so we should be able to shoot a couple more rockets here. And where is he going to go? Let's see. Let's see how he's going to advance. Looks like he's just going for it, so we're going to set you up, and we're going to go ahead and get a Bull Centaur render coming out to deal with these monster squad, the Monstars. Let's shoot you, and shoot you. Get you over there. And we need to get the Bull Centaur renders coming in. All right, this is all hands on deck. I mean, he's using the Dreadsaurian as a sponge, and it's taking a lot of damage. I'm so happy I went double Death Shriek. I almost didn't. And I still might be in trouble here, but I think we're fine. Astrogoth should be able to, you know, avoid some of this. All right, so we're going to run back here. We got the Bull Centaurs coming in. Great. Astro Chad needs to flee, but he can't quite yet. We do have the anti-large boys coming in. We're netted for another 2 seconds. Okay, so shoot here. Let's get Astro Chad back. And you guys get your blasting charges on those King Skirmishers. And now we do have the renders in there. Okay. So the Dreadsaurian is getting hammered pretty hard. We need to reform the ranks on these guys. And, okay, it's almost gone. We definitely want to finish it off. It's going to come back and be a threat. But the Bull Centaurs are trading very cost-effectively. Double rocket right in the face there. It's got, what, 3,000 HP? Yeah, we do manage to win the side point. Okay, more rockets to the face. And, yeah, we want to try and finish it. We could just use the guns to polish off these guys for now. So what my opponent did is he took a gamble. He's like, is Turin going to bring enough anti-large? And I just happened to go almost mass anti-large. And that's the risk of Monster Mash build. Sometimes that can happen. Astro Chad doing it. And we do see the Rev Crystal coming in to heal the big boy. In the meantime, the Blazing Beards of Bashar are going to sit back here. We're going to sit back here. And it's almost dead. It's got 900 HP, but so too is his squad having trouble here as well. So Mazda Chungus, we're going to probably switch some rockets on him since that guy's about to be out of range. And see if we can get Mazda Bundy down as well. All right. Let's get into the Bull Centaur since he's basically just bringing out big stuff. And Mazda Bundy is in trouble. And the Fires of Industry are burning bright once again. We do have some flyers coming in, so those are going to be rippers. So we want to start shooting them with the crossfire. Send you in there. The game is basically over, I would say. I don't think there's much of a chance. Mazda Bundy going to eat some Modern Warfare. This is what happens when you bring bring dinosaurs to a Modern Warfare fight. All right, the Chad Fireglaves. Yeah, they really did some good work. They really did. All right. The rockets. Let's go ahead and switch on to you. The Dreadsaurian's running off the back of the map. And here we're able to clear these guys out as well. All right. Awesome sauce. Yep, so Ripperdactyl's getting taken to Pound Town. Let's go ahead and get the guns going right here. Need to get some Flamestorms going here, get you guys shooting here, and pull the Bull Centaurs back this way. All right, that was a quick game. GG. He took a gamble, and it didn't pay off. It was risky, you know, especially against Chaos Dwarves, who have very good anti-large. Let's see here. And let me find you. So that's going to be Azir. We're going to drop you out. My phone says that was disgusting from me. Oh, no. All right, here. Let's check here. Okay. Okay, so just got to do a little bit of adminning on the site. Report my score. We actually have another game to cast, so there's not going to be downtime. I actually won so quickly that there's still another game going right now that hasn't started yet. They're still working on things, so we're going to get that one going here. All right. So let's do this. We're going to do that. And, nope. We need to do this. Join with code. Oh, please. Thank you. Okay. No problemo. So I need to adjust these guys. So it's going to be him versus Pope Daddy. Okay. Should be able to fix that. Where is the game? Is it this one here? I think it is. Spectate 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, Fireglaves plus 2 Deathshriekers is going to basically karate chop any big monster army like that. So we got Bretonnia versus Empire. This is another game going on in the round. And we're going to go ahead and do Pope Daddy here. There it is. And score points. Fix that. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. Delete that, and great. So it should be all set now, guys. Let's get this party started. Thank you guys for joining today. We're on round 2 of our tournament. I did win my game, but we actually found another game to cast because they had a delayed start, which is fine. So we are going to cast this bad boy here. It's going to be Empire versus Bretonnia. Awesome, all done. And that one should be all done in a second as well. Great. Empire Bretonnia is a fun one. It is. Yeah, war wagons are usually one of your staples. They're really good against Bretonnia. You can go with like a... Yeah, there's a multitude of ways to play this as Empire, honestly. Empire could even contest Cav if you want to. Go really heavily into Demogryph Knights and things like that. I just finished watching you clutch Chorfwin versus the Orcs. Oh, you're talking about in the last stream. Yeah, it was a really good game. It was insane. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down, yeah? So looking at the armies of Sigmar, it's going to be a front line of swordsmen and spearmen as well. In the backfield, we got more spearmen, and it looks like silver bullets and the Sunmaker. Sunmaker is good for clearing out chaff. If you just want to park it back here and use it to obliterate like battle pilgrims and peasant archers, and then you get Demogryph Knights to deal with the cav, it's a pretty good combo. Couple basic archers for Jaceburg, and that's going to be it. So very much like a defensive state trooper box with Marcus and Sunmaker. Now, you're going to want Demogryph Knights like right away with that build, though, for sure. For the build here of Pope Daddy, or Pope Patty. Oh, I kept calling it Pope Daddy. It's Pope Patty. It's going to be peasant mobs with battle pilgrims. Battle pilgrims do defeat state troopers pretty well in combat, but they're a lot more expensive and are going to be very vulnerable against the artillery. Knights Errant on the flanks, and looks like peasant archers mostly. Now, the Lord kit is going to be King Lewin with double Grail Relic, so really looking to do an infantry-focused Bretonnian army out of the gates, which used to be, I mean, for a long time that was the meta for Bretonnia, was basically just, you know, open with infantry, follow up with cav. There have been some Bretonnian players who lean more into cav and barely touch the infantry, just really bring them in as like a reserve piece. So we're going to see if he can get cooking with that, and we should have some fun with it. All right, guys, thank you for joining today, and welcome. Let us do it to it and see what is cooking. The battle is on, and as is expected for the Sons of Sigmar, it is going to be Marcus Wolfheart with a Hunter Snare and a Light Wizard. So usually when you see Marcus, it's going to be double net. So you're going to see a Light Wizard with Marcus, and that gives you some good sniping. Silver Bullets, also very, very good here as well. Forgive me, Pope Daddy, for saying yes. All right, so the hordes are moving forward. The King of Bretonnia, he better be careful. He better not fly too close. He could get silver bulleted and then netted down a couple times over. Granted, I mean, there's not a ton of follow-up from the Empire. Archers won't do much damage to him with his 90 armor and his ward save that he has. His Lion Shield for missile resist as well. So there's a couple ways that they can go about that. All right, folks. Objective 1 here is going to be taken by the ladies champions here shortly. The Knights are going to be heading to the contested point. And now the Empire moving up, as we do see King Lewin scouting out in front, looking about, trying to see what sort of havoc he can cause, and shooting the Sunmaker under the Knights Errant is all right. Usually it's better to shoot into infantry because they have less... It's an easier hit. It's more guaranteed value. But, I mean, look, if he doesn't change his trajectory, those artillery shots can hit, and they do hit. So the Knights Errant there do get bombarded, take some pretty heavy casualties right there. I would imagine he's going to switch the target onto the Battle Pilgrims. Usually with Sunmaker, you want to switch the targets so your opponents aren't as ready for it. Because if you keep it on the same target, they're going to be able to juke back and forth. Lion Shield is an ability, Victor. So basically what it does is when you activate it, it gives him a missile resist and spell resist for 22 seconds. So if he gets caught by a lot of shooting, you can just activate it and really keep him from getting wrecked. Good call, switching on to the Battle Pilgrims here. I like that a lot. And looks like shooting at peasants too, or maybe just collateral damage. Okay, Demogryph Knights are going to be needed here from Jaceburg. They are one of the most important elements in this matchup. They actually dominate almost all the Bretonnian cavalry, except for the elite ones, like Companions and Grail Knights and things like that. So they'll do pretty well for their price point. And it does look like some of the Bretonnian Knights trying to find their way into the formation. You can see they're poking and prodding, but the Spearmen form ranks and are able to keep them at bay. And Bretonnia looks like it might actually go in for the kill here. We're going to see. So Lewin moves in, very risky. There could be a net activated, but Marcus gets jumped and starts taking a bit of a hammering from the King of Bretonnia. But he is going to be using Hunter Snare, which is going to be locking down the big boy. The Silver Bullet should be postured a little bit more in the front, like on this hill, because then they could actually put some hurt here on King Lewin. Archers about to turn in. Somehow Lewin was moving because he was like in the net, but then he was able to still move out of it with his attack animation. A little bit of jank there, but things do happen. The Archers Given a faulty attack order, it looks like from Daceberg, they're going to be moving into combat, but Lewin also going to be retreating away here. As the state troopers have engaged the peasants, Empire archers shooting into the peasant archers. And we do see the Sunmaker now starting to target some of the archers, which is a brilliant choice. Just nailing those peasants with artillery is very, very cost effective. All right, so Lewin does pop Lion's Shield. Marcus was able to escape. Demogryph Knights are going to be waiting, and it looks like a net's going to be going down here, which is going to be very good. Beautiful net. But Daceberg needs to follow up and get a big Demogryph Knight charge right now. I mean, his micro might be getting taxed elsewhere. It looks like he does call in another Demogryph Knight, and they're going to be countering these Knights Errant. So the Knights Errant get a nice rear charge into the archers, but there is going to be a follow-up of the glorious Demogryph Knights, and they will be able to rip and tear there for sure. Lewin, in the meantime, netted up in the sky, and the other demis did not charge during all that. So big missed opportunity here by Daceberg, as we do see Lewin moving in and going after your boy Marcus again, but potentially Demogryph Knights could intercept and do a lot of damage to him. We'll have to see how that all unfurls here. Demi's on the other side, able to get good protection, pushing back the Knights Errant, and the Sunmaker is shooting into the peasants down here, and that's a big micro tax. You need to switch it on to the fresh targets, and he does. Lewin gets a little bit surrounded by Demogryph Knights, though, taking a lot of damage now. If there was a net in play right now, Lewin could potentially be killed. Both archers are routed, though. Sunmaker is about out of ammo. And the silver bullets that were left in reserve are finally going to be paying their dividends as they plant their feet down and rip some pot shots right there. So even though the Sunmaker might not get unsummoned, they're still doing great damage and really, really hammering into the Knights Errant here. But Lewin in the danger zone, ladies and gentlemen. He actually got surrounded by the Demogryphs, and Marcus Wolfhart able to hammer him as well. So Lewin could be out of the game, which probably is going to give Daceberg the victory. We do see some Bretonnian Knights coming in. Oh, nice net right there by Daceberg. Really, really good. The Knights of the Realm get locked down, and then King Lewin here is going to get surrounded and potentially killed, as he only has 500 HP, so he's seen better days. 500 HP, looks like he's going to be squeaking away there as the net does wear off. 300 HP, Marcus is going to want to go and just take shots at him and try and snipe him, because finishing off Lewin would be a huge, huge win for the Empire. But the Empire, are they going to be able to break the bunkers here? Zantler's Reichsguard come out, a good hard counter against basic infantry, as we do see the Reichsguard getting a beautiful charge into those bandits, those pilgrims. On the other side of the battlefield, the Empire is making good progress. The Demogryph Knights have gotten into combat with the Spearmen, should be able to defeat the Bretonnian position, and the value gap is pretty stark right now. It's looking pretty grim. Although Pope Patty here getting a nice little charge in the back, running down the silver bullets. And now, a Sunmaker unsummoned. Now, if the Sunmaker gets unsummoned for free, you could easily stop this right now by just charging it real quick with these cav. But if it does get unsummoned, it's a free refund for the Empire. So they go from 200 supplies up to 1,000. So 800 free resources because he didn't charge that and keep it on the battlefield right there. Lewin has come back. He is very, very damaged. And here, the Demogryph Knights trading into Knights Errant. Some Spearmen should be able to win that fight. Bretonnia does have homie triple capped right now, though. You have to remember that. There is a triple cap going on. Bretonnia does have a little bit of a stuff going right there. And Lewin is, yeah, he's definitely not in good shape. So the Blessing of the Lady is gone. So he no longer has it. And you can see here, he only heals if, yeah, the condition needs to be met for his heal. That's right. So leadership is higher than broken, which it is not great for him there. The Lady has forsaken him for his cowardice. That's right. All right, so Bretonnia is basically just going to be going for a stuffing strategy. They know they're losing the long war, but if they can just kind of keeping the Empire off the objectives, maybe they can weasel out some sort of a victory. We'll have to see. Knights Errant getting a flank charge right there into the Demogryph Knights with halberds. But the Demis will honestly probably be fine. With Spearman support, they're most likely going to be able to win that fight. Over here, we do see grenade launchers being called out by Daceberg, and the grenade launchers shooting into the men-at-arms here, really able to nail those bad boys. So now this objective most likely going to go to the Sigmarites, as the grenade launchers will clear out the Bretonnian infantry, and the Grail Relique isn't going to be able to contest that. The back objective is going to be going to the Sons of Sigmar as well, but Mark is actually getting hunted down by some Bretonnian cavalry. A really, really big play here by Pope Patty. If Marcus gets taken off the battlefield, it's going to make the Empire army much more flimsy. Granted, I still think he's too far behind. There's a bunch of Demogryph Knights and heavy Empire cav on the battlefield, which should be able to kind of start taking over here. So Objective 2 belongs to the Empire. Objective 3 is in flux, but it does look like the Empire is in the process of taking this one. In the woods, we do have some Empire troops which are trying to break their way out of a fight, and they will win that eventually against the Battle Pilgrims. And it's not like Bretonnia has such an egregious points lead that they're going to be able to really, really take their time, or, you know, put the time on the Empire. The Empire is just going to get all its demis and heavy cavalry and probably just steamroll the remnants of the Bretonnian army. And these are Knights Errant. Knights Errant are okay, but they're going to struggle against armored cav. They don't have good armor piercing. Immediately getting worn down, and Marcus Wolfhart does get escorted off the battlefield. It looks like he's going to be gone. Good play there by the Pope. In the back, a couple Bretonnians still fighting, but fighting against Spearmen and Zintler's Reichsguard. Going to be a bit of a tough fight for them. Grenade launchers coming across, looking to harry what they can, and the Empire finally was able to break the position of the backfield. And the swordsmen, as well as the Empire Knights, are now going to be surging forth, and he's going to need to get all the objectives, obviously. He can't win on just these two. The points lead is significant enough for Bretonnia that they could win on just 1 point here. They could indeed. Big value difference for sure. It is a big value difference. The Halberdiers dragging down the Knights of the Realm back here, who are going to be returning to the battlefield, silver bullets shooting where they can. Grenade launchers going to move towards the opponent's home objective, but this one is very, very over. I don't think Pope has too much of a chance. The Dembergriff Knights are going to basically kill anything that's called in. Lewin is hiding the cowardice. No wonder the lady has abandoned him. He's hiding in the back of the battlefield. But honestly, for Pope, this is the right play. Sending him into battle would be silly because he dies and then your whole army gets a penalty. So you need to keep him in the back. All right, Dembergriff Knights and Empire Knights holding on. Grail Knights have come out. Grail Knights might be able to win this 3v1 considering how damaged the demis are, but it's still going to be a hard fight, and the Empire is going to be able to get more in there. So demis, are they going to charge? You definitely want to just take the fight here because they're going to catch you either way. Good micro. He pulls back his Empire Knights and then countercharges with these demis on the side. That was actually really clean, opening up the flank of the big boys here, and the Grail Knights will now start taking some big damage. Grenade launchers on their way in. King Lewin comes in, but he immediately breaks. State Troopers are on their way as well. Here on the back, Empire Knights and State Troopers should be able to defeat these Knights of the Realm, and it looks like Bretonnia's resistance on the Empire backfield has been crushed. And over here, the Grail Relique has been crushed as well. So now it's just a matter of the Empire grinding them out here. Mounted Yeomen being called in. Spearmen should be able to screen them out. You can see the Grail Knights actually end up losing that because of the good micro. The Dembergriff Knights able to get a really good flank charge onto the Grail Knights. And with Lewin running off the battlefield, it's going to be a pretty unfortunate negative. Although he did rally, he did come back. So he's still got some fight left in him, but not a whole lot considering he's not healing anymore. Marcus Wolfhart has returned. He ran off the side of the map, but he saw he was needed and returns, and that is a victory for Reichland and for the Empire. All right, all right. So there you go. So yes. Yeah, cash a lot. There. So basically, season 11 ended, and that means the top 16 are solidified for season 11, and those top 16 players are going to be invited to a championship, which determines the world champion. And then this new season has started, so people can start trying to earn leaderboard spots and all that good stuff. All right. Yeah, fun game. I mean, losing Lewin was the big issue. Everything else, it would have been a close game if Lewin had been healthy and active, but with Lewin getting karate chopped, that was pretty much all she wrote. GG, victory for the Empire. All right, fun match, and we should be ready for the next game here very, very soon. You saw Marcus come back, and that was the end, yes. All right. So, yeah, we still have one game. Blood Penguin versus Riz Auto are playing right now. And those guys should be good. Let me see if I'm getting pinged for anything else. Great. Being messaged for something here. Let me see. And let's do this. Someone named Obese Chicken wants to drop. I don't see them on the website, though, so maybe they did drop, and we are all good. Thanks, Turn. Also, way to nail the pronunciation, which... Oh, Cashalot? Oh, got it. Yeah. We tried. Do you still enjoy and play Immortal Empires? I don't play campaign. I prefer PvP. I mean, I do. There are a couple games I play PvE, like Project Zomboid and... yeah, Project Zomboid. But I like PvP more. If anything, we would do a head-to-head campaign. We're 1-1 right now. Yeah, correct. I lost my first game against Anticity Slanesh, and then we beat Lizardmen in the second game. And now we're just waiting for the next round to start here. Correct. We could definitely have a good run today. Anticity is a very, very strong tiebreaker. Very strong indeed, so that's quite good. Let me tell these homies to report the score. I'm going to do this. All right. Project Zomboid open server when? I'm trying to decide how we're going to do more Project Zomboid stuff. I have some videos I might edit together. We'll see. But did he get contacted by CA for casting the World Champion? The World Championship is basically community run. So we run the World Championship here in the Total Tavern community. Yeah. But what CA will do sometimes is they'll sponsor the prize pool, or they'll let us host our grand finals on early access build, so we get to like play with the new stuff for big events. It's very fun. But yeah, let's do that. Got to drop homie. All right. So where is the score here? So that is going to be Charlie here. Should be 1 win for you. Okay, no problem. What unit are you most excited for? Let me think. Probably I'm most excited for, let's see there, Sunshine. Okay, I'm most excited for Norska to have a Lord option that isn't like a warrior. So probably the Norskin Legendary Lord, and yeah, the Norskin stuff probably excites me the most. That's a faction I would dive into and play for sure, because I like Norska's playstyle already. It's very fun. All right, let's do that. And then we need to fix your points. So I don't know why he has 3. I know why you have 3. All right, we're going to fix that real quick. Turn for Zomboid, maybe a PV Walking Dead replay. Like, take the prison and hold it against a later group of players. That would be fun, actually. That would be very fun. Okay. No, I like ranged units. I play the Empire. Empire's like, and Chaos Dwarves are my main factions, and they're ranged factions. I don't know if I would agree with that assessment. All right. So are we ready for the next round? We are. We just need to admin this, and then we are all good to go. Let's refresh the website. Oh, really? It's in their last blog. They said something about announcing a date for a tournament or championship. Yeah, that's... So, Victor, that they're talking about the event that we're going to work on together, most likely. Correct. Yeah. Nurgle, too, but Nurgle has throwing axes. They got some ranged. All right, let's advance the Swiss here, and we're good to go. Here we are, and brackets are ready for the next round, and we have... Who's our opponent going to be? It's going to be Jay Phoenix. All right, let's do it. GLHF. Round 3. Good luck, have fun. So we got Jay Phoenix for our next round here. There we are, and we need to see what they're playing. Evil Empire, maybe. I know they like to play the Empire a little bit, so. Okay, so who's the first band on the maps? Looks like I am. All right. Here we are. Here we are indeed. All right, High Elves versus Chaos Dwarves is a fun matchup. I think I know what to expect. And yeah, we just need to figure out the map. So Blazing Ramparts, Brave Valley, or Haunted Vale. Banning Brave Valley. And then we play in Blazing Ramparts or Haunted Vale. We'll see what they decide to do. I want to play PvP, but have no idea of what's good. Well, just join our Discord and ask people, man. We'll cover you. We got you covered. There's a lot of people who are very friendly, and we can answer your questions. There's like, we have forums within our Discord where you can discuss the factions of your choice. All right, so Vale it is. All right, good luck, have fun. Jay is truly an OG. Werewolf boyfriend enjoyer, hell yeah. Here we go. And let's go to the Vale. Haunted Vale there. And we're going to go ahead and set up our builds. Okay, so against High Elves, Bolt Throwers are on the table, but I'm not too worried about Bolt Throwers myself. That is an option. Is there unit bans in tournaments? No. Sometimes, well, if you're playing a really traditional format, we do have faction bans. So you can like ban a faction for a series or like things like that. So usually if there's like a really OP faction like Slaanesh, for example, or like, you know, how Ogre Kingdoms used to be, I don't know if they still are, you're able to restrict them. Yeah. Yes, yes. We'll get homie here. He's going to come in, drop it like it's hot. Great. And now, what do we want to get? Okay, so that's going to be the opening build. And then you got the mobility. Get a couple of these guys. Iron Demons are okay here. They're for sure not bad. They can definitely cause a lot of mischief amongst the high elf forces. Kadai are an interesting one. They do kind of get wrecked a little bit by Fireborn, so you got to watch out for that. Is there a rank system? Yeah, I mean, the only rank system in this game is the one we run. So if you come to our website, because the rank system it isn't really supported by Creative Assembly, it's really haggard. But what we do have is the total Tavern leaderboard. So basically, as you play in tournaments, you're going to be earning points for our leaderboard. So every win and every loss you get, et cetera, et cetera. See, oh, dude, I'm ranked number 11 in the world right now. Hell yeah, let's go. But yeah, basically that's the competitive scene for this game. There are some folks who host like Land Battle and kind of more old school format tournaments, but I'm not too involved with those anymore. All right, so there's that. Hey man, I'm new here, but you put together a very entertaining stream. I'm glad to hear it. Golden Dragon. Gold Dragon. Fireborn. Yeah, I think this is just a solid build, man. It doesn't seem to have too many holes in its game. But I'm trying to think of what shenanigans we could face. G says, hey, I'm new to Warhammer 3. I just want to get better. I've experience in tabletop with 0 experience in Warhammer 3. Join our Discord community. If we have a mod who can drop a link in Twitch, that'd be great. We can walk you through the basics. Turn not in the top 10, that's right. Do both players know what the other player's faction is? That's the only thing you know. You only know your player's opponent's faction and the map, and but you don't know what units they're going to bring. So it's up to you to bring units based on the map and based on your knowledge of your opponent, a couple other variables like that, right? So yeah, you got to do the big thinking there. Kind of thinking maybe we should switch this up out of the gates. Do that and this and this. That's kind of a little bit more forbidden. I do like that. Yeah, this build's kind of badass. Let's do it. Let's frickin' do it. Do it. Thinking if there's anything I need to be aware of here, or if that other build was better. I think I like this build more. All right, good luck, have fun. I'm ready. I am ready. Seems like there's a lot of basics. Is there a beginner tourney? Yeah, there is. Yeah, we have beginner tournaments all the time in our Discord. So basically, they get announced in our Discord, and then they get posted on our Total Tavern website. So you could see Hattie of RTK. He had a new player tournament at 9 o'clock this morning. So you could have played in that, if you wanted to. So basically, you just go to the website, you make sure you're in the Discord, you sign up for the tournament here, read all the rules and stuff. There's the brackets, there's the players. And yeah, that is basically that. Our game, let's do that. There we go. Just waiting for the big pick from my opponent here. They're scheming up something real evil with their RTK hive mind over there. I can feel it in the water. It's coming for us. All right. Yeah, I think we're good. Pretty classic Chaos Dwarves. Can I ask for a generic rundown of the meta for vampire counts? Yes. So for vampire counts, the meta is zombies, skeleton spearmen, 2 corpse carts, double White King on foot with Scab Scraith sword on both of them. And then crypt horrors, and then insert whatever lord you want. That's basically the vampire count, like meta across the board almost. Oh, and then Varguys too. Sorry, that's like your build, and that's your meta. There's a disturbance in the RTK warp. Yes. All right, let's get it. Let's have some fun. But that like those are the core elements of playing vampire counts in competitive. They've actually won a fair amount of tournaments recently, so you could definitely check them out there. Goblins. The lads are ready. Okay, so right now we're getting our unpaid interns up to the front. And each of them is going to have a Fireglaive escort, which are very good against elves. Fireglaives are definitely the coolest unit on the roster. In my opinion. In tabletop, I run a whole brick of them. Even though they're not very good, it's just still super cool. Oh, and the Mortis Engine. Well, Mortis Engine, yeah, is brought in later, but you actually have one of the best vampire count players in the world in chat, Gold Dragon. He's in YouTube chat, but if you come over to YouTube chat, or maybe he'll come to Twitch chat. His name is Maximillionaire. You can talk to him. He is one of the best vampire count players in the world, so he can answer your questions. Blunderbusses in tabletop. Well, they are unpaid interns. Look at these guys. They joined the Chaos Dwarf Empire for to build their resumes. They're not being paid anything, but you know they wanted to be able to go work in the Empire with their glorious resumes. 8 units? Yeah, we'll see. We will see. I got my shrieks going though. The Death Shriek rocket launchers are the bread and butter of Chaos Dwarves. All right, is that a mobility build? It is. Ooh boy. All right, so we're gonna start shooting you. We're gonna start shooting you. Great, and it looks like if Homie wants to come forward, I mean he can get some of the smoke too. We can definitely rocket him. Oh yeah, stealth units on the objectives. You can see the sneaky get. There's some sneakiness going on over there. All right, so Eltharion, I mean, dodging those rockets is possible, but it's definitely difficult. So let's go ahead and ungroup you. Yeah, so there's one there. We're going to keep you deep set, and we're going to go ahead and take you out of the group too. Start shooting there. Shadow Warriors will do okay damage, but not a whole bunch. I do have a lot of armor, so we're more or less good to go there. All right, let's shoot at you. Just keep the rockets going on the enemy lord, and Shadow Warriors aren't great against a lot of my units. And now you can see Eltharion is going to eat some fat rockets. Oh! Oh! The mess with the bull there, that's for sure. Goddamn. All right. So next up, what do we call in? Probably we just call in some Iron Demons and get those trains moving out to the battlefield here. Really trying to get my Fireglaives offline, but Fireglaives have a lot of armor. They don't. Honey Badger don't care about that, that's for sure. He's trying to hide in the trees, looks like. Okay, he does hide in the trees. Well played there. So now we can switch the spray fire rockets, and we can do one, and we can do one here too. All right. So just keep the Fireglaives at the ready. We're going to do this as well, and you guys just hang out on the objective there. We need you to come up and start shooting at the Silver Helms. And we can do a little flame stormage right over here. I think that's going to be fine. See if we can cook some of those folks, and we're going to go ahead and call out some Hobgoblins as well. Okay, flame storm goes off. Fireglaives need to shoot into the Reavers here. We're going to get the Pain Trains going there, and Astro Chad can go fight there too. All right, so the Fireglaives do get some great value, and the rockets have hit home in a couple areas. So far, we're value trading very, very well. It's looking good. Let's keep these Fireglaives back, ready to go. The rockets do miss. Let's go ahead and tell them to not fire at will and halt their shots. And now we just hold on to the objectives and just keep our Fireglaives deep set so they don't get compromised easily. And we do see Big Chad coming over here, but we can switch our rockets onto him, pull you back here. It's always a mistake to try and dive back here, in my opinion, on those type of things. Because X gonna get you with the guns, you know. And Astro Chad can come back. This Fireglaive is gonna cover. Keep the train juking, just wasting ammo. We got 2 rockets coming. Ooh, we might get hit. Might get hit. Oh! All right, let's keep these Fireglaives up front. So far, we're in a very dominant position. Very, very dominant. And we do see Eltharion making a run for it. Trying to creep around there. A lot of cav positioning here, but my opponent rotating away. So what we can do is we can go ahead and have you guys rotate up like so. Do this. Eltharion, he better watch out. We're going to get some Bull Centaur renders to pop out of the trees. One thing you get when you main Chaos Dwarves is you get really proficient at dealing with like pushes like this. All right, so you guys are coming. My opponent really going hard in the paint for this. The rockets... Oh my God. Eltharion is just right up on that right now. All right, so we're going to get you guys to go there and help with this. You guys are going to start shooting there. Let's go around the backside. Get you, Cav, to come right here. Okay, Iron Demon can roll in. Yes. Outstanding. Get the guns ready to form ranks, and we're going to need probably one more Hobo Rider to fight. But so far, this is going very, very good for us. The Death Shrieks are still in great shape, and looks like that position's going to get folded. So let's bring you guys back here and get ready to party. We're going to just sacrifice Wolf Riders, basically, to hold these guys down. Let's shoot at Eltharion. You're going to come back this way, and we need to get a little bit more capture weight up on the objective there. All right. And those damn lions, they have heard no bell. So let's shoot Eltharion. Let's get the Flamestorm of the Gods going right there to trigger the Kindle Flame synergy. And we're going to get some more unpaid interns over there. One of the Death Reekers is in some danger. We do get a Flamestorm. It kind of cooks a little bit. Are these Wolf Riders going to be able to finish you guys off? Let's see. Yeah, they're working on them. It's work in progress. Maybe my opponent gets the Death Reekers offline here. I'm not sure. We're going to get some Riders in to help out a little bit. Get you guys right there. One Death Reeker is paying the Troll Toll. Let's see if we can get Eltharion. I think we're far enough ahead, though. We've done a lot of damage. Granted, there are a lot of troops coming in here, which is going to be messy. All right, so we're moving in. If I could just save one of my weapons teams, I'm going to be pretty happy. Or one of my artillery pieces. So let's try and move them away. We got the Fireglaves fighting the Dogs over there. And, yeah, both Death Shriekers are going to live, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so we're going to start putting rockets downtown. So we're going to do a rocket there and a rocket there. Astrogoth is chasing, and we have our Iron Demon still feasting. Bull Centaur Renders basically took no casualties. And let's get our guns to turn about face and shoot you. And do we need to do anything to reclaim the middle? My opponent did get a lot of lions over there, but we're ahead on points well enough that I think we're chilling. All right, so those rockets are going. Now we're going to switch the rockets back into the big man. Come into the woods, clear off those silver helms, and we can just start calling Dowie's our infantry up. My opponent going to dive me yet again. Going to get real crunk nasty here. Let's get you guys on the War Lions. You guys can move over there and grab this. The rockets didn't hit. My opponent doing a really good job recovering, though. I'm very impressed because they were kind of looking to be in really, really rough shape there. Okay, so we'll get the Pain Train. We're going to get some terror routes on these guys. You guys come here. You guys go run them down. And they've extended very greedily and very deeply here, so we might be able to just straight up kill some of these Shadow Warriors, which is going to be nice. All right, turn about face. Shoot here. Dowie's our infantry. Head over there. And one Death Reeker does get broken, but a lot of Elven units are being sacrificed to get back here. Did we kill Eltharion? I don't know if we did. But Hobgoblins are coming for that booty here. So we're going to get another one, do this, and you guys are going to come over there. You guys go right here, and you guys can go up there too. And you guys go get up on that point there. Okay, so one Death Reeker is in good shape. The Elves are very far behind. I think we might have actually even killed Eltharion there. I didn't quite see. We can move our guns up. Their push is pretty much out of steam. There's some wavering dogs back here, but that's about it. And we're about to get Wolf Riders all over their archers. See the Shadow Warriors? They're okay fighters in melee, but they're having a pretty bad time. Okay, so advancing, and let's go ahead and unsummon you, get you back in the pool. And Astro Chad can head back up to the battlefield now, and the Elves do have some units. I need to make sure to finish them off. We get the Iron Demon heading to the battlefield, and let's unsummon those Fireglaves and get some fresh ones back in the mix. All right, so Shadow Warriors, we did some great damage to them there. They took a lot. You guys had there, you guys had there. These guys did not get unsummoned. They must have gotten shot by an arrow or something. Move through the trees. Let's go ahead and go spray fire mode on you guys. And the other Death Reeker did come back, so let's get that thing out in the field. And is there any Elves left? There are. You always got to make sure when you're playing an artillery build to chase down the remnants of your opponent's harass units. Otherwise, they'll come back and give you some grief here. So we're going to get a big rocket strike on these guys. We'll do a Flamestorm on them here. Then we're going to go ahead and engage. And the Fireglaves can start blasting them as well. Iron Demon coming in. Combined arms of Hashut. They fear not the enemy. Okay, so this rocket is back online. Are there any single entities we want to shoot at? Not really. We're just going to rocket launch and friendly fire our Chaos Dwarves because that's what it's all about. Let's do that. Let's do that. We got these. Let's keep fighting here. Let's get the Fireglaves to turn and shoot there. You guys position on the point. Bull Centaurs can head you off, and I need to call some shit in. So we're going to get you. Move up this way. Okay. Yep, Iron Demon. It's going to be a problem for sure, and we can get some more Wolf Riders over here. We can call in 2 of them real quick and just finish off these archers. So we're going to do that and do that. We lose sight of them for a moment, so we're just going to need to charge and pay attention here. All right, we're going to take Fire at Will off and tell them to stop shooting. Fire Glaives turning about face, shooting at the Hound units there, and our dudes should be able to get on and close the distance there. There we go. All right, great. So the Rangers do get broken, but that's going to be GG. All right, guys, 2-1. Good win. Good win there. It was a good dive from my opponent, but that time we had enough to stop it. It's not like when Slaanesh dives you with a bunch of cracked units. It's High Elf dives are much easier to stop. Oh, all right. GG. Well played. The Shrieks did okay damage. It was a good game. It was a good scrappy game. I was sweating a little bit during that dive, not going to lie. And when they pushed my backfield and then the Lions came and cleared up my front field, I was sweating a little bit, but overall, we're able to get it done. Yeah, I'm curious to see what High Elves are going to be capable of with some of their new stuff. Very excited. Okay. High Elves are a very difficult faction to play. They're very difficult. One of the hardest in the game, in my opinion. Chaos Dwarves versus High Elves. And victory for Chaos Dwarves. The rockets, red glare, algae bursting in the air. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder, like... Okay, here's an interesting question for all of you lore fans. Like, if the High Elves were fighting the Chaos Dwarves in an open field battle, who would the regular dwarves root for? Probably the regular High Elves, right? It depends on what period in history as well. No, they would for sure root for the High Elves, but it would be a very bitter one. I think, like, the Chaos Dwarves are, like, the ultimate shame of the regular dwarves, so that's probably, like, you know, how that's going to be. Anticity defeating Blood Penguin. Daniken defeating Renataki as well. Guys, you have tips for a player? Need to be more specific. How can we help you? Let me know, man. I can give you builds. I can give you tips on gameplay. Yeah, I heard the bassist from Limp Bizkit passed away. Rest in peace, man. I am a huge Limp Bizkit fan. I grew up listening to A Significant Other, and like, man, do you guys remember how much of a banger the soundtrack Limp Bizkit did for the Mission Impossible movies? That song was so freaking good. The Prof Pwn dreaded double death streak. It's still a really good Pwn. It is. Your signature build is OP. It's not OP, but it's very good. Yeah. Oh my god, if Dragon Princess got AP, it'd be a whole different game. The High Elves would become massively stronger. It would be a huge buff. All right, Potato. Let's give him his buy round point. The song was called Take a Look Around. Yeah, Take a Look Around. That was the name of the song. What is a counter for an artillery build? It depends on which faction you're playing. Every faction has different counters for artillery builds or different ways to play against them. You know, some factions do just inherently struggle against artillery, though, and High Elves are one of them. For sure. But High Elves can use Heaven's Magic and use a Thunderbolt to snipe them. They can also use like a cheap Eagle to go chase them and keep them busy. I mean, there's a lot of ways to play it. Bolt throwers work on some maps, but are very niche because their range isn't great. But like a triple bolt thrower build might have been able to close in and shut my artillery down. So yeah, there's ways to do it. Bolt throwers are a strange unit, though. They are. All right, guys. So just waiting for the round to finish. Our game was somewhat quick, so we have a little bit of time, but that was round 3, and then we'll move into round 4. So we take a look at the round right now. We can see Boss Toss defeating Don't Try So Hard, Daniken defeating Renataki, Ent defeating Blood Penguin. That's a very sweaty match, by the way. Yeah, all the elf factions struggle versus artillery. Wood Elves probably the least, I would say. Like, Dark Elves and High Elves feel more vulnerable. Wood Elves have a lot of, like, I don't know. I feel like they don't care as much about it, but... Oh, nobody's good when they start playing this game, Dragon. Just join our community, man, and start talking to people and get reps in, and you'll improve. We were able to win against Jay, and these other matches are still going. Yeah, getting our... let me get you guys a Discord link. I'll drop it real quick. Anybody who wants to get involved in Total War Competitive or any of the games that we cover around here, you can join with this link here. There you go. Yeah, so the season 11 finals, I'm going to be scheduling them this week. And then we'll know the World Championship, how that's going. Correct. Arrows of Kurnus are a little bit OP though, Max. If you allow double arrows of Kurnus, it's what else can be pretty degenerate in a lot of matchups. It's an overtuned ability for sure. All right. Oh yeah, we got a great community. People are very friendly. You can go. When you join the Discord, you need to select what roles you want, like what games you're interested in, and then whatever you select, you'll be notified when there's pings for those respective games. Have you tried and watched the silo? I have. Yeah, I finished it. Well, up to where it ends, or up to where the we're waiting for the next season. I liked it actually. I thought it was fun. That's with the lady from Dune. Yeah, it was fun. All right, so we might have a little bit of time here. Hopefully not too much. So we are doing good. We got 2 wins. We're going to be playing some killers here for sure. My goal today is to just have a positive record, to go at least 3-2. Ideally 4-1 here, but we'll see. You need to go 4-1 to make top 4 though. If you want a chance at that, you need to go and get it done. Make sure there's no pings. Am I not needed for anything here? Checking that. Okay, a little bit of adminning I got to take care of. Who is your opponent? Okay, sorry guys, just have a couple admin things going on here. Oh, cool, we have an admin thing we can do together. Okay, this will be fun. You guys get to see some adminning in action. Okay, so let's get this replay right there. Let's do that. So there was a crash, and unfortunately in this game, you can't always tell who is causing the crash. So it looks like it was Joni versus Manloam here. Holy shit, look at this. Wow, this is a build and a half. If they crash, if it's too even, we just make them replay. That's what we do. All right, Blazing Ramparts, Dread Saurian with the Mazdamundi. If I had to look at the builds, I would assume Joni would have the advantage, simply because he's going to get all 3 objectives, and the Dread Saurian is going to waste a lot of time fighting those chaff infantry. Could be wrong, though. If Mazda's on his big beast, maybe, actually, they can just steamroll objectives. We'll see. All right. So objective 1 goes to Joni, and the middle objective is being contested. Saris and Skinks arrive on the point. Immediate big damage coming down. Comets of Cassandora. Double cap and triple cap. Okay, so we got 3 points going for Joni right now. The Shredder of Lustria is battling the Skink Chief, who hits very hard, actually. Bit of a micro blunder with the Umbral Tide here by Joni. He should have the Umbral Tide back and shooting, not in melee there. It's an easy thing to make. When the distance get close, that can happen for sure. I mean, this game is looking definitely really good for blue. I mean, we already see Mazdamundi down to half health. We see the Dread Saurian getting beat up as well. Triple cap, with the Closodon Hunters getting wrecked here by the mass air force of Manlom. Lizardmen are winning, yes. But we're going to go a little bit further and see how this goes. So Mazdamundi still doing it. Dread Saurian getting hammered. Still a triple cap. Pretty much no ground presence here. We are going to see the Rippers come across. This looks very, very favored for blue. I mean, the fact that the Shredder and Mazda are both dead and he has his opponent triple capped, it's pretty clear, I think, that Joni is in a dominant position. Granted, I mean, yeah, with another Coldon Spear Rider coming in, you're going to see these guys getting dragged down. Good play here from Manlom, though, using the Pterodons to harry back the Umbral Tide. That's not a bad idea. Razodon Hunting Pack coming in, but the Shredder of Lustria is probably going to go down here. Let's see. More shooting. Wonder when the disconnect is going to happen. 500 points to 0 right now. Flock of Doomcaster. Dread Saurian is basically cooked. It's barely hanging on there. Mazdamundi, though, still going, and it looks like the enemy did get some Coldon Spear Riders in. I mean, it's not to say it's impossible for Orange to come back. If Orange is able to get a stabilization on the Dread Saurian and get some karate chops. It could go either way. And there is a lot of healing on one side, not so much on the other. Oh, but this is actually a big blunder back here. He sends all 3 Pterodon riders into melee versus Cold One Spear riders. So that's basically, you know, 2,100 gold down the drain right there. But guys, I mean, we do see the position stabilize here. The Red Crested Skink Chief trying to fight 2 big monsters and maybe is going to get steamrolled here. And that, oof. That's such a sketchy one. That's such a sketchy one. That kind of looks like it could maybe be a potential comeback for Orange because he stabilized. I would say like it's a slight favor maybe for Blue, but it wasn't decisive because he stabilized everything here. Like he's about to kill the enemy Skink Chief. His Dread Saurian and Mazdamundi are going to be able to heal. Nothing guarding this objective, so that should be a pretty easy grab for Orange there. Orange kind of started to pull it back there at the end. All right. That's really tough. I think they just have to replay it, honestly. That was way too close. All right. So let's see how we're looking in the round. It's fine. Replay, same builds. Okay. Yeah, it was too close. That was too close to call. All right. So we'll cast it. It's an extra free game. They're just going to load in with the same builds. The game was too close to call. One more time, baby. Let's go. We don't know who disconnected there. There's no way to tell, unfortunately, unless it's really clear who disconnected. Lobby code, please. Okay. So they're going to send me the lobby code, and then we'll cast our game. You guys ready for the dreaded Lizardmen mirror match with the gods? Should be around here somewhere. Did they set up a spec slot? Not yet. Oh, you guys talking about heroes? Oh, the heroes is so fun. I think this is it. Let's go ahead and spectate. Join there. So this should be it. Okay, we got that. And now we need to get you in here. So let's get the invite code to the homie. All right. They couldn't tell who disconnected. Always unfortunate. I think I might want to do another hero stream soon. Maybe even tonight we can jump on and do a double header. We haven't done one of those in ages. Unfortunately, this is going to delay the round a little bit, but their builds are very like this game's going to be over quick builds. So yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, Cathay is a hard, very difficult faction to play. I mean, they can win. They can sometimes steamroll people. But Cathay, I would say overall, is very, very difficult to play. Not beginner friendly at all. You really need to be good with your timings, and your decision making has to be impeccable because your units aren't good at taking objectives. So when you dedicate to moving a direction, you really need to make sure it's the right way. How would you rate dwarf difficulty? Dwarves are a pretty easy faction to play. I mean, there are some really simplistic builds of dwarves. I've noticed a lot of like newer tier players picking up dwarves and getting decent tournament wins against good players rather quickly. Whereas if you tried that with like other factions, I think it'd be harder. But dwarves are, you know, they do have their serious limitations. But overall, dwarves I think are pretty beginner friendly because everything is so high leadership and so tanky that it's forgiving in some ways, but not in terms of your positioning. That's the hardest part about dwarves. Archeon belongs to Warriors of Chaos. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. We're going to host that. We're going to do this. And we're going to go ahead and get this and this. And we're going to get this one. Great. Let's see if they can do it. It's on Ramparts. All right. Cathay can be fine in domination mode, though. They're totally viable. It's just, it's a little tricky. So you're in the Discord? Great. Yeah, get the Total War roll, and you can start talking with people in there. All right. So Lizardmen versus Lizardmen. We're on the Blazing Ramparts, and hopefully this doesn't delay the round too much. It is not even the last game. There's still another game going, so we will have to do this one real quick, but at least we'll be ready afterwards. Do you think Nurgle is... No, Nurgle is not new player friendly, because dwarves have range and cannons and artillery and like a good air force that they can utilize. Like new players can often just cheese games by using like tanky infantry with gyrocopters. Nurgle is extremely difficult to play because they have a lot of hard counters in the meta. So like a new player playing Nurgle, you're going to run into a lot of counters that you will really struggle to win unless you have intimate knowledge of the faction. Yeah, Nurgle is one of the hardest factions in the game to play. I mean, there are some Unga Bunga builds I could teach you that are simplistic and can rip some wins, but it's still difficult. Okay, what the hell? What's going on with these guys? Why is he leaving lobby? Okay, so we're going to fix that. Refresh you. All right. So the Pope needs to have his points fixed. Sorry, guys, we're going to delay the round a little bit to fix this, but we want justice to be done in this matchup. Classic, typical lobby shenanigans, I know. It can never just be smooth. You would know coming from the dreaded Age of the Ring. The current meta is pretty good right now, actually, yeah. It is. It's pretty decent. There are a couple outlier factions that are a little bit stronger than the other ones, but they do have counters, right? So it's in a pretty good spot right now. Any chance you'll be playing Dune Spice Wars again? Probably not in the near future. I'm not too interested in that. I would rather play other games. I'm more interested in like the Anno Rome game that's coming, which is similar in some ways. But not to say we'll never go back to it and revisit it. Like when the new Dune movie comes out, we'll come back and do a couple streams for fun. We'll see. All right, guys, here we are, the rematch. Hopefully nobody crashes here. All right, there we go. And so it begins. You mean Bretonnia losing on them is more fun than winning with other factions? Bretonnia is definitely a faction that can be functional, but man, you have to work hard for it. You have to work so hard to win with Bretonnia. Yeah, they abandoned the Dune game. I'm pretty sure the developers are no longer supporting it, which is too bad, but no, Dune was fun. We had a good time playing that game for a couple of months, and of course we got to see the great Davok playing. If you guys want more Dune, I still think Davok covers it. So if you're interested, you can check out his channel, which is great. He's a great guy. Runs a great operation over there. Interested in the new Vampire expansion for... Yeah, we'll play that for sure. When that comes out, Pondog and I will probably do a PvP game. We could do like a really thematic Vampire Counts vs. Empire one, because I think they're adding like a Vampire Lord or something. I can't remember. Yeah, something funky's going on here. All right. So sorry, guys. This is going to delay the round. That one was a little bit too close to call. And we're just going to have to raw dog it here and see what happens. Pone, we're talking about Age of Wonders, the Vampire DLC that's coming. Chaos Dwarves are actually easier to play. Chaos Dwarves are not too hard to play. There's a couple of really simplistic styles that can get you a lot of wins. Like double Deathreaker with like, can win you so many games. It's so good in a lot of matchups. But yeah, Chaos Dwarves aren't too bad to play in my opinion. I think they're pretty beginner friendly. All right. There we go. The Vampire Lord choice, yeah. The Vampire Lord looks pretty neat. I thought about doing for Age of Wonders, doing a fun stream where we do a 4-player game, and each of the folks can play. We could like recreate like a Warhammer setting. So we could have the Empire, we could have Chaos Dwarves, Vampire, because you can literally create like every faction in Age of Wonders from Warhammer pretty accurately, actually, with the different tombs and whatnot. Tomes. All right, so this is a rematch because we had a crash, so these players, we're going to give them a little rematch right there. And we do have basically the big monster build, so it's going to be a Mazda Mundi and a Shredder with the Air Force facing off against a very wide build of Joni, which is going to be using a red-crested skink chief, Umbral Tide for a little bit of anti-large shooting, and mainly Saracen skinks, with Cold One Spear Riders to fight as well. All right, good luck, have fun. Lizard mirror match, at least they have different banners, so we're going to be able to tell what is cooking here. And there we go. All right, hopefully they get started now. I don't know how it took us so long to get back in the lobby, but it is just how it goes sometimes. The Shredder of Lustria, he cometh. No slideshow. No slideshow here. There's no lag. You can tell if there's going to be lag. You just like look at the animations of the units, and if they're perfectly smooth like this, then you're fine. Slideshows are, you can see them very early on. Yeah. All right. Go big dinos. Vanguard deployment coming up on the Chameleon Skinks on objective 1. And here we go. These bad boys moving up. Oh, yeah, we could do a Lord of the Rings thematic battle, Marco, as well. 100%. Age of Wonders, you can do a lot of fun role-playing on that. That's one of the advantages it has over Heroes of Might and Magic is the role-playing you can do there. Okay. So this objective does go to the dinosaurs. The Chameleon Skinks, which are very good against all these units, actually, can counter Pterodon Riders very effectively. And the rest of the army is going to be zipping on up while the little Skinks put some peppering fire down. Chameleon Skinks probably, I think, are the most annoying units. One of the most annoying units in the entire game. Just Skink Skirmishers and Chameleon Skinks in general are just so annoying to play against. I'd actually be curious to see. Oh, yeah. Well, Jay, if you want to join us for some of our games, I would love to have you on board. We're going to do some multiplayer games with some politics and scheming, so we'd love to have you on board. All right. You're rooting for Lizardmen. Well, William, you are wise beyond your years, my friend. We do see the double cap, soon to be triple cap going in. Although this objective is going to be taken back by the big orange man over here, by Manlom. Manlom being much more cautious. Yes. The darts coming in. The Chameleon Skinks going to be shooting up into the Air Force here. And charging on up are the Cold One Spear Riders. Lord Mazdamundi, Shredder of Lustria, standing at the ready. Good to go. So definitely going to want to retreat these back, get some chaff infantry in front of them. Cold One Spear Riders are really terrible at killing infantry. They only have 26 melee attack, so against infantry, they're pretty mediocre. A bit of a slow response coming in, though, from Joni. Joni could have screened out some infantry to protect his skinks and wouldn't be taking this kind of a beating right now, so that is very unfortunate. Points, though, 127 against 19, and now we do see the Salamanders turning about face and the Cold One Spear Riders of Joni coming over to protect, as Manlom is going to be retreating back, and we do see Colossadon Hunters being called out. Got to be careful with those, though. Colossadon Hunters will do well against big targets, very well, but if they're being swarmed by like 2 huge monsters and all the Pterodons here, they're probably going to have a badish time. No, you can play a few unit builds. There are some builds playing a couple units works. I mean, that's what's great about Domination Node. The meta is very diverse. It's not like, old school Warhammer 2 land battle where we had like frickin', Scourge Runner Chariots and Grom the Paunch every single game. Like, there's a ton of build diversity in Domination Mode. Not with all factions, but with many, I would say. All right, so the Spear Riders do get a good engagement. I mean, they surround Mazdamundi, and now we do see the Colossadon Hunters coming in and attacking into the big dog here, into the Shredder of Lustria. Flock of Doom activated, Shield of the Old Ones as well, and the Umbral Tide is going to be scurrying away, and it looks very similar to last game, the Deja Vu, where the 2 big monsters are going to be trying to break the back of the enemy army here. But overall, Manlom is really diving aggressively for that Umbral Tide. Now, what is Joni going to be calling in? Probably more Cold One Spear Riders to come out of reserve and reinforce and make sure that these guys live. As it stands up on the point, we do see the Ripperdactyls. Are they in good shape, or are they broken? Down on the ground, they are doing good. They have popped Toad Rage. They have Cold One Spear Rider support. And it does look like Manlom called in his own Colossadon Hunters, which are potentially going to be eating some shots here to the face. We will see. If the Salamanders can throw up on them real quick, they do, but it looks like the diving animation was able to dodge most of those shots, and the Umbral Tide is going to be taken out of the picture there. So back in the Mortal Wombat, we see the Shredder of Lustria getting a little bit low, and the Red-Crested Skink Chief is kind of getting whooped on a little bit. He obviously is a very cheap, diminutive lord. Fighting against 2 of the strongest SE fighters in the entire game is going to be a very, very tall order for him, so retreating probably is going to be the right call. Flock of Doom activated, not going to do much damage against SEs. Meanwhile, on the point, the Cold One's still trading well, and the points advantage is in the hands of Joni. Joni has a little bit of a points lead, value lead, but remember, he's not really healing, and Mazdamundi is going to be dropping a lot of heals. Colossadon's attacking into the Shredder, and the red-crested Skink Chief being an absolute Giga Chad, and he is going to be bonking with his anti-large hammer into Mazdamundi, doing some okay damage. Currently, as it stands, we do see, the Popcorn cohort coming out. So these are ROR Cold Spear Riders, anti-large specialists. They'll certainly help against the big monsters, piling into the back and getting some good attacks against Mazdamundi and some of these other bad boys. So depending on how this blob fight goes, we could see either Joni reclaim the advantage or Manlom getting a nice AoE right here. Is that going to be a Comet of Cassandora? It looks like it is. A fat comet's coming down to end the dinosaurs, and it does. As we see the Popcorn cohort lose about 30% of their HP. Shield of the old ones being activated and Apotheosis, while the Dread Saurian continues to try and fight. Pterodons flying overhead, helping where they can. And it's just a big Godzilla fight going down here, guys. Big old Godzilla fight. Shredder of Lustria at 5,000 HP. Lord Mazdamundi sitting at about 3,800, but he is losing HP pretty progressively as he is very heavily surrounded. And these are all anti-large cav. If you look in here, all anti-large cav units, all anti-large. We have spears and we have an anti-large character here. Now, he's not like a crazy fighter or anything, but the Red Crested Skink Chief with Colossal Strike here. 68 melee attack. Oh, man, look at this. Look at this brave little guy. This guy, imagine being this tiny little dude with a hammer and being sent to fight that thing. I mean, what an absolute hero. Really, really getting in there. David versus Goliath, the match. Yes, indeed. All right, so Saurus coming in. Temple Guard being the next call in here for Manlom. Going to be trying to flip the middle objective. And the big dinos are still going. I mean, this is like literally the exact same game as the previous one. Ooh, good net by Mazdamundi. He does net down the Spear Riders, although some of them do still manage to get in melee. Now, the smart play here for Manlom would be to pull back his big monsters and stack them on top of these guys. That would for sure be the case. Our fear, so in multiplayer, Lords do not have any levels. They just basically, you pick what spells you want to bring and spend money to do it and their items and whatnot as well. Mazdamundi at 800 HP could be going down here. The little skink that could. Look at the hero, man. He's going in there. I need a hero. And he's getting plenty of anti-large attacks, and Mazdamundi drops another Comet, but he's sitting danger low at 460 HP. But the Temple Guard have arrived. So Manlom has gotten the Temple Guard in, and the Temple Guard are very elite fighters, and they're going to be able to defeat these Cold Spear Riders. And if the Dread Saurian and Mazdamundi can stabilize and get a couple of heals off, honestly, Orange might be able to pull this game back. Manlom might be able to do it. He does flip the middle point, and the little skink that could is going to be running away now. We do see the Shredder of Lustria at 1,600 HP, and Mazdamundi at 300 HP, just barely hanging in there. It's going to be extremely... Oh no, big mistake here by Joni. Joni needs to get his cav and come finish off Mazdamundi. If Mazdamundi comes back, he's going to be able to heal. You cannot let that happen. That shit needs to be shut down right now. Now on the backside, we do see the Umbral Tide. Umbral Tide getting it done. The Shredder of Lustria, probably not long for this world. It is getting Shadow Realms by a lot of that firepower, and it looks like it is going to be going down here to the Salamander Fire. It's had a good fight, but it's going to be all she wrote for the Shredder of Lustria. Oh, and down he goes, trampling a bunch of the skinks on the way down. Mazdamundi, in the meantime, he needs to go as well. Oh my god, Mazdamundi rallies. We do see Joni realizes it, has Ripperdactyls coming in, but he is going to be healing a little bit of HP, giving a bit of hope to Orange. Although I think that we probably see Joni start to take over the game now. With Mazdamundi being in such dire straits, the Dread Saurian going down as well, I think it's going to be all she wrote. Question from chat. Do you think they're going to make a 40k Total War? Absolutely. I think it's going to happen. I've been saying that for years. I think that 40k Total War is such a slam dunk that it is going to happen at some point. Mazdamundi broken, 100 HP, and down he goes! The Ripperdactyls get him down. That has got to be GG. That has got to be GG right there, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to be seeing the skink and his gremlins reclaim the middle objective. Temple Guard are broken, and that is going to be all she wrote. All right, so what I'm going to do in this situation, since this game is very over, I know that Joni is probably going to win it, although I'll just wait. It's fine. Horn One's being called in. Pretty cool, but they're going to struggle versus all the just sheer numbers on the battlefield. But that's GG. We see the huge pocket in the middle grabbing it. Horn Ones are pretty scary fighters for sure, but yeah, they're not going to be enough to get through all this, especially with the Umbral Tide shooting them. Yeah, the Salamanders. They're anti-large shots. Really nice Flock of Doom right there. We do see the Ripperdactyls fighting it out. Red Crested Skink Chief. Nope, Red Crested Skinks coming over here to grab that objective. Cold Spear Riders will lose to them, so that's just going to be a triple cap. We are approaching 1,200 points right now. Yeah, that is right. I'd rather see 40k than 30k. I don't think 30k would be very fun. It would just be a lot of different Space Marines. I think having the diversity of the Xenos factions is super cool, and yeah. All right. No, what needed to happen for Manlom is he needed to withdraw his monsters earlier and stack them on top of infantry when they were at like half health, not at like 10%. Then he probably would have been able to actually win the game. This game was winnable for both sides, I would say, for sure. A couple horn ones are in, but that's going to be all she wrote. All right, so they're going to report the score, and that is going to be all it is for that round. So sorry about the delay to everybody else waiting. I wanted these guys to have a fair resolution to their match. Sometimes you got to pay the old troll toll. Okay. And all good. So once they report the score, I will advance the round. Yeah, 40k is to be a lot more interesting. I mean, you could have a fair amount of diversity with the Space Marine chapters, and you know they have their unique elements. But for 40k, just I mean, it's so much more variance, which is way more fun. Greenskins are actually very hard to play faction. They're hard to play, but they're fun. I mean, you can play simple builds with them, but Greenskins overall, I would say, are very, very tough. Very, very tough. Okay, refreshing to see when he reports a score. Okay. All right. My tiebreaker did win there as well. So that is a small victory. We'll take him. Let's move in. All right, round 4. Let's see if the Chaos Dwarves can continue their win streak here as we advance the Swiss. Getting circle beat by Cold and Cav is rough. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What is the best Chaos faction? Slaanesh, probably. Slaanesh is the strongest, yeah. They're insanely good. They can still be beaten, though. They do have some hard matches. Apparently, Chaos Dwarves are good against Slaanesh. I just don't know how yet, but apparently they're decent. Okay. Hopefully, no other host tried to do anything here. All right. Cool. So we got Boss Toss. This is going to be a sweaty one. And let's do it. Goblins, round 4. Look, have fun. All right. So where is Boss Toss? He is going to be banning first. Maps are going to be these bad boys. Yo, we're up. So if we lose this, we're pretty much eliminated from top 4. But if we win it, we have a decent chance. Bostos is a tough opponent. I would say he probably wins at least 60% of the time against me, if not a little bit more. But we can manage to take games sometimes. We will see. Nice. Good luck. Have fun. All right. So he's going to be going Lizard. So we got another Lizardman matchup. And yeah, let's see what we got. Let us see what we got. Norska is going to be pretty strong too, I think. I think Norska will be strong for sure. All right, team. Fired up. We got Chaos Dwarves with these bad boys, and he's going to ban the maps. Edge of the Darkwood, Whirling Maelstrom, or Itza. I don't know what map I'd probably want to play on. We'll see. What will bring the new DLC? The new DLC is going to have new units for Slaanesh, Norska, as well as High Elves. You ban first. He's pretty good at Lizardmen too. A lot of the RTK guys are. They're very strong at the dinos. We're going to see what homie decides to bring out of the gates. GLHF. Yeah, man. We're playing a lot of killers today. This is great. Some good tournament practice, man. So he bans Itza. He bans the map that I wanted to ban. I will ban Darkwood. We're going to play the Whirling Maelstrom. The Whirling Maelstrom is upon us. All right, let's do it. Maelstrom, there we are. Hey, Owen, thanks for being a member for 33 months. That is a long-ass time, man. Thank you. All right, James Hetfield, get our screen blocker up, and it is time for the Nurglings to feast once again. Okay. Looking good. We're going to get you homies. We're going to be dealing with what? Croxagores and stuff. Yes. Darkwood. Oh, Cotton. My wife loves that game. Anna, she played it. Yeah, she played Darkwood. She really likes it. Okay, so let's get you guys. Do a little bit of this. I'm trying something a bit different here to see if it can work out for me. Okay, let's cut you guys, and then we can go ahead and get some skirmishers. Although the skirmishers aren't even that great in that matchup. The only thing is it keeps them from just getting the points for free, basically. You know, that's the one thing you get out of that. Bigfoot stream, you guys want the Bigfoot back? Is Bigfoot what you all yearn for? Clamor for the biggest of foot? Choices, man. Okay, that looks fine. And we can get some of these guys in the mix as well. Do we want to go great weapons on those guys? I actually don't know. Okay. That's going to leave us with a little bit more. Now for our last disappearing act. Let's see what we want. The Bigfoot streamless party. Bigfoot was pretty fun. It did get a little bit repetitive towards the end, but overall, I did have a good time with Bigfoot. It was a good time. Now we need probably some of these would be good. I think of Fireborn in this matchup. Fireborn are probably not amazing, although they do have fire resist, right? Like a bunch. 35% fire resist against salamanders is kind of a bit of a meme. Yeah. The Destroyer would also be a really wild card pick to catch my opponent off guard. That's true. That's true, Bob. Anna was doing great in Bigfoot. She was showing us how it was done. Yes. I think that's fine. Let's cut you, and then I think one of these is probably enough. All right, 2 of those, looking good. And what else do we need? All right, I think that's good. I think we're happy with this build. It's solid. It's very solid. All right, good luck, have fun. The Legions of Asgore march to war. Astrogoth with his little gnome hat is ready. What's the best counter for a mobility build? Oh, yeah, I mean, there's a couple. Again, RPR, like, it really depends on what faction you're playing. Like, every faction is so different that it's hard to give a general answer for that. Like, I need to know the map, the factions that are playing. But yeah, like, full infantry pushes can sometimes outgrind them, but also they can be picked apart. We should do some actual scary game for Halloween. Yeah. Totally can. I am down, darling. I'm down. What's like a good, actually, so darling, what's a good scary co-op survival, like, horror game that's actually scary? Because Alien Isolation is only single player, right? You can't do the big old, talking about co-ops, I solo things, yeah. Well, you're talking co-op though, so. Oh, the Dreadquake train would be truly forbidden here, guys. Okay, Bostas taking his time with the build. The RTK Hive Mind is working up a scheme against me right now. I got to be careful. Bigfoot was kind of scary. I mean, Zomboid, it has a bit of a horror element to it. We could do a Zomboid survival stream also. The jump scares are fun in that game. Zomboid with super smart sprinter zombies. Oh my god, 28 Days Later zombies? No, thank you. I did play that. I played that by myself, the 28 Days Later zombies. It's so hard to survive. You need to basically find like a fence or something you can hop over nonstop. It's hard, man. It's very difficult. Phasmophobia. I've never played that game. Friday the 13th game. Is that like one of those not Dead by Daylight, but one of the games where like you're with a group of 4 people and there's a monster chasing you? Frostlight, it's been a couple years, but yeah, every couple years we'll get in there and jam. Okay. Okay, perfect, perfect. If only Outlast was co-op. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys have any good horror game recommendations, we'd certainly take it. Do I need to change anything about the build? Whirling Maelstrom does have some weird line of sight. Shooting can be a little bit precarious on this map, so I think you gotta be wary of that. How much money do I have left? Could I actually afford that better unit? That might straight up be more cost effective. So 100 plus that, it's gonna be 350. Yeah, actually we can, cool. Great, that's way better actually. Okay, he's finally ready. The time is upon us. Let the games begin. Skaven are the worst faction of the game, therefore making them one of the hardest to play. Now, that's not to say you can't win games with Skaven. Like, I have been able to get the top 4 in the tournament final several times with Skaven, but it's just so hard to win against competent players on good factions. It's very, very hard. Golem co-op survival, where one of the players has the ring. What? Is that actually a thing? Wait, is that Golem game that came out that was just awful? Are we thinking of the same thing? All right, here we go, guys. So I went with a bit of a different build. It's more of a aggressive build because everybody has the idea that I love to just play. I love to play artillery builds, and they are not wrong. So what I'm trying to do is mix it up a little bit and play a more aggressive kind of plant your feet type build, take some ground, and then go from there. So we got a bull centaur here. We just got to watch out for salamanders. And yeah, we got 2 bull centaurs, and then you guys can be in 5. And you're going to come up and try and contest the objective there. Itachutu Astragoth Zulahu. All right, let's do it, baby. 15 units, pretty wide army. Probably trying to swarm me a little bit, but you know, I think we got our bases covered. My build is a little bit weak to dealing with mass infantry. Is it? I don't know. I guess we have an Iron Demon and a couple other things in reserve, and some good quality infantry this time around. So we're set up and we're good to go. Itachutu Astrogoth. All right, let's go there. Move up here. Move up here. Move the bull centaurs up, and what does he have? A mass skink army with Mazda money on the toilet seat. Obgobla. Okay, I think we're good. I think we got some tools here. If I had gone double Deathstreaker, he probably would have swarmed me. Like, his entire build is basically designed to not get killed by Deathstreaker type units. You know, it's just like a bunch of cheap, crappy units, so that's going to be his game plan here. And yeah, bull centaurs are not great against these type of units, but he is eventually going to call in Croxagors, right? That is on the docket. We have a Razordon hunting pack here. So getting one Deathstreaker to shoot at that thing probably would be smart, just to take it offline. And now we're going to rotate to the middle here. We're going to get you guys coming. You guys are waddling this way. And Astrogoth is going to need to move up there. And we're going to get a little something. I think just one Deathstreaker is always good. So we're going to get this to move up and start shooting at you guys. We're going to grab this, have you guys get that point, and hopefully they can get over there. And Astro Chad is zipping across. It's going to take him a minute, but he will get there. Feral Cold Ones are a bit of a menace, so we should have one Bull Centaur with each army, basically. Yeah, so he's going to go over there. We got this point, and that's going to be Razordons. We're going to go charge them, and the Deathstreaker should be in range now to put pressure on that thing, and he's going to be forced to run. All right. So down and under you go, looking nice. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and back away here. Great. And we can do a little bit of cycle charging. Just a little bit right there on those guys. And let's get the Bull Centaurs in. You guys are coming up here. And we do get a nice little cycle charge right there. And we're going to go ahead and do a Flamestorm right there to cook those guys up and run away. So let's run, and see if we can get away before we cook our own units. Not bad. And those 2 skink units do get pushed back. Now, we should be able to get this point back here. We'll have to see. The Deathstreaker is going to put perpetual pressure on those units, and you guys are going to move up and do this. Bull Centaurs can go after you. Let's get Astro Chad right there. You guys fight here. And now it is go time. So we're going to go ahead and put the grenades down. You guys can form up here. And we just kind of get ready to go. Get ready to party. All right. So let's do this. We're going to call it an Iron Demon now, which is going to get up and cause some havoc, hopefully. We do have his hero surrounded, which is excellent. And the Razordon hunting pack is... one of them is being shot, but there is another one back here. So we're going to get our Bull Centaurs back. We do get a full surround on his character right there and break through that formation. So now in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and zip over there and get these guys. While the rocket is going to keep blasting. And we could start shooting Mazda Money in his toilet seat, but feels a little bit dodgy. Feels a little bit dodgy. All right, so the Iron Demon is going to come, secure this side here, and we do manage to get his character out of the gates really, really quickly. We have a Wolf Rider, which can go through and zip on this guy. And the Blazing Beards of Basharik are going to need to do what they can. All right, so you guys go there. We have the Death Shriek rocket launcher still trying to finish the job right here. Iron Demon can run through those guys. And we're just going to keep value trading and hopefully get some goodies. All right, so that's taken care of. You guys, the Bull Centaurs, can go fight the Skinks. Not ideal, but it is what it is. So let's get you up. And these guys are battling what? Red Crested Skinks? That feels bad. All right, so we need to get over there. This is a huge waste of time. So we're going to do a Flamestorm on them, and we're going to get the Bull Centaurs rotating over to go help versus these dudes. Iron Demon is still running through the infantry and running rampant. Meanwhile, over here, we did manage to get on top of the Razordons in combat. So let's take these guys down, and good. Astro Chad able to get the job done. Cohort of Fodl is an ideal target for the rockets, 100%. And let's get on you guys, do this. And now what we're going to do is call in probably some more Speedy Boys for now, and just try and compromise some of the lighter pieces in his army. I think that's going to be pretty good. But he does have me triple capped, so I am up on value, but, you know, what does that really mean here? We'll see. We got his Razordon pack, and now we're going to come across and try and get this one with the same unit. Those guys are getting it. We do manage to roll over a lot of these. Let's bring you guys over to help clear out some of the chaff, and Astro Chad can start boinking on you. I think that's going to be pretty cost effective. All right. So Bull Centaurs and the Iron Demon are running shit over. We're zipping across, zippity-doo-dah here. So we're going to get one of you guys here. One of you guys come back there. The rocket launcher is going to be generating us good value. Let's just get some warriors to start waddling over here for the long game. And we're going to go and get on top of the Razordon hunting pack here. So we're just going to spam click on them, basically. And hopefully be able to actually drag them down. We'll see. All right, so we're going to collapse. We're going to collapse. Everybody get on the Razordon hunting pack here. There we go. Now, are we going to be able to win that fight over on the side? A little bit hard to say. Bull Centaurs are fighting the good fight there. And Astro Chad is nearby. Need to get him busy. We do manage to get on top of the Razordons with like everything, so that's quite good. And hopefully we can just drag them down right here. We're going to see. All right, so this side is a little bit messy. Those red-crested boys are doing very, very good. Astro Chad is just hunting down the Toilet Seat Master. And now we can move in with the Bull Centaurs here and get the Iron Demon to come clear this out. And we're going to need to reclaim this objective for sure. All right, so Astro Chad's doing great. This side is a little bit dodgy, but let's go ahead and reinforce where we're strong. And we can get you guys here, and what we can do is we can start calling in some Chad Fireglaves down there, just for the capture weight and the sustainability. Iron Demon Train, come here. Run these guys offline. Bostos is going to try and gremlin me on points, 100%. That's how he likes to play, so we're gonna see that coming. Let's unsummon you guys. Keep bashing these little guys here. Astro Chad and company are doing good, but are they doing good enough is the question. We do see more skinks back there. We'll try and clear those out. And the Fireglaves are going to take a long time to get here. That's the unfortunate part. All right, let's go get those red crested skinks. Do this. You guys get in there. And what are we going to need to deal with those? Do we switch and start shooting to Mazda Mundi now that the cohort of Fodl is almost done for? I mean, we could maybe force him off. It's going to be hard, though. I think we're trading too evenly. It's not a good sign. We're trading too evenly here. He's actually winning. Yeah. The Bull Centaur opening was interesting, but was it good is the question. I don't know. All right, let's get some more you guys. Get some dudes playing this side. We have our Demon, which is coming. Astro Chad is still boinking. Shooting at Mazda is cute, but is it really going to accomplish much for us? I thought we were doing really good, having got like all of his mobility or his salamanders and whatnot, but man, we did not do as good as I thought. All right, so the train is trying to push away. We're going to see if it can get away here. And it does. Mazda Money going to be eating some fat rockets to the face. And is it worth pushing over there? I don't know. Yeah, keep fighting there, Astro Chad. Fireglaves are going to start getting ready to help here. We have some warriors. We got to really start planning the long term now, guys. It's going to be tough, but if he messes up, maybe we can find a slim chance of winning this. But I think we're cooked. I think we've lost. All right. So he apotheoses those guys. Mazdamundi's rolling in a toilet seat. Those guys are putting in work. I did not think they would beat Astrogoth so decisively, but they certainly have been. All right, you guys go here, and Astrogoth is going to need some milk. Otherwise, he's going to die. So we got to get him some help and get the rockets on those guys. And do we have any flamestorms we can activate? I mean, I could do it here just for the Kindle Flame synergy. It's not going to do much damage, but kind of just desperate right now. So Blunderbuss is on the way. He does have Spear Riders coming in, so we're not going to be able to even get to Astrogoth. Iron Demon Train is going to get this, and we are going to get this objective back, which is cute. But yeah, that's about it. So we're going to get you guys around here. These guys are in heavy-duty trouble. We need to rear charge the Blunderbusses. And do I have anything I can call back here to help? I don't know, maybe some Bull Centaurs or something. Now, would the double Death Streak have been better? I don't think so. Probably we needed to pick a different map with open field so we could use magma cannons. Yeah, I think that would have been probably better. Anything we can call here? We just got to save up for renders. And that's pretty much it. Astrogoth is offline. We have a couple Bull Centaurs lurking in the shadows. We'll unsummon them. Unsummon you guys. And yeah, I mean, we get this objective for sure. That one's going to come back to us. Fireglaves can start shooting at the big man. The train is going to do it. Yeah, you can see it's trying to help, but now our backfield is so flimsy right now. It's so flimsy. We're just going to retreat this back this way, see what we can do. Blunderbusses are durable, but yeah, I think it's GG. We're down. We had a good start, and then the game started to fall apart a little bit. Like, I felt like the start was very good. We were winning a lot of the trades and killing a lot, but something about the mid-game call-ins, like his call-ins were more effective than mine. It's his doing. He did great with that. We're going to get you guys, come out, fight these. They're not the anti-large version. I did bring one anti-infantry Bull Centaur. And Mazdamundi's still going strong in his toilet seat, man. Double Death Streaker might have been able to shut Mazda Chungus down. I don't know. Yeah, these Bull Centaurs fighting over here. Astrogoth getting killed by the cohort is pretty brutal, too. Those are the Power Fist Croxigors. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're very hard to kill. 2,500 value on them, and they actually just killed my Fireglaves too. I think the map was a bit of a problem. In order to contest it, I think we need a little bit more like open field shooting. GG, dog. Well played. Okay, so report that score. So he's going to report that. And yeah, that's just like a classic wide lizardman build. We like insta-killed his Scar Veteran. Had some very good trades early. But yeah, I think the Blunderbuss and the Fireglaive are weak call-ins. The Iron Demon was a bit of a weak call-in as well. What's up, Scarab? Thank you for the raid, man. Hope you guys had some fun. You guys were playing some Dow 2. Dow 2 is such an amazing game. Deathstreaker got good value for even being alive for a short period of time. I almost think playing one objective with double Deathstreaker would have been better and just playing very tight like Turtle style, but hard to say, man. Hard to say. Hope you guys had some fun with the old Dow 2, man. I hope Dow 4 can be as good. I have played it. The demo is fun, but it's a very limited picture. We didn't get to do multiplayer or anything like that. Dozens of us. Rise. Rise. All right. So he's going to report the score, and we're going to go and see how the round is looking. It's coming along. Darren needs to get his points. So adminning time. Good. The tourney was absolutely a blast. Hope to have you on the next one. Yeah, I might be interested. Depends on when it is. Yeah. I'm probably not going to cover Spice Wars in the near future now. You never say never. Something could pop up, but Davox here in chat. You can bully him into covering Spice Wars. All right. Perfect. Man, we're going to go so hard in the paint once we get freaking Dawn of War 4, though. Oh, my God. I'm so pumped for it. What I want to do with Dawn of War 4 out of the gates is I want to get one of the top ranked RTS players from multiple RTS games in the world and have them duel for like a major, $1,000 tournament or something fun like that. So what I was thinking is, you get like Orange Pest from Company of Heroes, you could get Anticity from Total War, and then find 2 other champions, and have or even more. I mean, if we can get more RTS pros, but have like a champion of each game, we could get like a professional Warcraft 3 player. Yeah, so it'd be super fun. Similar to what Grubby did for the Warcraft 3 tournament, but not quite. It would be more like not a big build-up period, Hera from AoE 2. I don't know if we could get Hera. He's pretty large. I don't know if he'd want to. Although for $1,000 he might play. If there's that much money on the line, I think Homie would be interested. Cyril, yeah. I don't know those guys. I do know Beastie Cutie from Age of Empires. I don't know him, but I've talked to him a couple times. He played in my Age of Empires events. Yeah. Grubby. I don't think Grubby would want to... I think he'd be more interested in probably the casting side of things, if anything. Loco? Yeah, Loco would probably be down. You're pretty good at Plants vs. Zombies. Let's go, man. Yeah, we'll do something like that, though. It'll be great fun. It'll be great fun. All right, let's refresh that. See how we're looking in the tournament, but that's still a ways off. I don't think they even have a release date yet. So we just need to win our last game, and then we'll at least have a decent, decent record. 3-2 is all right, considering we played Anticity and Boss Toss today. It's pretty all right. I do struggle with Chaos Dwarves playing against wide infantry builds because I find that I get stuffed back a lot. I need to develop strategies against that. Okay, still chilling out here. T90, I don't think T90 would be interested. T90 got invited to the Grubby event, but he ended up dropping out of it. I don't think he liked the sweat of it, or maybe didn't like the game. I'm not sure. It's a shame though. Yeah, he runs some great Age of Empires 2 stuff. T90 dropping is the reason why I didn't win the Grubby tournament. For the record, when T90 dropped and they replaced them with frickin' Sing Sing, it was like, oh, dude. When I was feeling out my opponents and watching them, I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna win this Warcraft 3 tournament. And then when I saw them bring in frickin' Sing Sing, I was like, oh no, dude, oh no. I believe T90 said he didn't enjoy the game, which is totally fair. If you don't enjoy it, then why suffer? You know? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty funny though. Yeah, Sing Sing is really sweaty. He's really good, man. And he studies his opponents too. It's like a lot of the players study the game, but Sing Sing not only studied the game, but he studied his opponents too. Yeah. He really, really, really did his homework on my playstyle. It was nuts. I was legit thinking in the last week leading up to the Grubby Invitational, I was like, I'm just not going to stream any of my prep. I'm just going to secretly prepare builds and counters, but I was like, it's too sweaty. I'm just going to... That would have been smart, though, because he was watching my stream. I saw videos of him watching me play for, hours. It's incredible. Yeah, incredible. He was like a Terminator coming out of the mist. Yeah, really was. Really was. All right, so this is going to be T5. Yeah, Dota players are really talented. All right. Thank you, Anticity, for the report there. Anticity is here. He's able to win his game, and we're going to get you. So there we go. All right, let's fix that. Oh, Dota players are beast mode. Yeah, they are. They are. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's put him back to his proper points here. There we go. I think I'm definitely going to put a bit of effort into getting decent at Dawn of War 4. I'd like to compete a little bit. Unfortunately I can't practice as much as people because of my hand problems, so that kind of sets me back. But still, I think I'd like to be the gatekeeper of that game too, and make sure you're worthy of winning tournaments. That's going to be really fun though. Man, I really hope they don't fumble that game. I really hope they don't. And give us a damn Chaos DLC, all right? We need Chaos. I was so sad when I saw Chaos wasn't in the opening roster. All right. Let's do that and do this. All right. Oh, that's cool, Kara. Grubby mentioned it earlier. That's nice. Yeah, the Dreadlord playstyle is pretty fun. It's risky though. The solo Dreadlord is kind of a cheese build because if you get him to level 6, before your opponents can get to 6, you can kind of just win games with Infernal, but it's risky. I'm better at League than large RTS games, but I enjoy watching. League is fun. I used to play Darius. I was an Unga Bunga top laner. Yeah. I used to play Darius and Garen and just mouth breathe so freaking hard in the top lane back in 2013, 2014. Just mouth wide open, nose completely blocked, just staring at the screen, just smashing my Q button on both of those characters and smashing my R button, which is the ult, which just karate chops. You're the reason I picked up Gnar. Yeah. Those characters are so mouth breathing. They're both the same. Like Garen, you just click on, you point at somebody, you hit Q, you spin, and then you hit R when they get low. Yeah. It was so haggard. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, Martin needs a Byron point. Or did his opponent just drop? Let's see. So Martin has 3. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so it should be fine. I did main Darius and Garen and Jace. Vlad was one of my favorite characters too. I really like playing Vlad. He's super fun. All right, should be getting ready for the next round here in a moment. Let's see. Yep, just waiting on one game. Abdelzarak and OG Potato are battling. Yeah, Braum was fun. He came out around the time I quit playing. I stopped playing League of Legends in like 2014, 2015, give or take. Darius is truly the Grimgore of League. He kind of is, just like a big axe moving down lane. It's true, yeah. I remember having a lot of games of being like, 17 kills and like 2 deaths with Darius and thinking I was going to carry the game and then just like losing in the late game. Because he's such a kill thief and doesn't bring as much to the team. I feel like Garen is even better in team fights because he's just more resilient and can break snares and stuff. Oh, I played Draven a lot too. Draven was one of my favorite characters. He's really fun. Maybe we gotta get back and do a League stream. That could be fun. My wife is quite good at League too. We could do some co-op stuff. It'd be quite a bit of fun. I'm being pinged for something. Okay, so Lahoot here. His opponent didn't show. Okay, so we're gonna drop this gentleman here. Thank you guys for your patience. Didn't Garen get nerfed recently? I could have sworn there was like something. I remember hearing about Garen being nerfed. Don't know. Haven't watched it in a long time. Early League of Legends was fun. I remember like the early 2012s, 2011, 2013, like the big events. There were some fun characters in those games. There was some fun characters indeed. All right. How can you save your multiplayer campaign? I don't know. There should be like a save button. I have no idea. Yeah, Jax is fun too. Jax is a fun hero. I like all those like top lane bruiser characters. They're fun. I used to try and play Lee Sin, but I always got wrecked. I was just like, Lee Sin is one of those characters that requires so much like positioning and knowledge and like landing skill shots. It's difficult. It's very difficult. All right. Oh, Karthus. Karthus is fun. There are a few greater feelings than using an ult on Karthus and getting a pentakill. Yeah, those are fun. Okay. So should be about ready, guys. Thank you for your patience. Waiting on Potato and Manlam, and then Abdelzarak and Kartoffel. There's so many people who are named Potato in our community. I don't know what the deal is with that, but it's just how it goes. You guys want to do a dreaded some Warcraft 3 games after we finish today? I'm super down actually. I think it'd be fun. Rush brackets. Hey, everybody's done. All right, so now we're gonna go play our final game. And let's see what's going on. Old Scion, oh my god. Old Scion was great. Old Master Yi, remember Master Yi before they reworked him? And he had the pizza feet. His feet were literally like giant slices of pizza. It was amazing. That was so funny. Okay, should be good. And yes. Now let's advance the old Swiss. So there we go. I don't have League installed right now. Yeah. Maybe do I have League installed? I don't think I do. I don't think I've installed it on my new computer. It's been like a year since I played. I lost my old account. I had to make a new one and re-level it up. All right. So we got Lahoot as our opponent. Let's do that. Hopefully he's not Skaven. I know he likes Skaven. So Skaven are actually a bad faction, but they are a hard counter against Chaos Dwarves. That's like one of the few matchups you want to avoid pretty hard. Round 5. Good luck. Have fun. All right. Let's do this. Get our opponent in here for round 5. Lahoots. Where is he? He's around here somewhere. Okay. So he's coming, and let's look at the map bans. We're 2-2. We've won 2, lost 2, but we've played 2 of the best players in the world, and you know they were definitely decisive victories for my. Well, it was one of them was kind of close, but I do struggle with Chaos Dwarves against like super aggro. I got to figure it out. When people try and like range trade or play mid game with me with Chaos Dwarves, I usually win, but against Rush I do struggle, so I need to practice. Need to see what's up here. Okay, so we can do the. What are we on here? We're going to do the Edge of the Darkwood? This is round 5, right? Yes. He's Warriors of Chaos. Okay, this is a fun matchup. We got the Warriors of Chaos. Chorfs for me. Warriors of Chaos are a super cool faction. They're very fun. Alright, so who bans first? He bans first. You first, G. Chaos Dwarves are a good faction. They're solid. Yeah, they're a very good faction. They have like a 54% win rate in tournaments, which is great. Yeah, it's good. It is good. Hey, Jeffy, there you go, man. Hell yeah. Treat yourself, man. Okay, so waiting on my opponent to ban the map. Warriors of Chaos. I don't think I have build save for these guys anymore for Chorfs. Did I have one for Warriors of Chaos? Oh, I do actually have a Chorf for Warriors of Chaos build. Nice. All right, let's get our screen blocker up. James Hetfield is here. And here we go. Yeah, I kind of like this build. Yeah, this isn't bad. It depends on the map, of course, but... Oh, this build is really outdated. Wow. It's very, very outdated. So he's going to ban Ambush. We'll play on Jade. All right, so we're going to be on the Jade Tomb here. And, yeah, let's get it. This is a cool-ass build, actually. I kind of want to try it. I don't know if it's ideal, but we're going to see if it works. Yes and yes. 600 here. What could I Fireborn do against Chaos? I guess they wreck Forsaken, which is nice. They're good against Forsaken, good against Trolls, weak against, like, Hellstrider. Yeah. Pros and cons. Alright. Yeah, this build's heavy metal. Pretty heavy metal. Alright, so we're going to be on the Jade Tomb. The Jade Tomb is upon us. I have heard of Beyond All Reason. I have heard about it, yeah. I've had a lot of people suggest it. I think if we run into, you know, a period of just not having anything new to play, we might give it a try. It does look fun. Thomas the Pain Engine, he's coming, yeah. The Pain Engines are good in this matchup, although there's Hellstriders and Trolls and a fair amount of armor you got to watch out for, so it's a little sketchy. Alright, so he's there, yes. Hell Cannon is something to worry about, I guess. Do we need to worry about the Hell Cannon in this matchup? I don't know, not really. I don't think the Hell Cannon's too bad. Yeah, I think we're okay. Mainly, like, Hellstrider spam is one of the more annoying things to deal with. Although you can just go very wide in an infantry game and kind of punish the Hellstriders. Certainly is possible. Wookie likes it, or Reclusive Kung Fu Master, he does. That was him during Christmas of 2013, I think. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Magma Cannon maybe is an idea. Beyond All Reason is a super cool game. I think it's something we'll dive into someday. Renders. Deathstreakers. Yeah, we could potentially be dealing with a lot of Marauders. I think we got most of our bases covered. Hellstriders will be one of the more annoying things to deal with, though. They're just very troll, but you can only have 4 of them, so it's not like it's an infinite legion of them. Yeah, I think we're all right. Do we have ample anti-large? I suppose so. All right, good luck, have fun to my opponent. And let's see what's going on. Bannerlord, oh, the Bannerlord Warhammer mod is amazing, by the way. It's really, really good. It's really, really good. The one where you can play the old world, we had a blast with that, man. Hans van Haggard and Helman von Haggard. Oh, it was great. Lord of the Rings mod is out. Oh, you're talking about the one for Bannerlord? Yeah, I don't know when they're going to update the Old Realms mod. They said they were adding dwarves and greenskins, and when they do that, we'll for sure dive back in and look. Okay, so Warriors of Chaos are here. Yeah, I think this covers most of our bases. The Bale Taurus characters, when they got that item nerf, they became a lot weaker. They're still decent, but it's a little bit riskier. Azazel isn't bad in this matchup, too. Azazel can be a menace. You for sure can. All right, good luck. Have fun to my opponent. Let us do it. Let's get the blocker. And the Jade Tomb is here. So it begins, the great battle of our time. We're going to try and do some poke and stroke here. Get a little bit of ranged, force them in. I didn't go too hardcore on the artillery. In some matchups, it's very good, but can be risky. All right. Good luck, have fun to my opponent here. Great player. May the best servant of chaos win. That's right. Oh yeah, the Warhammer Old Realms mod. Take as long as you need. Those guys are all volunteers, man. They did an amazing job. I had so much damn fun playing the first time around. So we got our skirmishers. We got just a single magma cannon to rip some shots. And then we're going to get a fire glaive pushing up. Astro Chad, Hashid Stark Ravagers. So a very strange build. But the Dark Ravagers wreck all the Chaos Infantry, and they have throwing axes against bigger targets. The fire glaive just going to be waddling up, and the magma cannon can shoot too. With a lot of mobility to contest Marauder Horsemen. So we're going to go ahead and park here and here. Grab those objectives, we'll grab those objectives. And here we are. Itachutu Astrogoth. Okay, ready and ready. Magma cannon, we want to shoot at the Marauder Horsemen. My opponent has 9 models, so pretty similarly sized army. It's going to be pretty elite. I don't know what sort of units he'll bring, but hopefully nothing too crazy. We do have guns and Iron Demons in reserve as well. Oh, the custom battle map was so freaking cool in that mod, the Blood Keep or whatever. That thing was super rad. All right, so let's get you moving up, and we're going to get Hashid Stark Ravagers. You guys waddling there, and the Magma Cannon can scoot up a little bit as well. All right, and if we could go and get his home objective, I mean, that'd be sweet. That's a little bit ambitious. Soul of Damnation, we can't really interact with it too much, so we're just going to, let it do its thing. Ah, you got to be careful and make sure you grab these points. We have a victory point. Take it from the foe. All right, yeah, because the Hell Cannon can outrange us, so we probably just sit back here and get ready to shoot. We're going to get a lot of free damage on his chicken, and he is shooting at my good unit, but we are hammering into the chicken here. Getting a little bit of value off his shields, which is nice. And he's dodging, though. Good micro. Nice, right in the face. Hashid Stark Ravagers can come up and start bullying here. We're going to keep farming the chicken, and we're going to go ahead and get some Kadai Fireborn coming in now and move them up. Great. So Astro Chad is going to go after the Aspiring Champions. Hashid Stark Ravager is going to go after the Marauders. And we've already gotten his chicken relatively low, which is good. Fireglade Boy's going to scoot up. We're going to take Fire at Will off to make sure we don't waste shit here. Astro Chad taking him to Pound Town. Going to get you coming across, and you guys can come here and make sure we don't lose that home point. All right, so the chicken is basically banished. We don't want to waste any of our ammo on our skirmishers, that's for sure. We're going to get just another cheap unit to help hold this, get some Fireborn over there. And Hashid Stark Ravagers and Astro Chad are going to blast his infantry. It's going to be a bad time for them for sure. Just want to shoot Marauders. The chicken is regenerating. He's still going after the Oglacon's boys. And yeah, we just keep farming value right now because we're winning these trades pretty decisively, right? We can go and push up here with these. Skirmishers can come here and help us maintain capture weight. Should have done that earlier. That was a mistake. We could do a little Flamestorm action right there on these guys just to get rid of them, get them off the objective, and maybe we can hold it. So Hashid Stark Ravager's doing good. We're going to go send the Kadai out for free fights there. My opponent calling in the Rotting Riders. That is a scary ROR. So we need to have the guns nearby, ready to deal with them. And we do manage to fold them up on this point, which is great. All right, so Fire Glaives are going to deal with the Rotting Riders, or at least try to. Magma Cannon shooting at them is not a bad idea also. Hashid Stark Ravagers, maybe pull back. He's going to get us with a big scary right now with a final transmutation. Nothing we could really do about that. All right, so we do get nailed. Good magic. Rotting Riders are going to get it. We're going to go ahead and get the guns, training on them. And the Fireborn are basically just farming his infantry in the open field there. All right, Astrogoth can fight them because he's infantry size. He doesn't really care about that. And we can get the Fireglaves hopefully in range to punish here in a second. Dark Ravagers can use their throwing weapons. We get a lot of good shots there. Ooh, Astro Chad actually in some trouble. We're going to Cascading Firecloak him, and we're going to get you guys to come help with the chicken as well. I guess that final transmutation did more damage than I expected. So let's get another gun coming in. Let's do this. Great. And the Rotting Riders are having a bad time. They're having a very bad time. We're using our dreaded throwing weapons too. So yeah, let's just go ahead and take the fight. It's fine. You do this, do this. Let's get the Magma Cannon to start shooting at what? The Hellstriders for sure are going to be the play. All right, so those guys are going to die here probably. We could do a Flamestorm on them if we want to, but man, oh man, they're meaty boys. Rotting Riders still going strong. Let's get those Fireglaves to try and finish them off. Kadai Fireborn are just slowly killing every infantry unit over here, which is pretty fun. Astro Chad could go after them, a little bit messy. Those Halberd boys should be able to do some work. He's getting really, really low here. I think we're just going to need to call in a Wolf Rider just to get something in front of those guys, man. All right, so we'll shoot here. Rotting Riders are broken now. Yes, Astrogoth is close to dying. So we're going to need to like hide him on the back of the map basically for now. And let's get a little gremlin over there to try and capture that objective. He reached me with some Aspiring Champions. We do see the Rotting Riders getting taken to Pound Town. And those Aspiring Champions are going to be tough to deal with. Astrogoth could go try and help. He's playing a bit of a dangerous game. But we'll try. And the Hashid Stark Ravager is actually still moderately useful here. They can do some decent work. Fireglaves in melee here is unfortunate, but it is what it is. All right, let's not overextend. Let's get that other Fireglaive coming up. That chicken is going to get back. Let's get these Fireglaves back if we can. Try and brute force this point right now. See if we can just get it. Okay. Hellstriders are getting it. Astro Chad is trying. We're going to try and get you guys back, but I think those Fireborn have overextended a little bit too greedily. And, oh, he caught me looking on the other screen. He caught me slipping there, boss. Ooh, that was bad. I just lost all my skirmishers. Okay, it is what it is. The troll toll hath been paid. Okay, Fireborn, get back. Let's get another big boy coming out soon. Going to get you guys here and look to see where we want to use the Flamestorm. Hopefully my missile units will rally. That was a really nice play on his part. Very, very clean. All right, so guns are shooting. You guys are chilling. Get a Bull Centaur Render coming out to deal with some of the anti-large lads. Magma Cannon's still going. Okay, Skirmishers have returned. Hell yeah, that's very nice. And we're going to get Astro Chad to go over here. I don't know how I'm down on value so badly. I feel like the trading isn't too bad, but I guess it's a little bit... Oh, I guess it's Astrogoth being this low is rough. Okay, so we're going to do this. Cast a little Flamestorm right here. We need Astrogoth to hold. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. And is he going to hold? He does get the Flamestorm. Is going to melt those guys, most likely. The Hellstriders do get cooked. He ends up breaking, though, which is tough. All right, Magma Cannon. Let's shoot at you guys across the board. Fireglaves are going to sit back here. And we're going to need to get all of our skirmishers up and at the ready. All right, so you guys go. Astrogoth is running. He is going to break. We can keep Magma shooting. I think another Iron Demon probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I feel like we're not that far behind in value, man, but it's certainly not loving us on the value tracker right now. That's for damn sure. All right, let's move up the Fireglaves, just rip some shots where we can. We do see some Disc Riders coming out, Knights of Immolation. Thankfully, we do have some answers for them. We have a little bit of shooting with the Fireglaves. All right, we're going to shoot the chicken. We're going to keep you guys on guard duty here. Hopefully be able to boink these guys down. Let's go ahead and just fire there. Saving up for a big scary. Let's go ahead and get the Iron Demon coming in, which is going to help clean out the infantry pressure. Chicken takes a little bit of damage. Magma Cannon, what can we shoot at? Shoot at Hellstriders. That's going to be the best bet. And let's call on you guys to maybe try and ninja that point. All right, so we're going to shoot the Knights of Immolation here. Try and ninja this point. Foghorn, Leghorn, he held. He did, but no, it looks like the Hellstriders ended up getting him in the back. Yeah, it's fine. I have decent leadership on my roster, so not the end of the world. We'll call the Bull Centaurs over there. Let's get the Fireglaves to start shooting, and the Iron Demon should counter the infantry coming in. Is Astrogoth still running? I mean, do I try and salvage him? It's kind of greedy, but sure. Let's try it. Let's go for it. Let's see if we can salvage him. All right, so we're not getting that objective, and it looks like the Doom Knights are thinking about landing here. We still have a lot of time. Ooh, nice bombardment right there. Not bad at all. We are getting the capture weight. We can send a Hobgoblin over there to threaten that objective too. Iron Demon's rolling dirty, and hopefully it'll continue rolling dirty. Let's shoot at you guys. Oh my god, Astro Chad, he rallied. Oh, and then he shatters. He broke too many times. Okay, let's get out of the final transmutation here. Get you guys to shoot the chicken. Yeah, and then you guys come in there. The gun's getting great value against those things. And we're going to need probably just some sustainable infantry to come in. Yes. So we're going to get you to come up. Magma Cannon still pounding the Hellstriders into the Shadow Realm. Bull Centaurs on the way. We actually are threatening my opponent's home objective, which is hilarious. So we're going to go see if we can ninja that real quick. Keep shooting these guys. Take our mobility back there to try and ninja that point. And let's get the Bull Centaurs and the trains to move back in. And see if they can karate chop here. Those guys, unfortunately, just broke for no reason. They're just like, hey, you know, we don't feel like fighting today. I respect that. So, can we get his artillery? Most likely not. Let's shoot here. Get you coming back in. We need to get the Pain Train all the way back to the Bull Centaurs. We're going to get you across, and we're going to get the Bull Centaurs fighting right here. The Demon Train's going to charge them in the back. You guys shoot there. Magma Cannon, what can we possibly shoot at here? Not too many great targets, to be honest. Alright, so we're trying to ninja this point. You guys have rallied. We could bring back Astro Chad. It wouldn't be a terrible idea. The chicken is playing a bit of a dangerous game here. It is a little bit surrounded right there, and I do have my Wolf Riders. Plus, this point is coming to us, too. Forsaken counter most of these units, but at least it'll buy us some time on the objective game. And then we can consider retreating if we need to. Alright, how are the Bull Centaurs doing here? Does he have a final transmutation? If he doesn't, maybe we're alright. Let's get you guys back. Get you guys shooting right there. Retreat you. Get the Dowizar infantry coming up. And we didn't get his point. That's really bad. That's really, really bad, actually. Collins, let's go ahead and just do Fireborn. We just need bodies on the field right now. The Iron Demon can continue poking. And you guys can come, shoot these guys. Wolf Riders do get caught. Let's get you guys back. Ooh, close game. Really, really close game. I'm surprised the Bull Centaurs got wrecked as badly as they did. Do we shoot at the Hellstriders? Yes, we do. All right, so we're going to shoot at the Hellstriders. Get you guys coming up. Hopefully some of these guys will rally. Looks like they have. So we're going to charge in there. Get on top of those bad boys. Keep the Demon Train rolling dirty. And the Magma Cannon's already out of ammo anyway, so not really a huge deal that we lose that. But we're going to need to get a point here very, very soon. It's getting very, very tight. All right, so Kadai Fireborn have gotten up. Astro Chad is going to be an uber expensive call-in. Don't know if he's really worth it. We'll pull you back to this point for defensive purposes. You guys keep shooting this. The chicken is playing a bit of a dangerous game here, and we are getting good Iron Demon value. And Magma Cannon may actually rally too. It might. What can I even call in that's going to be moderately useful? I guess Astro Chad, because he's got all this magic in the bank. It'll be pretty good against all these units. All right, so he is shooting the Hell Cannon in. Probably has like 3,000 value. 2,900, yeah. The thing, I mean, I can't really get to it because Hellstriders counter my diving units, so it's kind of pointless. All right, so the Kadai are going to finish off the Knights of Immolation. We can take some shots at the chicken. We're going to use full speed ahead. You guys go back that way. We're going to loop back through there. And Astro Chad is going to be back in a minute, but truly a long time. Man, those freaking guys just would not die. Let's get in here. These guys ready to party. We do see some Hellstriders coming in. Astro Chad is 1895. Man, that's expensive. The Magma Cannon has returned, so let's start shooting at the Hellstriders again. Keep the Pain Train going. Fireborn will trade uber effectively into all these units. Really got to make sure I can hold on to my back objective, although I don't know if I'll be able to. Resummoning Astrogoth may be a mistake. Instead of just units that can win these fights, although, I don't know. We'll see. So, Astro Chad is coming, and that's going to give us some magic. Yes. So here comes the Lawn Gnome. He arriveth. And we're going to keep charging here, keeping the Kadai going. I mean, the Kadai are countering a lot of my opponent's build here. Magma Cannon shots, hopefully they'll feast. We'll see. That was a decent hit, nothing too crazy. Got to keep this thing juking. Let's bring you guys in to attack you. You guys do this. Magma Cannon is officially out of ammo, so now we can unsummon it. And the chicken somehow got back up in the sky. We don't ask such questions around here. All right, so Astro Chad is coming. We need to do this. Get this point back online. We're going to go attack there. Unsummon you. And the train is going to need to keep rolling. So Kadai will counter a lot. I felt like we had a very good start to this game, but something in the mid-game went a little bit awry. So we have some capture weight units coming in here. And we are in the process of maybe steamrolling them off this point. I don't know. We're going to have to see. Capture weight, yeah, we're going to need more. So let's do that. Get in here. Help steal that objective. And just hopefully the Kadai can carry us into the sunset, man. That's going to be exactly what needs to happen here. Okay, let's get you guys in, you guys in. See if we can just melt those guys. All right, so Astro Chad able to break those Forsaken. Let's just run them down here and bring Astro Chad over on this side. Probably going to be a situation that is going to be a triple cap, so that's, you know, a little bit scary here. But we got to play all 3 objectives now. And this side, we might lose this. Especially if my opponent has a final transmutation. That's going to be very bad. But at this point, for sure, it's going to go to us. So we're going to get that one. Now we just need to focus all of our efforts on this. Yeah, his Hell Cannon did an insane amount of work. Honestly, I think the Magma Cannon just might be a little bit haggard. But we are getting some damage in there, and the Fireborn are doing great. The Demon Train is still pumping its brakes here. And Astro Chad's going to get in. We'll go ahead and do a Cascading Fire Cloak right there, help those guys out. And that point is going to go to us. Great, great. And then we can go ahead and start waddling over there. Can we win this fight? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard. I think we got to call in some just bodies to get up here and help out. The Kadai are still going strong. Astrogoth is going to have a Flamestorm here soon, but my opponent has pretty comfortable positioning on the objectives. Well played, honestly. Really good game. So we lost a bit today, but it's still really good learning against great opponents. Ain't no shame in that. Let's move up. I mean, I was going to try and ninja this objective, but I don't think that's going to go well. We'll have another Flamestorm here soon, and we have some bodies getting in, but don't think it's going to be enough. His Hell Cannon straight up won him the game, I think. Yeah, I was like, maybe I guess I just go Hell Cannon. The Magma Cannons are I guess, a remnant of a day long past, you know? Maybe still thinking Hell Cannons or the Magma Cannon is the way is just my old man sentiment. We'll see. Really tight game it was. It was really close, actually. The value isn't speaking the truth to the game, that's for sure. All right, so we got the 2 guys going for the side objective. This one started to flip to us, but not quick enough. That's for damn sure. GG, well played. Really nice game by him, honestly. That was awesome. Great match. Let's say GG dog. Very well played. And what would we change? So that was a build I made like 6 months ago. His Hell Cannon getting freaking 3,100 value and my Magma getting 900 is the big difference, right? So here's the thing. My Magma Cannon shot the entire game. If I just switch mine to the Hell Cannon, do I then win the game? Because I think it would farm a shit ton of value. Although he didn't have elite units really, but the Magma Cannon felt really shitty. 900 value and it used its entire payload on ideal targets is very tough. Oh, Aethelwolf, don't worry about it, man. Yeah, Flying Sorcerer could have been good too. Yeah, there's a lot of better ways I could have played it. The build was not awesome. As to you, he played like a champ. Now, if we were to bring like a proper build, having seen the issues with that one, probably like a sorcerer, and we could even do Flames of Asgore. We could do Hashut, and that like one-shots Hell Cannons. So probably just nailing that would be very good. Like a Sorcerer Prophet on a Lamasu or a Bale Taurus, just a hammer, would have been very good. All right, so now we're going to have the top 4. It shouldn't take too much longer. We have how many games wrapped up here? Okay, handful of games. Let me tell my opponent to report the score. There we go. And let's do it, man. Unfortunately, my homie, that Lahoot here, he can't make top 4 either, I don't think. So that was basically just a pit lord battle, unfortunately. I would have loved to have rooted for him in the later rounds. So Boss Toss looking to be in top 4. Navigator, Anticity, and a couple other spots are still contested. Yeah, so let's do this. Go to the desktop capture, and we can see right now. So Boss Toss, Anticity, Daniken, most likely there also. Although, no, Daniken only has 3 wins. Oh, shit. Okay, so Daniken had a rougher run today. Probably trying some factions they don't normally play. I finally got a victory at the end of my suffering as Nurgle. Let's go, dude. Yeah, you know, hey, take the 1 and 4, man. Nurgle will take all those wins. Yes. So we just got to wait for these games to finish. Need to give him his buy round points. And, yeah. We should be good. I mean, so far, top 4 is Bostos and both undefeated. Not losing a single game today. Navigator and Daniken as well. Cool. Daniken actually did have another win. I didn't see that. But we still need other people to finish because we might have to do a tiebreaker playoff or something since it's such a big event. That sometimes can happen. Oh, let me give the buy round point to Manlom. Okay. And who is going to be? This is a big morale victory for these these tournament sweats. It's good, right? Because winning the first tournament of the season, getting your name at the top of the leaderboard is a pretty good morale boost. Plus 10 leadership. Yes. How often in the tournaments? We have like 4 or 5 a week. I mean, if you're including all the different hosts, it's probably like a lot, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 a week, I would say. They're pretty frequent. Beginner tournaments, all across the board. It's a very active community. Was doing good, and then I had to face Daniken. Daniken's really, really good. Yeah, Daniken's a menace. Lance demis are only really good in like 1 or 2 matchups. Lance demis against dwarves can be okay if you can kill their artillery and cannons. And then Lance demis can clean up a lot of dwarf infantry. But aside from that, they're not the best. The halberds are usually safer. Lance demis, really just against even against Warriors of Chaos. Like, because the halberds still do okay damage against small targets. It's not that bad. So usually I would say going with the halberds is better. Yeah, Anticity hosts 4 to 5 tournaments a week. I usually host about 2. And then other hosts are going to be hosting, it might even be 10 plus tournaments. Shit. I forgot that Anticity does the daily events. He does Monday through Friday usually. Like early in the morning, like 10 a.m. my time. Oh yeah, you can join. Anybody's welcome to join. Doesn't matter where you're from. We have players from US, from Europe, from Southeast Asia, from the Middle East. One of our top players, I believe, is from Saudi Arabia. I don't know about in the top 16, give or take. So absolutely. Just get in there and get your butt kicked, and that's the best way to learn. Like, these hard losses I took today, we won a couple, but we lost a handful too, and those were the best lessons. Like, you learn a lot about the matchups, and it's quite good. The tournament grind set is unreal. Yeah, you got a lot of tournaments to grind, man. You got a whole bunch. Okay, so let me see what's cooking here. So next weekend is the 25th. Okay, I'm thinking of maybe setting up the season finals for the previous season for next weekend, doing it real quick. We'll see, though. We'll see. Okay, so how's the round looking? We getting there? Brackets. Couple games still to finish. One of my favorite things about Anticity's tournaments is for his avatar, for all of his events, he uses Grimgore, and I don't know if he's ever used Grimgore a day in his life in multiplayer. Grimgore is such a bad lord. Oh, he's such a meme. What matchup would Grimgore actually be decent, like okay in? If we had to say Grimgore is like, what are his best matchups? Probably... Grimgore is probably usable against Norska, usable against Vampire Counts, usable against Bretonnia, usable against High Elves, usable against Dwarves. Against Khorne, he's probably like decent. You could use him. Against Cathay, you can probably use him. And yeah, Nurgle and Zine should be fine too. But he's so bad. He's so bad. Hey, welcome, Shag. Hopefully you're having a good time. Grimgore with 60 speed would be a menace. Horrible versus Dark Elves. Yeah, anybody who's like fast, Grimgore is going to suck. The fact that he's on foot is just pain. Do you train for tournaments? Not really, no. My training is the tournaments. I do not play Total War Warhammer usually outside of the tournament streams. I mean, I'll record videos, but myself playing, I only play when I play in tournaments. So I'm not practicing or scheming outside. Granted, I used to do that in the earlier seasons. I would train a lot. But now I mainly just raw dog it and get in there, and I think it's fun. It helps keep you from, if you play too much, you can burn out, I've been doing this for a long time, like 9 years, so this game. All right. Who's the best orc? Are we including goblins? I mean, the best orc character is probably Grom the Paunch. Oh, wait, he's a goblin, isn't he? That's right. He's an oversized goblin. Okay, so the best orc is Gorbad. Gorbad's actually quite good. Yeah, Gorbad is amazing because he gives an aura of +10. So you can run Gorbad around your army and he just massively buffs your troops. It's very, very good. And he's a good fighter too. Gorbad is so much better than Grimgore, it's not even funny. If we're talking the best goblin, it's a little bit harder, right? Because the goblins are very good. Warboss is extremely good. Skarsnik is viable. Great Shaman is very, very good. Yeah, you guys get the idea. Wurzag isn't dead because he still has a snare ability, but he sees a lot less play. He's still viable, though. Wurzag is still a good lord. He's not bad by any stretch. All right, let's see how the top 4 looks. Hopefully we don't need tiebreaker games, but if we do, it's fine. The more, the merrier. Oh, I still love playing Total War. I love it. I do. It's a Total War multiplayer is great, and we have an awesome community. I don't have that, like when I was like in my late 20s, I used to really like grinding competitive games, and I still do, but I definitely appreciate playing a more diverse range of games now. Whereas in my 20s, in my early 30s, I was like very much like, stick to one game, really become a dark wizard at it. But yeah, I prefer to play different games now. Mix it up a little bit. All right, just waiting on Riz, Otto, and Claw to finish their games. And we'll see if we need a tiebreaker. It looks like only one tiebreaker game. Do you think any rule set can even out land battle to be more fair? Yeah. Yeah, the people who do the fruit rules are pretty solid. They do a good job. Like, as good of a job as can be done, really. But yeah, I personally don't like land battle from a competitive RTS perspective because it's just like there's gray area. It's like silly. If you brought RTS pros from any like legit pro RTS games like StarCraft and they like read through the land battle rules, they'd be like, what the hell is this shit? It's like, but like for somebody who just loves the spectacle of land battle in that format, it's great. I mean, they do an amazing job, the fruit rules guys. They do a really, really good job. But I like the RTS experience a little bit more than just the kind of classic Total War land battle aesthetic. Okay, so we're going to do playoff. I'm going to set this up just in case. We might need to do a playoff game here. Yeah, I do want to do some Warcraft 3 streams soon. I've been kind of thinking about it. Riz and Claw are still playing. Let me know when done, brother. Okay. But here's the thing, like, if we eventually get Total War Warhammer 40K, for example, I wouldn't be, like, upset if we got, like, Conquest mode, I wouldn't be stressing. Like, if we got Conquest mode as, like, the default game mode for Total War Warhammer 40K, I would go all in on that. Like, that's fine. It's just, as long as you have, like, a victory condition, then that's solid. There just needs to be a victory condition that isn't ridiculous and needs like player-made rules to even become playable. But like, yeah, if we got Conquest for future Total War games, like totally on board with that. I'm gonna hit it hard, and that's gonna be what we do. So no problem with that. You ever played? I don't know, Shag, if I have. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, I didn't get around to trying Broken Arrow. Let's see if these guys are done. Waiting on one game and they finished. Let's see if we need a tiebreaker real quick. And we'll go from there. Yes, we do. So it's going to be Don't Try So Hard and Danikin are going to be tiebreakering it. Okay. So Danikin and Don't Try So Hard. Tiebreaker game to get to top 4. So guys, we're getting an extra game today. Hell yeah, let's go. All right, so I'm going to host this. And that's going to be a playoff here. Yes. Let's get in there. Drop it for the homies. All right. Bonti won. He reported it. Thank you so much. And here we go. Yeah, Sabbaticus, they're both good. Land battle is extremely fun if you're playing with friends. Like, if you're just playing with homies and people you trust, or people who are going to play an honest game with you and not draw kite you around the map for 20 minutes or abuse, like, terrain, and then it's quite fun. But what I don't like is what turned me off land battle a lot and made me go to domination was high-stakes land battle tournaments were just filled with drama and rule breaks and people skirting the rules, and it was just so... It was hard for me to focus on like casting those games sometimes because I could see rule breaks happening or people skirting the edge of the rules to get advantages, and it was a gray area where it's like I have to be the bad guy and enforce some really ridiculous rule of like, because somebody would break a rule for like half a second then go back to not breaking it, and it was like just to get squeeze out little advantages, and it was like, oh god, I hated that, man. I hated that. But if you have good, that's why I'm pretty sure the existing land battle community doesn't put any money or prizes up for their tournaments. Probably for that reason. It's because it's going to attract cheaters and it's going to attract that kind of drama. Yeah, I don't want to be Eddard Stark. That's right. That guy, he literally saw White Walkers and you're going to give him the business? No, thank you. All right, so Daniken is here. And now we're waiting for the other side. Okay. You got 2 minutes before we move on. Okay, I'm messaging this gentleman here. If he doesn't show up in 2 minutes, we're just going to advance Daniken. It is time. Jay Phoenix in chat saying, I remember being an admin for the Warhammer World Cup and how nuts all the drama got. Yeah, I don't... Domination doesn't have any of that. Like, we have a little bit of drama, but it's all just... The worst drama we have is like smurfing or disconnects, which is like, whatever. That's small fish. That's small fish. Okay. Right on. So they're going to do the semifinal maps. It's Dark Elves versus Norska here. There are no rules in domination mode because it's designed as an RTS. You have enclosed victory conditions. The only rules that people could break in domination would be, we do have restrictions on some bugged abilities and extremely overpowered abilities. So if somebody brought 2 arrows of Kurnus instead of just 1, then that would be a rule break and we would just restart the game. So it's really, you don't have to worry about attacking rules or like line camping or holding the edge of the map. You don't need to worry about any of that stuff. No fun allowed. You could mod that. Yes, people could mod that if they wanted to. Okay. Like there was rules in like old school land battle about like cycle charging, for example. Like you couldn't get your monster at a certain point in the game. You couldn't get your monster and cycle charge your opponent's units. You had to just take your hands off the keyboard and let your monster sit in combat until the end of the game. That was like legit a rule that we had. So if it's just like a monster versus 1 unit at the end, you would just, AFK that monster and it had to sit in the fight because cycle charging monsters was rough. The name is Voldemort. Yeah. Used to have a lot of smurfing issues in Code 2 tourneys. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. Having some issues here? Reconnect successful. Okay, I think we're good. Oh. Ooh, internet's lagging. Evil internet lag. Hold, champions, hold. Can you guys hear me still? I see the bitrate is... Hang on for Sigmar. Oh, domination at launch was terrible. It was very bad. Okay. There we are. It's fine. We have time for our internet to stabilize while the players build their armies and whatnot. No, just restart the stream. It'll be okay. Winning mechanic, the come from behind, the maps were terrible. There was a lot of really bad stuff. There's no arguing that. Just restart. It'll come back. And mechanic was terrible. Oh my god, it was terrible. It's fighting, guys. Hang tight. I can see my internet struggling for its life right now. It's my internet. Yeah. Holds. Holds, brothers. Wow, is it wowza? Come on, hold. I don't want to restart the internet because restarting YouTube streams is really a lot of... Come on. Let me just let these guys know that I need a couple minutes before we hang tight. My internet is lagging. Give it 5 minutes. All right. Hey, we're back. Okay. Yes. The internet won. All of you homies in chat who are praying to the Omnissiah, you guys have succeeded. Ready and ready. All right. We did it, baby. We're back. Fully refresh everything. You should be golden now. You should be golden. We communed with the machine spirit. We did. All right. Semifinal match right here. Well, not semifinal, but playoff to see who gets to go to top 4. Daniken versus Don't Try So Hard. Holy shit, look at that Corsair build right there, man. Yes, the Omnissiah has blessed us here this day. It has. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're back. Just refresh or come. I know the YouTube stream is working. I don't know about what's going on Twitch, but here we are. Okay. So Dark Elves versus Norska here on the Valley of Lies. Norska waiting eagerly for its update. A couple months now. On the Valley of Lies, which is a very, very big open map. It's pretty fun. All right. Cool, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to this Duel of Fates between Dark Elves and Norska. Our Dark Elf champion is going to be probably one of the best Dark Elf players in the world, if not the best. It is going to be Danikentrop. He is going to be coming in with Spirit Leech Caster, and that's basically it with Doom and Darkness. Main battle line is going to be Blackheart Corsairs, so Corsairs are pretty badass. Get those guys in line, and they can chop up a lot of chaff infantry. They're basically designed to kill Marauder equivalents. So Blackheart Corsairs, Coldland Spear Riders for some anti-werewolf action, and this is my favorite part of the build. It is going to be Shades with dual weapons. Now, Shades with dual weapons pretty awesome because if they do get attacked by hounds, they will be able to destroy them pretty quickly with their dual weapons. And yeah, they'll put big hurt on other targets as well. Looking at the army of the great Don't Try So Hard, he's going to be coming in the front line with Marauders and Marauders here. We do also have a Firecaster, which is a good choice against Dark Shards and Shades and Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. Wulfric the Wanderer on his mighty Chaos Steed with Lore of Boats. Shout out to Dot Blaze there. And Mistwalkers with the Marauder Icewolf Chariots and a couple Horsemen going to be coming in on the other side as well. All right, guys. The battle is on, and so it begins. Nakamura, thank you for the raid, man. I'm sorry your raid walked into the lag spike, but I think we have gotten past that now. And yeah. Nakamura, also one of the creators of Domination Mode. Absolute Chad. Supreme Sorceress here, going to be dropping Spirit Leech on Wulfric the Wanderer, and he is going to be forced back. Meanwhile, the Dark Elves going to be claiming Objective 1 and being very apprehensive about advancing up to the middle. The Norska Ungabunga is going to be heading up, so there they go. We have the Marauder Hordes, and looks like some Horsemen mixed in the ranks as well, going to be surging forth, looking to take control of Objective number 2. Dark Elf Gaming, that's right, man. That's right. So Wulfric lurks in the back. Mistwalker is going to be cruising on up. And so it begins. The battle for the middle of the map. And the Ravens Heralds. Very cool to see them in play. Now, these guys are basically flying repeater crossbow cavalry. And you could use them to poke the SEs, the chariots. Pretty good against, any of the big monstrous type units. You just don't want them to be shooting at infantry. Wulfric basically hiding in the back, getting Chain Spirit Leeched by Daniken. And we do see Don't Try So Hard using the Marauder Horsemen to try and screen out the Dark Elf Lord. But Daniken has the dreaded Eastern European micro where they just are furious with it. And they, I'm telling you, in the history of Total War Competitive, some of the players who have the sweatiest, most powerful micro are from Central or Eastern Europe. Like, you go to Poland and go east from there, and like those players just have such insane micro. It's nuts. And I believe Daniken is from Ukraine, so. All right, moving up, we got the Blackheart Corsairs trying to contest the point, but the Norskins do have a lot of capture weight on it, and the rest of the Norskan Ungabunga is going to be sitting back and having a bit of a stare down right here. 2 Marauders, that's going to be, and a Marauder Champion as well. They are going to out-capture here, but now the Shades are going to be throwing some shade on their opponent's face. And Shades have really good armor piercing. They will be able to punch through Marauder Champions over time, so that is going to be sending the Champions into a melee push. They're going to be coming forward. Daniken to the back, calling in the Doomfire Warlocks. And we do see Mistwalkers for Norska and Condom Wolves on the wings waiting. But so far, the objective advantage belongs to Norska. With the army trading, Dark Elves have done a little bit more damage, but now we're going to see the push. Chariots being sent in, but immediately, dude, Daniken is so on point with this. He immediately countercharges with the cold ones to keep them from getting in, which is very, very nice. Up in the sky, though, nice positioning from Don't Try So Hard, using his javelins to punish the Ravens Heralds. And Wulfric is going to be getting afflicted by a Spirit Leech there. And a good burning ahead coming in as well. What a beauty on the Shades with dual weapons. So those guys are going to be getting it. And they do lose not a ton of models, none actually. But they do take a lot of HP damage. So they're going to be buttered up for a little bit later. And there is a little bit of lag here. But thankfully, it's not me actually this time around. It's one of the players. So we will see what happens. We will see. Doombolt coming in. Let's hope one of the homies didn't disconnect. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if it's clear who disconnects, we'll have to figure it out. It looks like the game is chortling here. It's chugging along. The dreaded Total War Warhammer, no dedicated servers. Just pure pain. These guys are moving a little bit when I looked a moment ago. Maybe somebody pulled a lag switch, the forbidden lag switch. Yeah, Nakamura. Okay, looks like he dropped. All right, so we might just need to advance. I'm going to talk to the players. Usually if it's a clear disconnect after like the mid game like that, there was a lot of trading. So you have to move on. Otherwise, people can abuse that. They can drop mid game if they're not trading effectively and get a restart. So we probably just advance on from there. All right. Yeah, because there was a lot of trading and a lot of plays were already made from both sides. And it looks like he just straight up had a disconnection. All right, that's a shame, but it is what it is. Say. This player hasn't even responded to me either. I've been messaging them, but no responses. All right, so Danikin's going to be advancing here. Let's go to the top 4. And we're going to do it. Because if he's having internet issues and the game is already played, yeah, we got to move on. Okay. So there we are. And let's go ahead and advance to the top 4 here. Looking fine. There we are. Okay, one sec, guys. Just talking to the players real quick. Yeah, just the disconnect. It's weird. Because there had been a lot of play already and a lot of value exchange, so restarting at that point just doesn't make sense. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and keep rolling. Okay, so we're... It's you. Okay, so Danikin wants to replay it. No problem. And we will replay that then. Okay, cool. So the rules state that the individual, if they disconnect after the first couple minutes of the game, the individual who did not disconnect is going to get the win. However, if the player who is on the other side of the judgment wants to do a replay, we do allow that to happen. No issue time-wise. All right, so he has an opportunity to come back. Danikin has said it sounds good. And let's see what's going to be going on. He might have just disappeared. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he left after that. We'll see. Get more incense and oil. Yeah. Same armies. All right. So they're going to play the same armies here. And so it begins. Yeah, man. I'm fiending for the Dawn of War 4. I've been looking at the... Hey, Demi, thank you for the raid, man. I've been looking at that freaking... I have it in my Steam menu, the demo version I play, and I just like... I often be scrolling through my Steam menu and look and be like, oh, God, if only it was here. Did they say the time frame through which it was going to come? Probably early 26, right? So maybe like 3 or 4 months from now, we'll get our pause on things. I hope. I really do. What I found out about Dawn of War 4 too is that one of the developers for Dawn of War 4 was like a heavy duty competitive player in Total War Warhammer 2. So there was a gentleman who used to play in a lot of our tournaments and in Total War Warhammer 2, and he's actually one of the developers for it too, which is great. We got an inside man taking care of things. All right, let's hope for no disconnect. Being pinged here. Okay, just. Discord being weird. Danikin is a class act. He is indeed. He is indeed. He said he would prefer to replay it, you know, I think Dawn of War has Iron Harvest devs. Yes, it does. Yeah. Yeah, the demo was good, but obviously there's no way to tell what multiplayer is truly going to be like. That's what I got to see. I hope there's some semblance of balance and it's not just one faction karate chopping everybody. We'll see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our playoff match. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be Daniken Trop. He is going to be here with the Shades with dual weapons and Blackheart Corsairs. So Blackheart Corsairs, we'll run it back for you guys in case you just joined. But the Blackheart Corsairs are basically designed to kill Marauders. With their high armor and their bonus for infantry and weapon strength, they're really good against low armored infantry units. And they trade okay into champions. Shades are the heavy armor piercing units. Spirit Leech Caster, Raven's Herald, Cold One Nut Riders to deal with mass, and some Dark Riders on the sides as well. Once again, for the Norscan army of Don't Try So Hard, frontline is going to be Marauder Champions and Marauder Spearmen. And it is going to be a Premier Balefiend of Fire with Burning Head. So double Laura Boats action, basically using Burning Head to clear out Dark Shards and Shades and Repeaters, and then using Wolfric to do the same thing with Seafang. It ain't bad. Now just watching the rematch Daniken disconnects, yeah, we'll see. Then we just have a best of 3 with disconnections with these two players. It'd be truly glorious. All right, Horsemen also going to be basic Marauder Horsemen, which is correct. Throwing Axes are also very viable in this matchup because of their effectiveness against Dark Elf armor. Dark Elves are a fairly armored faction. You know, the Corsairs, the Cold One Riders, and some of the more elite units they can bring do have armor as well. So mixing them in can be decent. Spirit Leech going down on Wolfric, immediately getting shot by the Raven's Heralds, but good micro from Don't Try So Hard as he jukes back and forth right there. On the outside, a couple Marauder Horsemen contesting Objective 3 is Daniken doing pretty much the exact same thing he did out of the gates. Norska, though, taking a little bit more damage on Wolfric than they did last time. Yeah, Laura Boats is really good. I didn't come up with that. That was Dog Plays. I was casting a tournament with him, and he told me about that. I was like, that is seriously the best thing ever. It is so good. Chariot's getting hammered. Raven's Herald's putting in work, man. They're putting in a lot of work. On the outside here, we do see the Doomfire Warlocks coming in. And the Dark Elf Infantry preparing to square up versus the Norscan one. Look at the HP difference, by the way. 9,300, and the Corsairs have freaking 6,900. That is an obscene HP difference between those two units. God damn, dude. God damn. So Shade's going to creep up, just like we saw before. And we see random leaves falling from the skies. And this is called the Valley of Lies. It is a Tzeentchian map. But I think Daniken is happy to just sit on one objective and value trade and Spirit Leech down Wolfric to the point where he can't really, be effective in the fight. So it looks like that's going to be the plan. Shade shooting into Marauders, and they're going to keep slow pushing. So we're probably going to see Danny moving up, pushing with the Shades, and then just counter-punching with the Cold One Knights and the Doomfire Warlocks and more Dark Riders when the fighting eventually does erupt. Norska is going to Kawa Unga to the Bunga here, so they're going to be moving forward. In the meantime, Shade's still ripping shots where they can. Shooting into the Marauders, but Marauders are shielded, so not going to be the most cost-effective. Shooting Spearmen and or the enemy Skirmish Cav would be ideal, but also shooting Marauder Champions isn't a bad choice either. They're pretty viable to hammer down. All right, Raven's Herald's waiting in the wings, not shooting much right now. The Marauder Javelins would also be a great target to shut down if you could. But the frontline fighting is going to be underway. Dark Riders being used to block the Chariots, but we do see the first Burning Head, and Daniken really quick on the micro. That was like almost an immediate reaction, but he still gets caught. That's a really hard one to dodge. Corsairs are engaging in the front. Shades ripping shots into the Marauder Horsemen here as the Balefiends are going to be making their way in. And now the lines have clashed as Condom Wolves and Norscan Ice Wolves waiting in the wings. Another Spirit Leech going to be activated perhaps. Soul Blight, though, lowering the armor of the Marauders down to 0 and the Chariots down to 60. It's not a bad play. As the Doomfire Warlocks and the Cold One Knights going to be trying to square up for a 2v2 out here. So basically, yeah, this is a huge win for Daniken because Cold One Knights will probably win here and the Doomfires are going to win. So it's a double win situation for him on the flank. As Doombolt as well as Lesser Doombolt and Spirit Leech continues to hammer your boy Wolfric. Front line's getting a little bit flimsy though. The Norskins, are they making progress through? Not really. The Corsairs are holding pretty well, although here against the champions, it's a little bit of struggle city. A couple Corsairs fighting over here to try and hold the point as we do see the Raven's Heralds retreating back. Shades are probably my favorite unit in the Dark Elf roster. God damn! Look at that damage right there. Chef's kiss. Able to really nail down the Marauder Horseman right there. And it looks like there's going to be another Burning Head activated. And yeah, able to cook down those Shades, do a little bit of damage, but Daniken able to mostly dodge that. And we see the army of Norska start to rout a little bit here as the Blackheart Corsairs cut through the Spearmen. And these Blackheart Corsairs right here Do overextend into the Mistwalkers. Mistwalkers will be really good at killing Corsair equivalents. These guys bonk really, really hard with their big old weapons. Looking on the backside, Shades shooting where they can, and Dark Elves are advancing. Objective 1 belongs to the Druki, and soon Objective 2 will belong to them as well. Out here, Doomfire Warlocks are actually pretty good against Norska because Norska has a ton of physical resist on their roster. So Doomfire Warlocks doing magic damage is really good against Skin Wolves too, who do have the 20 Fizz res. And they're going to get some Cold One support, and they will be able to win that fight. But victory for the Dark Elves. The Norska player is going to be tapping out there. Danikin showing why he's one of the best players in the world, ranked number 3, I believe, last season, or number 4. And also just so insanely good at Dark Elves. It is gnarly to deal with. All right. GG, well played. So let's go ahead and advance on. Were those Ninja Turtles? Yes, they were. All right, so let me advance the tournament here. Regular Junebolt got overbuffed by Creative Assembly in the last patch. They made it too strong, and it's really cheesy. So that's why that happened. So we banned it, because it's just too cheesy. You can literally just bring like 2 Doombolt casters and karate chop people's lords, like 3-shot them. It's really stupid. All right, so let's advance to the top 4. We're going to go now. Let's do this. And there we go. All right, so top 4 is coming. Let's go to the front page here. What is the faction that you play best? Probably Empire. Yeah, Empire or Nurgle I have the most success with in tournaments. Chaos Dwarves is really hit and miss for me. Like today I went 2 and 3, and last time I got to the grand finals with them, it's like, it's so all over the place. All right, so we need to replace Danikin in here. Okay, and that's going to be... All right. So, tagging the players right now. We are going to do Danikin versus Navigator. And then we have Boss Toss versus Anticity. I want to watch that miserable sweat. We're going to do that. Let's go watch Ents game. Anticity, lobby code, please. Let's go watch Slanesh just like go ape shit. And what was Boss Toss playing? He beat me earlier. He was Lizards. That'll be interesting, actually. Yeah, I feel like that's Slanesh favored, but what isn't, good for Slanesh. All right. So that is going to be Danikin there. Let's do this. All right. Cool. So we're going to get an Ents lobby, just waiting for a spec slot. And then we should be good. Players have been tagged. And yeah, we will rise in just a moment. Anticity, go ahead. I don't know if you're hanging out on stream. If you could send me a spectator code, that'd be great. This is the launch of the new season today. Whoever wins this will be the boss hog, #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Ent does have a spectator slot. Great. So we're going to watch Lizardmen versus Slanesh. I'm curious to see what Boss Toss is going to be able to do. I think I know Slanesh is probably just going to have a 5,000 Fiends. Although, honestly, the Warriors aren't bad in this matchup either. Like, Marauders with Fiends seems pretty good. Although you got to worry about shooting. Dark Elves are really, really hard to play, 007, but they're good if you can master them. I mean, Danikin has won a ton of tournaments with them. It's they have a lot of mobility, a lot of hard hitting units and tactics. They're just hard to play because their units have really low HP and it's very unforgiving, you know. Slanesh always loses to Slanesh, yeah. Anticity's, this is how you know he's coming for blood today. He wants to establish dominance on the Total War competitive scene today. So he's bringing the big guns. Boss Toss is probably one of the best Norskin players in the world, but he's also very good at Lizardmen too. Warriors of Chaos are an amazing faction, Arfir. Yeah, they're very good. And mainly because they have Hellstriders, but Warriors of Chaos are really fun and have a million different playstyles you can utilize. No, it's Lizardmen versus Slanesh. And I'm going to go refill my water, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, guys, back in business. Clasping my hands in prayer for the Dread Saurian. Oh, summon the Dread Saurian, it's coming. Oh, against Slaanesh, honestly, big monsters aren't the worst. Slaanesh's anti-large is decent, but it's not like... They have the Keeper and they have the Soul Grinder. Yeah, I mean, Dread Saurian can definitely bang with those guys. So, I mean, I don't see the Dread Saurian being out of the picture. I think it could actually be picked. The ROR one. Yeah. Could happen. Could definitely happen. Yeah, so I recorded some more Zomboid last night too. I know there were some folks asking about that earlier. We'll definitely have some more Big Hank adventures. I recorded another couple hours of gameplay there, so Big Hank's he's doing good. He's hanging in there so far. Zomboid is such a fun game. I can't believe I never stumbled across it. It's so good. I do want to do a Zomboid Battle Royale as well. I think that'd be great fun. The faction across the 3 different Warhammers are similar. They're different factions, yeah. So, like, if you tell me what faction you want to play, you know, usually I would say, like, lock in on, like, 3 factions for multiplayer and just focus on those. And it'll be easier to get those factions in their DLCs and stuff, too. Did we make Henri Lamassif? Yeah, we did, Kara. I made a video on him. If you want to go check out the Zomboid mod video I did, it was actually an insane video. It was very fun. All right, guys. So these are 2 of the Dark Wizards. It is Anticity versus Boss Toss. It is the frenetic, frenzied Gen Z versus the Elder Millennial. Although I don't think Boss Toss is as old as I am. I think he's like 35 or 36. I know Anticity's still in his 20s, so he's got the ferocious Gen Z micro. All right. It is time. Who do you guys think is going to win? Who are you rooting for? Let us know in chat. You pulling for Anticity or Old Man Boss Toss? The Season 11 finals are going to be coming up soon. Today, it's just the launch of Season 12. So you did not miss anything. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Duel of Fates. Spawning in, quite literally in their spawning pool on the north side of the map, it is going to be Boss Toss. So he's going to be using Lore of Light, using Nets and Shem's Burning Gaze. Shem's Burning Gaze to snipe enemy lords and Nets to lock them down. And double Rev Crystal. Interesting. So going for a sustainability build. Yeah, so we got double Rev Crystal. We got Spears, Skirmishers, a couple little Gremlin cohorts, and Sara Spears. So homie really going for a double Rev Crystal build? That's really interesting. Okay. Now for the Great Kraken King. Currently the #1 defending world champion. He won the last world championship and is going to be having to defend his crown very, very soon and see if a new world champ will arise. But he is going to be using a Slaanesh caster, using Hysterical Frenzy, which is actually decent. You cast this on one of your, not Hellstriders, but Seekers, Eternal Entourage, Exalted Demonettes, and they're going to rip and tear pretty hard. Nakamura, this particular tournament is called the single faction, so players just pick one faction and they play it all the way through. It's a beginner-friendly format that is beloved by... It's the most popular format, because you don't need to do picks and bans. You just pick one faction, play it all the way through. Kind of like classic RTS. You know, you go in with your Protoss, your Terran, your Zerg, and that's what you play the entire time. All right. So, Forsaken coming up. Anticity loves Forsaken because they're fast. And they're really good against Saurus as well as Skinks. They are able to bonk down most Lizard infantry. Saurus, Sword and Board Saurus could probably put up a fight against them. It'd probably be pretty close. Yeah. On YouTube it says it, but not on Twitch. I did mess that up. But Enta's going to be getting all 3 objectives. Now, Cohort of Fodl is very good. Oh, Shem's Burning Gaze from downtown, boinking Anticity's Lord on the face. And, yeah, look at that. Shem's Burning Gaze doing a couple hundred damage there. We do see the Power Fist Croxagores coming up, and Ent is basically just going to abandon this objective, realizing he can't win. Slaanesh is very much like a surgeon faction. You pick the fights you can win with your speed. You have to be very surgical because they're not squishy, actually. I mean, Slaanesh is actually kind of tanky, which is a bit silly. I think they probably should, like, Nurgle has a downside, Khorne has downside. Maybe Slaanesh should have, like, less HP on their units because, man, oh man, they're just so fast and tanky, actually. But yeah, they can be glass cannons with their demons and with their other units. Shem's Burning Gaze, not bad on those Chaos Warriors, man. Able to butter some bread. Look at that. So not killing too many models, but taking a lot of HP off those guys. as the dinosaurs do get their objective here. Going to be reinforcing in the back. Ent is going for a full surround, so he's going to be coming for a full Unga Bunga surround. You can see his units posturing here, and his lord is going to be hiding in the bushes for now. As the lizards are going to be, restructuring their army to play the points. We do see Ripperdactyls. Ripperdactyls are a great counter against Forsaken, and the Bastillodons are still anti-infantry monsters that can fight against Forsaken no problem. All right, so Dino's trying to get the capture weight here, but Anticity should have the capture weight advantage when these Forsaken arrive, and that's going to be flipping it. So now, the Lizardmen are going to have to commit more onto this objective. Probably, honestly, bringing over the cohort of Waddle and starting to bully these infantry would be a good play. We got Sara Spears coming out, Ripperdactyls waiting overhead, and Bostos playing a very, very cautious game. He's just trying to figure out where he can engage Ent without getting enveloped and eaten, right? Easier said than done. Bastillodon's lurking, though. That's a lot of healing. These guys have, I think, 8 charges, is it? Or 7 charges of their Rev Crystals. That is a shit ton of healing, and it also resurrects dead units, too, which is super cool. So Lizards basically have their own mini version of the Invocation of Nehek. Forsaken going to be creeping around the sides. Anticity just kind of chortling and getting his points lead. Hellstriders are going to be on their way out right now. In the meanwhile, I like the spear position. Spears will trade badly into Forsaken, but if they are stacked up with the cohort or with the Bastillodons, it will win those respective fights. We see Battletoad moving over here. He's going to be dropping a laser beam. Freaking laser beams on the head of the Exalted Keeper. I think that's what he was trying to do. Moving that bad boy up. But here comes Saurus, and Bostos is a very patient player. He's going to probably need to get some more Croxagors. And, Clever Girls work too. So Clever Girls are very, very good anti-infantry monsters. Anti-armor generalists, not anti-infantry, but they're good against Forsaken and against Chaos Warriors if you stack them up. All right, another Shem's Burning Gaze activated on the Forsaken. The HP of Ent's forces are being worn down. I feel like Bostos should probably bring a Ripper or a Coatl, or the cohort of Waddle over there. Like one of those units. I think he's got adequate defenses here if he just leaves one of his anti-infantry specialists and commits to getting the objective from Ent, because Ent is going to be happy to sit here all frickin' day, all frickin' day. All right, Ripperdactyl's coming in. We do see the pokes coming down from the Skink Skirmishers, and here comes the Ripper and the Terror. And these guys are massacre. They massacre infantry super hard. So they move in, and these foul Slaanesh heretics are going to get it pretty good. They're going to be eating it, and that is going to be baiting in the Hellstriders. At which point, the Lizards should pull back and move their spears up to intercept the Hellstriders. That would be the correct play. We'll have to see. Hellstriders coming in. Anticity going full pedal to the metal now. We do see all the big boys coming in, including the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. But this fight, probably a win for the Dinos. Hysterical Frenzy going down. No, was it Net of Ammontok? Okay. So Net of Ammontok activated, and it looks like that is going to be locking the Chaos Warriors of Forsaken and the Hellstriders in combat. At which point, another Shem's Burning Gaze is also going to be used, blasting onto the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Bostos playing such a tight Lizard game here, man. Yeah, he's not made too many mistakes yet. He hasn't fallen for any of Anticity's seductive tricks. The sweet Siren of Slaanesh. Getting beautiful value here with the Skink cohorts, doing a ton of HP against the Keeper of Secrets. Only 15 armor on that thing, its buckler isn't going to save it. That's for sure. So the Rippers got away, barely took any damage, and Anticity's armor took a hammering. Hellstriders took a lot of damage, and now a flank is going to be coming in from Ent. So the cohort's going to be denying the flank. Cohort of Waddle standing at the ready to battle the Hellstriders and the Furies, and it does look like the Furies are going to be landing here. Now remember, Rev Crystals are in play. Bastillodon's going to want to get in combat here. Another Shem's Burning Gaze on top of the Keeper of Secrets, doing some big old damage right there, guys. As there's going to be a banishment coming in from this land. Beautiful banishment from Bostos, really nailing it home on the Princess of Perfection of the Hellstriders. But certainly the value trading is favoring Bostos, the old dreaded Elder Millennial. But Anticity is just getting into combat with him now. We are going to be seeing the Clever Girls, the Feral Cold Ones, getting in, and they're going to be very good against these Forsaken. The Velociraptors of Doom cometh. And, wow, they're getting... Oh, they're out of control. I thought they were getting broken, but Anticity actually had some stuff in the trees. And they just spawning out of the trees, I guess. And he does get a rear charge with his Fiends, which are going to be a big problem. Lizard's holding the flank, but Slaanesh is finding picks. We see the... Oh, man, we saw the Ripperdactyls get surrounded and killed really badly over there. And Anticity is going to get a cost-effective fight here, too, as his Fiends pop out of the trees and do get in combat with the cohort, as well as some other very... squishy-ish units. Lizards hanging in there. Rev Crystals popping it like it's hot, providing healing where they can. Feral Cold One's about to break. Cohort of Waddle trying to use their magic damage to punch through these damn Fiends. Those Fiends are so hot right now. They're tough to break. And Anticity, the Cracking King, is starting to get his clutches back in the game. Objective 3 belongs to Lizards, but for how much longer? We do see the Blood Statute of Spite being used from this land to punish there. And another Shem's Burning Gaze is going to be... Oh, nice dodge by Anticity. He micros away with the Keeper. That was a beauty right there, man. That was a really, really nice play. It's so important for Boss Toss to not lose this objective. If he does lose this objective, he's going to be in dire straits. Because then Ent is going to be able to really stuff him back and keep him and probably even win on points. So Warriors moving in, and we do see some Slaneshi Heretics coming. A lot of them are very damaged. The Lizard army is probably just healthier overall with all the mass amount of healing they're getting from the Bastillodons. Another Rev Crystal charge used on the Saurus Spears in the front line. Going to keep those bad boys fighting all frickin' day. And Saurus are one of the grindiest infantry in the game. It takes a lot to take those guys out of the fight. Ripperdactyls are a good counter against Furies. Their anti-infantry bonus is great against the Flying Furies here, so the Furies going to be getting ripped up, and the flank denial is still going. Ent's army is looking a little bit worse for wear, guys. He had his moment where he started to push the Lizards back, but then the Lizards planted their scaly feet in the ground, got their fat boinking sticks, and started pushing back. And then the sustainability provided by the Bastillodons and the cohort here getting fat heals as well, I would imagine. More Fiends being called out. Anticity is getting to the point where he could win on one, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Boss Toss is going to creep in with his Bastillodons. What a cool build. Like, this is not something I would have thought of in a million years. Double Rev Crystal, like Helm's Deep style counter poking. It's very cool with the Shem's Burning Gaze. Just goes to show, I mean, there's so much to explore. All right. So Bastillodon's coming in. Boss Toss knows if he could just get this objective here in the next, minute or so, he's going to be able to win on two. Laser beams, frickin' laser beams coming in. Is Ent going to dodge it? No, he gets nailed and takes the HP damage. He's probably microing his Fiends elsewhere on the map. Middle point's going to be flipping. Slanesh doesn't have a whole lot. I mean, looking at Slanesh, they have a Haggard Lord, some Haggard Horsemen, some beat-up infantry. Full health Fiends over here is nice, but I think the Lizards have enough that they're able to deal with it. In the backfield, there's a rat fight going on, by the way, as well. We do see the Fiends getting harried and finished. Skin cohorts coming in, and the Feral Cold Ones pushing up as well. Very, very fun, yeah. Denying the flanks, not letting his opponent get to the cookie jar, and keeping the Keeper of Secrets honest with the laser beams, the Shem's Burning Gaze. Great game, by the way. Really, really good match this was. All right, Fiends moving in. Going to try and threaten the point a little bit, but the Fiends of Slanesh are going to get hammered. Oh, oh, shit, I've never seen that. Look at that animation. They like toss the skinks in the air and then pull them back down to the tail. That is super cool looking. Rippers flying overhead, watching the Furies as the Spearmen do fend these guys off. As it currently stands, Boss Toss wins on two objectives. So Boss Toss, it would be very close, but if Boss just sits on the 2 points and just chortles for the rest of the game, he's for sure going to win. Yes, the backyard fight, it was going down here, but the Lizards were able to win it, obviously having the home field advantage. How many charges do we have left here? We have 6 charges on this one, and this bad boy is sitting on friggin' 6 charges too. Wow. So those Rev Crystals are going to be just generating a ton of value right now, guys. So flying on in, we do see Ripperdactyls. And I don't know what Ent is going to be able to do to mount a comeback. He does have the points lead, which gives him time. His opponent has to catch up to him in points, which is going to take a hot minute. So Ent is probably just going to try and build up another army for a big push. But Boss Toss is also going to be calling out units, right? But maybe... Oh, I see what Ent's going to do. So Anticity is using his mobility to kill any reinforcement. So anything that Boss Toss wants to call out, Anticity is basically going to intercept it and kill it, which is going to maybe allow him to muster an army while his opponent can't muster an army. That's pretty cool. I do like that strategy. Getting the full surround on him here is very, very good flavor. All right, so the poke is going to be coming in. We do see the Marauder Horsemen throwing into the spears, but the spears are shielded, so they're not going to care too much about that. Still will take some. Javelin's going to be returning the favor, getting a fair amount of HP damage on those horsemen. And yeah, see, look, he's going for the base camping. I mean, the Lizards could go for a triple cap, but if they do that, I think it's risky. I think for Boss Toss, you gotta just... Oh, smart. He calls out a freaking Ripperdactyl. Oh, but you gotta watch out. Seductive Glory. Oh, it's gonna get him. He's gonna pop it. Yep, so Seductive Glory's activated. The Ripperdactyl gets lured to the ground, and now it's potentially going to be dying. Although it does do some really good damage against the Lord. Better be careful, man. And Furies, yeah, I mean, honestly, even though these Rippers are going to die, at least they're going to go out on their shields. But that was very, very nice there. So a couple Rippers are lurking nearby. These ones are going to get overwhelmed. It's like a zombie movie back here, man. Jeez Louise. As the Rippers do get overwhelmed. Boss Toss is creeping up on points. And yeah, I mean, he can call in Vanguards on the other side. That was a good idea, though, from Boss Toss to call in a flying unit because it couldn't be picked off on the ground, but Seductive Glory is very, very good. This ability is insanely cracked. Basically, it rampages an enemy unit and lowers their stats. So you can run under a flying unit and rampage them. I bet you Bostos is actually low-key sweating bullets right now. I mean, Anticity is one of those players that you have to really just completely defeat him. Like, he will fight and just play so well until the bitter end, even when he's behind. I had the same thing the other day. When he was playing Tzeentch, which is actually a weak faction against Chaos Dwarves in my experience, and I was just... Dude, it was like, I was like, how is he not done yet? How is this freaking game not over? He's just such a scrapper, you know? All right, so here we do see Bostos going for the triple cap, which I like that. I don't hate that. Just throwing a couple chaff units over there that are kind of expendable to kind of threaten Anticity, and that's going to pull Ent away from his backfield and maybe allow him to reinforce. Boss should probably reinforce over here and just kind of pile up on these objectives here. Furies do lose really bad to Rippers, so maybe the Ripperdactyls will take that fight. We're going to have to see. We do see Hysterical Frenzy being cast. That's going to give him a big damage buff, so he'll definitely rip it up, but the Rippers are still going to get him, I would wager. A couple of Chameleon Skinks coming in, going to be poking into the Slaanesh Air Force. We do see Bostos creeping up on points. It's a very, very tight game. I mean, it's going to be a situation where if Ent can just get an objective back for even a second, he might have a chance of winning. Going to be very close. But yeah, Ripperdactyl's doing their job. One of them does get rampaged. Seductive Glory apparently has a really short cooldown. Jeez Louise. And he's able to get another unit there as the Skinks are going to be running, hunted down by Fiends. But the Furies did get killed. Bostos is definitely playing a dangerous game with the value as more and more Forsaken are being called in right now. Skinks running away from these bad boys. Was it a cursed mission to go for that side objective? The Banana Toad hanging on over there as Bostos just kind of hangs out in the middle. Rev Crystalling, healing up what he can on his units. Skinks doing pretty good, actually, killing a Fury unit that was chasing them and putting a little bit of hurt on these Fiends. So yeah, now Boss, the fact that he was able to pull his opponent away, is going to be reinforcing his points with some fresh units, because Slaanesh got lured over here, so that was the upside of that play. By moving over there, or sacrificing units, it does open up his supply line, so now he's going to be able to reinforce his essentially his base here. All right. Yeah, we see the points still going, man. This is going to be a razor close one. In terms, Anticity is going to have to make one big hoorah push, and for Bostos, he's going to have to hold. 100%, he's going to have to hold. All right, so looking over here, what do we got? Nobody's threatening objective 1 anymore. Slaanesh does have its Fiends coming back in. The Keeper of Secrets still very much alive, and you have to remember a lot of the value you do see here is tied up in the damage on the Keeper of Secrets. So there is some sunken value that hasn't quite gotten it done. Yeah, I mean, you're watching the defending world champion playing against one of the best players of all time, too. I mean, Bostos is a Warhammer 3. I mean, I know you often say journeyman is like an insult in mixed martial arts and other sports, but he is like a sweaty tournament player as well. Comes from a StarCraft background and is very, very good. Bostos has won a ton of tournaments, like a ton. He's extremely good. He's been in pretty much every season finals as well, like almost all of them. All right, guys. So Ent is going to be going for it. Forsaken into the Ripperdactyls. The Lizard's going to be trying to hang on there with Battletoad. We do see some clever girls being called out, and the Lizard's looking a little bit suspicious here in the middle, a little bit flimsy. These cohorts are going to need to move on to the middle because the capture weight could actually flip this Slaanesh here. The Bastillodons are fighting with the cohort of Waddle, but getting surrounded by Fiends is very, very sketchy. On the back, we do see these guys move again. The cohort's going to be heading in, and now Ent, he's kind of ping-ponging between the two objectives, going to make it very tough for the Lizards. Uh-oh, guys. The Bastillodons are getting very, very beaten up in here. Looks like they're surrounded. I mean, they're not taking a lot of damage yet, but they are surrounded is what I meant to say. Cohort of Waddle, shaken and stirred, fighting where it can as the cohorts do move in, and the Lizards might actually lose this middle objective, guys. Man. That freaking Lord being so low is such a rough one for old Boss House here. Clever Girls versus Forsaken, and the Lizards look like they were able to defeat the Forsaken here and are going to be transitioning their entire army over to the middle. What a freaking scrappy game, man. You got some spears hanging out, and more cohorts coming in for capture weight. Anticity going to be calling in some speedy boys, some devoted marauders. And will Ent be able to get this point? The cohorts and the gremlins fighting very effectively, but Fiends are tearing them up pretty good. Clever Girls will eventually defeat the Forsaken. And it looks like some Saurus units moving over with the Battletoad, who's going to be dropping a shield of the old ones. There they go. And these Forsaken are wavering. Definitely need to get through. Ent does have the capture weight advantage, but just barely so. Lizards are an insanely good reinforcing faction because their high capture weight units have 46 speed, so they're very fast. And they're going to arrive on that point. And Ent, look at the score. It's so freaking close, man. It's so freaking close. All right, so the skinks arrive, and we are going to be seeing narcissism activated on these guys to try and keep them from getting to the point. Fury's being called in. These devoted marauders need to be rerouted to the middle if Ench wants any chance of getting this. Forsaken being ground down right here, and we do see Anticity here with his lord trying to terror out some of the gremlins off the point. He honestly might be able to. But does he have time? Currently right now, Anticity has, man, his opponent getting those 2 victory ticks per second. It's going to be like a 6-point game, guys. It's going to be like a 6-point game. Fiend's fighting, but the Giga Chad Saurus not hearing any bell whatsoever. Clever girls coming out. Waves and waves of reinforcements. As Bastos is such an objective goblin. Look at him threatening that point there just to keep the sweat on Anticity. And looks like the lizards are barely going to be able to hold it. Hellstrider's getting broken here. Fiend's running out of steam. And ladies and gentlemen, I think Anticity is going to be eliminated from today's tournament. Man, oh man. Look at that. He just passes him in points. So Bastos just passed him in points. Anticity taps out. Victory for Itza. The villainous Slanesh has been defeated here today. What a freaking game and a half. That's what it's all about right there. That's why I love domination mode. The tactics of like when to pressure objectives, like when to pressure people's spawns, when not to. That was like a chef's kiss game, man. So freaking good. 3,000 value on the Shem's Burning Gazecaster. The Rev Crystal is able to give the endurance. Ripperdactyl is able to do some great work as well. And man, that was just a really, really good match. Anticity, of course, a menace. Playing from behind for a lot of the game, but still almost pulling out a win. Sugar Shane, thank you for resubscribing, man. All right. Let's get it. And we're going to do the finals. And go from there. So let's get Bastos in here. 2 Grandmasters playing. Basically, yeah, it's like watching 2 GMs play chess. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Bastos. So let's see who won on the other side between Janikin and Navigator. Janikin in the grand finals. Dark Elves versus Lizards. The Battle of Lustria. All right. Let's do it. So here comes Danikin. Yeah, the Rev Crystals actually were very solid. Great performance. I didn't know how well they would be, or how effective they would be, but they did some work. All right, so we got Rat Clan versus RTK, 2 of the great competitive Total War clans, having 2 of their mightiest champions battling it out. And here we go. Am I hyped for the next update? Oh, for sure. I absolutely am. I absolutely am. All right. And so it begins. Daniken Trop versus the boss of the toss. They'll just have to let me know the maps. And we'll see what it's going to be. All right. Awesome. So just waiting right here. I don't know about who's favored in this matchup. Let's actually look at the stats. This is the grand finals, yeah, for today's tournament. Not for the World Championship, obviously, but because the World Championship is like best of 5s and best of 7s. This is obviously different. This is just a launch tournament for the new season. Let's look. We have Dork Elves with a 52% win rate. And against Lizardmen, oh, it's like an even matchup. It's like a 50-50 matchup just about. 54-46. So it's totally fine for both sides. Awesome. Great feeling. New World Showdown, yes. New World Showdown indeed. Hey, Ent, well played, man. Crazy games today. Dude, I can't believe you almost came back from that. That was incredibly impressive. Because the start was rough, you know. The value trading was rough, but you gremlined your way back and almost pulled out a dub there. That was insane. Because if you had flipped that middle objective, you just win, right? Like, just even for like 2 seconds, you flip it. Crazy well played, you, man. I'm sure you'll be back. And, yeah, get some rest. Get some rest, man. This is a rock hard 50-50 matchup in Conquest mode as well. Yeah. Conquest is a great format, Shepardors. I think Conquest is awesome. And like I said earlier, if Conquest is what CA uses going forward, totally happy with that for their games. New season is usually, I used to do it every time there's a new DLC update, but with Creative Assembly's new system of taking a year for a DLC, I might need to change that. Supporting Boss after the performance, yeah, he played really well. He's a menace. Bastos plays really tight. He rarely makes mistakes. It's hard to beat him. It is very difficult. Daniken, though, is the goat of Dark Elves, man. Need to know the map. We will get this and see what it is going to be. 1 year and 2 revolts, yeah. Yeah, Dark Elves are a cool faction, man. Blackguard and Harganeth Executioners, I think, are some of the coolest infantry in the entire game. Not that I think they're good, but they look so badass. Like a line of like Blackguard just with their halberds and their armor just looks so freaking cool. Yeah. Road to Talipime is going to be the map. Is that the map they just played? All good. Whatever. It's a good map. Oh, Anticity was streaming today? Oh shit, I didn't know that. Hey, Ant, thank you for the raid. Hell yeah. He was streaming his portrayal of him bullying everybody with Slanesh. Including myself. My poor Chaos Dwarves getting Shadow Realmed by Slanesh. Apparently Chaos Dwarves are decent against them. I just don't know what to do. You run Executioners now, Max? Sweet. Sweet. I love to see it. Ent isn't streaming anymore. No, his run ended in the semis. A very good run though. He played really well. Blackguard are the coolest halberd unit in the game. I don't know. Infernal Guard, Fire Glaives. They have gun halberds. Hard to say, no, but I think for dedicated halberds they are one of the coolest units for sure. Yeah. Phoenix Guard are cool, but they don't quite have the style points of the Blackguard. All right. So these guys should be ready. It's the grand finals. They're changing their banners to make it even more confusing for us. And yeah, let's ready up. Start whenever these guys are good to go. Start whenever they are good to go. Top 3 favorite factions. If we're talking for competitive play, Slanesh is number 1 for sure, in my opinion. I think aside from that, it gets trickier. Because right now, we have Chaos Demons doing very well too, but a lot of that is Anticity's fault from just like grinding them in tournaments and bringing their win rate up. I think Norska is actually very good. Honestly, the meta is really good right now. Slanesh is like the one outlier faction that I think is slightly overtuned, but aside from that, I think everybody else is coming into play. Dark Elves have gotten some nice changes in the past couple updates. Catholic Alcoholic has done a great job putting together a balance document, which the community then feeds the Creative Assembly, and they legit bounce from it. It's, for all of CA's, faults they have, at least with some of the single player stuff, they have done multiplayer pretty good justice in recent times. So there is that. But yeah, obviously can't speak to the campaign stuff. I know some people are suffering there, but I think they hotfixed it, right? Or are you guys still suffering in campaign, or did they put out a hotfix to fix the lizardmen and the Tomb Kings? Bretonnia, Beastmen are actually a really good faction. I love Beastmen. Canadian, and if you go to my channel, if you go back to like a week ago in my channel, I played a tournament with Beastmen. I haven't played Beastmen in like a year, 2 years maybe. And we were able to get to the top 4 with them and have a really good run. Beastmen are solid and fun to play too. I had so much fun playing Beastmen. I think I might do another Beastmen run this week. Yeah, I wanted to catch that one live. Yeah, check it out. There was a lot of really good games. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the boss toss, we have a Light Caster, Sham's Burning Gaze, and Net of Amachok, so it is going to be a Laser Beam Toad. A Stegodon with a Bolt Thrower on the back to counter the Scourge Runners and other ranged pieces of the Druchii. Oh, okay. And then we have Sara Spears, Cohorts, an Ancient Salamander, and yeah, that's going to be the Jamalam. So basically, Boss Toss is going to move up. He's going to shoot freaking laser beams out of his head, and he's going to counterpoke his opponent's range using Ancient Salamanders as well as a Stegodon, which I think is a pretty brilliant play. So I like that a lot. Now, looking at the Great Daniken Trop, the Pride of Ukraine here, going to be coming in with a couple Scourge Runner Chariots. And yeah, they're good against lizards. Anti-large against cold ones, Croxagores, any number of other targets, and also good against the infantry. So just requires a bit of micro and finesse. Ooh, I love this style. This is very fun. We have the High Beastmaster. Yeah, so the High Chadmaster is really fun because he has Tormentor Sword. And he can put decent target damage down on big targets and also run over infantry. So great utility. Melkoths and Pendulum Caster, Bleak Swords, Canate Assassin, a Bloodrack Medusa to shoot the durable infantry, or even just chaff. Medusas are really good at killing infantry units and can fight big stuff too. So, yeah, I really like this. I like this build. I like this build a lot. All right, guys. Shem's Burning Gaze from downtown. Not so much damage. I think Boss Toss will not do that again. He's going to realize that it's probably not effective to shoot the chariots, and will, figure things out. But he does have the Ballista Stegodon. It's like a Walmart bolt thrower, basically, on a giant chassis there. So he's going to be ripping shots into the Scourge Runner from downtown. We'll see what kind of damage he can get. But now it's Medusa time. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at this. That's a lot of damage on those skanks. Medusas are so freaking cool. I mean, how could Dark Elves are just the coolest, man. I wish they were like an actual supported faction in the old world. I would totally play them, but picking up more legacy factions is just rough. I mean, I play Chaos Dwarves too, and that's already suffering. So, I mean, Chaos Dwarves are good, but they don't get supported by GW in the tabletop game, except in Sigmar, of course. All right, so looks like a Melkoth's going to be casted on the Skinks, going to be slowing him down to 36 speed, and now Daniken is going to be rolling, blasting some Limp Biscuit out of the speakers as he gets in there. And yeah, going to be running over some of these units. The Melkoth's allowing the chariots to catch them, and those Skink units getting eviscerated pretty good. Daniken really able to pick those picks there. All right, on the back, Reaper Bolt Thrower is being called in. The Medusa is being a menace. It is being shot by the Stegodon, and it looks like a pendulum. Oh man, look at that pendulum! Boss Toss dodges it kind of, but still gets nailed and gets 2 units hit by the pendulum, while the Scourge Runner chariots of Daniken are going to keep poking into the Cold Spear Riders right there. Nasty stuff. All right, guys, the battle rages on. We do see the Bloodrack Medusa maneuvering over, waddling, and is going to get some good side shots on the Skinks. Really good at clearing out these infantry units, man. Boss Toss really getting hammered by the ranged of the Dark Elves. And so far, Daniken has been able to avoid the Salamander, and yeah, the Stegodon's done some damage. But the Medusa doesn't even seem to be that beat up. Where is it? Yeah, it's still here, so I don't know, guys. Bolt Throwers are on play, so look at this, the Forbidden Bolt Throwers. Yeah, Masters see play occasionally, Tyler. Not often, but occasionally. So Reaper Bolt Throwers are not an amazing unit, but they're okay. I mean, just sitting it on top of a Salamander, some big target, it's going to pay dividends over the course of a long game. So now Lizard's advancing up to steal Objective 2, and they do have the more headstrong army, more kind of aggressive. Good counter shooting from Boss Toss, finally, as he is able to nuke the Bleak Swords with the Ancient Salamander, and the Chariots are going after the weak side. So look at that. Daniken pulls him to that objective and uses his mobility to hammer the weak side of the formation. He's like a football player here. Tormentor Sword for sure going to be activated on these Cold Spear Riders, because he got netted. So good play from Boss, getting a net, but then the counter Tormentor Sword is activated to snare these bad boys down. And the Blood Statue of Spite from the Slan as well. Dark Elf Bolt Thrower doing work. Able to get that Salamander down kind of low. You know, over the course of a long game, it is going to pay dividends and maybe wear that thing down. Cold One Knights attacking in. And here they go. Blasting on into the Spear Riders. Elsewhere on the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen, we do see Witch Elves moving up. Witch Elves are really good at infantry clearing. They're good against Saurus, especially, with their Witch's Brew. And Daniken is actually going pedal to the metal, moving up his Bleak Swords to try and contest the dinosaurs on the point. Looking here, though, Coldon Riders versus Coldon Riders. But the Coldon Riders, they get the Whiplash, which is pretty badass from the High Beastmaster. But there's too many troops here, and the Lizards are going to be able to win it. Medusa, though, still ripping good shots into the Saurus Spears as the Scourge Runner Chariots pull back, trying to lure the Cav to their demise, and we're going to see if that works out. On the middle point, still Lizard-owned, but the Velociraptors of Daniken do get the jump here, and the Bolt Thrower is progressively killing Boss Toss's Salamander. Right, and that's it's like forcing a micro tax, right? So Boss Toss basically has to perpetually be microing this thing around, or else it's just gonna. It's like that old YouTube skit of the death by 1,000 spoon blows. You remember where the guy with the spoon like follows you and he eventually gets you? That skit is actually really funny. But that's basically what a Bolt Thrower is, and you have to deal with it, or the Spoon Man is gonna get you eventually. Daniken holding on to Objective 1. Objective 2 belongs to Dinos. Objective 3 belongs to Dinos, and we do see the Blood Statue of Spite used on the Witch Elves. Very good awareness. But now Murderous Prowess is activated, so the entire Dark Elf army is going to be drinking its purple crunk juice and getting a long buff. It's like a minute and a half, and longer, I think, for some of the elite units. But the Dark Elf army gets a huge power spike when this finishes. They get melee attack, leadership, vigor, all sorts of good stuff like that. So they are going to start out-trading in a lot of these little fights here and there. All right, Dark Elves running away from the Battletoad. Tormentor Sword activated from Daniken. Going to be locking those guys down. Bolt Thrower slowly wearing down the Salamander. I think the Salamander might have ran out of range, or did it get routed? I'm not sure. The Bolt Thrower is now shooting into the Stegodon here. Salamander is kind of low. He should definitely finish that off. It'd be a big mistake to not have the Bolt Thrower finish off the Ancient Sally here. But the Crunk Juice is going, and yeah, here comes the push. Daniken keeping the pressure on. Lizards trying to hold where they can, calling out several units of Coldon Riders. But the middle objective is in flux, and it looks like Daniken is going to be grabbing this point here. As the Bloodrack Medusa comes in, and it does have an anti-large halberd. Medusas are so cool. Look at that thing. Really does a lot of work against that Ancient Sally, forcing it to break. And Salamander down to 700 HP. Medusa does get knocked over. Pretty funny. And Daniken looks like he's threatening all three objectives now. Are the dinos doing anything funny over here? Not really. Bolt Thrower just wearing down the Stegodon over time. Salamander probably going to break. But the Stegodon's coming in for the kill, actually charging the Medusa, getting a good contact hit. The Medusa is actually netted down by the Battletoad over here. But, yeah, looking like the Dark Elves are going to take over this game, guys. Yeah, I think it's going down. Bloodrack Medusa at 900 HP, most likely going to break to the Stegodon, but the Stegodon itself is shaken. Coldon Spear Rider is not super effective against infantry. And the Dark Elves are even threatening at this point. They have a K-8 Assassin here, Bleak Swords, and Cav, who are going to win that fight. And the High Beastmaster is just palpatining over here. He's on his little chariot, running over Samsaris, and probably going to be threatening that Salamander. You can't let that Salamander get back online. It still has a lot of ammo, and it's going to be a very effective fighter. But the Scourge Runner Chariot is basically hunting down this land with the K-8 Assassin. He's going to be doing some weeaboo attacks here. This guy's the Mall Ninja. He's the guy who used to hang out at the mall, you know, in the early 2000s and would have the those what were those things, like the nunchuck, not nunchucks, but like, you know how at malls and they sell like they used to sell like Haggard weapons at those like stores. One of those type of things. All right, Salamander getting Bolt Throwered. All right, all of you guys laughed at the Bolt Thrower for one too many times. The Bolt Thrower pulling it back. Melkoth's activated here by Daniken on the Coldon Riders. Witch Elves going to come in with their Crunk Juice, like I said, and really give it to these red-crested skinks. The Hot Topic final boss, yes. That's who it is. Oh my god, I remember Hot Topics, holy shit. They still exist, you know. It's not the same energy because, you know, you don't have like kids hanging out, or people hanging out there anymore, really, but, you know, people used to hang out in the malls in the 90s and early 2000s. That was like a thing to go do with your friends before the internet took over. All right, Cold One's moving on in, attacking into the Cold One Spear Riders, and Daniken chortling on the objectives pretty well, and the Battletoad, the sweet Siren of Lustria, is giving it up. It looks like the High Beastmaster and the K-8 Assassin going to be probably able to drag him down, and if he dies, the leadership of all the skinks is really going to be super fickle. This Bolt Thrower MLG pro plays, man. Look at that, 1,000 value on a Bolt Thrower. I mean, that's really good, and it's almost got this Stegodon down too. How'd the Witch Elves do? Looks like the Witch Elves did get forced back by sheer numbers. Daniken going for the kill on the Battletoad, but this could be a potential comeback opportunity for Boss Toss. If the Battletoad lives and is able to squeak away there, yeah, then all that like value that you see for Daniken is kind of dead value if this land can just sit in the back and support. Definitely should get the Bolt Thrower on this land and try and finish him off. Oh, the Medusa's back. What a shot. Like half HP off that freaking cohort right there, man. All right, so Medusa has some cool attack animations. Look at that thing. There it goes. Freaking laser beams. And yep, able to nail a lot of those skinks. They are unbreakable though, those ones. Is the Bolt Thrower going after the Battletoad? It is, and it misses. Oh my god, this Battletoad, it's like Tom Cruise. It's like Neo in the Matrix, dodging those shots. Daniken is definitely in a better position right now though. Up in points and slightly up in value, but still a close enough game because, you know, you got the big man still alive, the Battletoad living in the woods. The sweet Siren of Lustria may have lured yet another man to his demise. All right, Melkoth's on the Spear Riders, very cost-effective. He's about to Tormentor Sword this. Watch this, Daniken just so on point. So he's going to use Tormentor Sword to lock down the enemy Cav unit, and then his Cav get the charge with Spear support. I mean, god damn, that was clean. So say goodnight to those Cold One Spear Riders, as they are going to be eating the sausage pretty bad. On the backside, we do see the Slan Mage at 600 HP, fleeing away, and Daniken, I think, has just won the first tournament of Season 12. Daniken going to be #1 on the leaderboard, and certainly very excited to see what they are going to be doing in the upcoming championship, which is going to be soon. This is the launch of Season 12. We will be having a championship very, very soon. And Medusa just going hard. I mean, this thing's got 1,600 value. Yeah, it's great stuff. One leadership on the big boy, but the Medusa is getting blasted by the skinks. Battletoad is just breaking perpetually. Very, very close to shattering as well. Dark Rider's coming in to help with the cohorts to clean those out, and the Golden Knight's going to be maneuvering away from those. And it looks like the Druki are just trying to get away with it. Look at the assassin. Oh, he wants it bad. Dude, this assassin was weeb hunting. He was Naruto running after the Slan Mage. Now, that was actually something we did see. And I remember when that came out, there was kids doing that at school. All right. So the Slan Mage hiding in the trees. Sorceress of Shadows going to be posturing on the middle objective. The High Beastmaster Lord is so cool. The Tormentor Sword and the Scourge Runner play on the back. You gotta love it. Witch Elves coming in, going to be threatening the side point. The Stegodon looking worse for wear for sure. Bit of a mischarge there. The Golden Knight should have been finishing off that Stegodon, but not the end of the world. Nothing threatening objective 1. And what do we got? Slan hiding in the bushes. Chariot Master running in, shaken and stirred. The Melkoth's going to be punishing the Skink cohorts here. Not bad. And it does look like the Cold Ones, not even the Cold Ones, but the Dark Riders actually finishing the job against the Stegodon right there. All right. Witch Elves going to grind through those Sara Spears. It'll take a while, but they will get there eventually. Witch Elves on their crunk juice. They're listening to some Little John right now, some of that old music. Rampaging, melee attack, base weapon damage, chewing through the Sara Spears. One sec, guys. Gonna shut this real quick, as I think we've seen the end of the game. GG, well played. What an amazing match between those players. Very sweaty and very, very back and forth. So if you guys enjoyed the sweaty Total War action, if you want to see more of it, please do drop a like on the stream. It helps out quite a bit. For those of you guys on Twitch, consider following if you enjoyed what you saw. We'll be doing a fair amount of Total War this week. We got some real fun stuff coming up. But the new season is upon us. New tournaments are here. And I'm going to be scheduling the World Championship here very, very soon. So once again, I want to thank you guys all for joining. Well played to the legendary Daniken and Boss Toss here in the Grand Finals. And to all of those who fell in battle today, I salute you. It was a good run. And yeah, that is going to be all she wrote, I believe. GG, well played. Adios, and do widzenia, my friends.